can't hear you. There you are.
Straight out of the Big Easy and into your cab. This is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios with your host, the wild man of trucking himself, Jimmy Mack.
I got to work on that, man.
You don't like that?
I don't feel wild.
You don't feel wild?
I don't feel wild. Maybe like a wild card. Maybe like the guy that goes 9-8 during the course of a football season.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Goes 9-8 during the course of a football season, and in doing so, sneaks into the playoffs. That's a thing. That's a thing. I mean, maybe I'm the wild card of trucking. Maybe I'm the guy that just, gets over the fence or stays one step ahead of the sheriff. And, maybe that's who I am. Does anybody else find it odd? Anybody but me find it odd that, a day celebrating comic strip canine Odie happens to fall the same day as Cat Day? And you get where I'm coming from there?
I don't think I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Do you know who Odie is?
I do not.
Oh, my God. Do you know who Garfield is?
Okay, yes, sorry. I do know who Odie is, the dog.
Okay, it's Odie Day.
Oh,
But it's
good for
also
him.
International Cat Day.
Oh.
I mean, I wonder how Garfield would feel about the fact that on International Cat Day, a day worldwide celebrating, cats,
Yeah,
the feline, we're celebrating a canine cartoon character.
lasagna.
Lasagna, exactly. It's not Lasagna Day. That would have been perfect. If I'd gone on there and done some digging and found out it was Lasagna Day, then everything would have
love
come
lasagna.
together as I have foreseen. I love lasagna too, by the way. You can contemplate all of that, by the way, while cracking open a cold one on this International Beer Day. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go leave a zucchini on the porch for a neighbor. Today is National Sneak a Zucchini on your neighbor's porch day.
Who comes up with this stuff?
That's a real thing. I think, and I'm going to actually talk about it a little bit later on. It's based around a local custom that somehow kind of caught fire in a couple of other communities. It's probably celebrating some saint or some kind of weird festival where you kind of sneak a zucchini on your neighbor's porch. Have you ever snuck a zucchini on your neighbor's porch?
I can't say that I have.
I want you to go to 615-292-6366 and give me a call over there. Oh, by the way, welcome to Road Gang Radio. No matter where you are or no matter where you're listening, whether you have left your heart, well, at iHeart, whether you had the audacity to tune in on Odyssey, whether you got yourself on the Book of Face, or whether you're yakking it up on the YouTube or found your way to RadioNemo.com and have pushed that 365 play button, man, oh man, have we got a show for you. Joe J, happy Friday, hashtag RGR. He's checking in from Sioux City, Iowa. Bruce Almighty, good morning, hashtag RGR. Headed to El Paso, Texas. Chowder gives them both a big old hearty hello. Good morning, Forrest Vaughn. He's headed west. Hope you guys are headed places you want to go on this freaky, feisty, flinty, and really fun Friday. We got a great show for you. A lot of stuff to talk about. We're going to encourage men to do some talking this morning. We got a great book that talks about how one deals with living in the midst of dying. Terrific book. I'll be getting into it a little bit later on. We got ourselves a little action adventure from a veteran. That's really groovy and cool. And we have a former television writer, well, current television writer, but working and cooking a whole bunch of other stuff along with all the trucking news fit to speak about on the air. But people are calling in already, Madison, with a T. Who do I got?
We had Chowder, but he left us.
Oh, Chowder, we're expecting your phone call
Tisk,
back.
tisk.
We want to hear from you. Let me tell you about some stuff going on in the wide, wonderful world of trucking. Dig this. This is from our friends over at Landline. Don't be surprised if our friends at Landline actually, their stories make their way over to Trucking with Oida. I'll give you a preview on that in a second. It's not uncommon to find posts on social media related to missing truck drivers. And they had one recently claiming, it circulated, it grabbed the attention of Snopes, that fact-checking website. And then Snopes turned around and said, yeah, that ain't happening. In late July, post on Facebook and the gram of Insta alleged that Alabama truck driver Eric Darnell went missing after picking up a load in Phoenix. They claimed he was on his way to Memphis when he suddenly went dark. As with much social media content, the quote-unquote facts changed. Subsequent posts were either modified or details were added, including that the supposed missing truck driver had been found dead. Snopes methodically dissected the post following the alleged route of the driver. After contacting multiple law enforcement agencies, writer Megan Lowe could not locate one missing person report. She was also unable to confirm one claim that Darnell's truck was found in North Little Rock, Arkansas, locked with his wallet inside the truck. Ooh. We'll get to the phone call here in 1 second. But perhaps one of the most damning pieces of evidence Snopes turned up was the lack of credible photos of the truck driver. Okay, so one version of the post shows a black man with a beard, wearing a denim shirt and a personal vehicle, very truck driver looking. While unable to matter-of-factly confirm the photo was generated by artificial intelligence, it had a couple of the telltale signs. The image is not found anywhere on the internet via reverse image searches except for the social media posts. Another version of the post includes photos of a real person. Stephen Perkins was an Alabama man who died in police shooting, in 2023. Not a missing truck driver. A reverse search image led us to Perkins' obituary, which was archived, which included the photo of him in the white dress shirt and navy blue tie. The photo of Perkins in the Levi's shirt appeared in a New York Post article published in November 2023. The Post, that bastion of journalistic integrity. On and on we go. And Snopes, of course, in its own post on Facebook said, you may have seen the story making the rounds on social media about Eric Darnell, a 38-year-old trucker from Birmingham, Alabama, who reportedly went missing. The problem? There's no evidence the story is real. Snopes, by the way, for those of you who know anything about it, has been around since '94. They dig into urban legends, hoaxes, and folklore, according to their website. David Mickelson and Barbara Mickelson, who have since retired, actually founded Snopes, which remains to this day the oldest fact-checking site on the internet. I'm sorry he's missing. I'm sorry someone who never existed is missing. I hope they find him soon. Hey guys, as I said before, welcome to Road Gang Radio, where we make a living, and in the second half, when Lindsay Lawler joins us, we make a life. Don't forget, she'll be joining us at 9 in the center, 10 in the east. But before we get to any of that, let me tell you what you can expect on Trucking with Oida this morning. At 11 o'clock on the nose, Ashley and Scott got a little show for us. This summer, dozens of superloads, are making their way across the state of Oregon. It's up to Omega Morgan to make sure they get there safe and sound, but it's no small feat. Project manager Doug Smith joins the show to talk about the planning, the process, and the challenges along the way. Plus, Linda Young may be a truck agent for Oida right now, but before that, she was an expert of a different kind. Linda is going to tell the kids from Oida. By the way, I know Scott's listening going, oh, bless you, Jimmy Mack, for calling me a kid. Linda is going to be telling them about her time as a coffee sommelier in the 80s, which I know I'm previewing this early, Madison, because I know if there's a coffee sommelier going to talk anywhere, any place, you're going to be listening, right? You're a bit of a coffee aficionado too. And what Linda's going to be doing for you guys is on Trucking with Oida, giving you guys some great advice on finding a great cup of joe. In the meantime, speaking of a great cup of joe, we'll have Pastor John here in a moment, but the most bracing cup of java we could ask for this morning is a phone call from our pal Chowder. Is he back?
He's teasing us. He keeps
You
getting
gotta let me
on.
know he's gone,
I'm
man.
sorry,
What are you doing? I think it's a game now. We're
I think
playing here.
something's happening with the phones this morning because it's doing colors I've never seen before. So
We're making movies on location. We don't know what it means. Hey, anybody out there listening who doesn't really want to talk, but just give us a call so we can see if the phones are working. I think it's kind of fun. Just blow up our phones.
Yeah, okay, he's back. Let me see.
He's back. Let's see if we just drop him in. See if we can just put him on.
Chowder?
Chowder, you there?
Morning, Jimmy Mac.
There he is.
With a T.
There he is.
Sleeping in, Dre, wherever you're hiding at today in the world of the road dog days.
Yeah, hey, man, what's going on? Well, how's the good Chowder?
So, well, I wasn't, teasing or anything. I'd let it ring and ring and ring, and then it'd go to the busy signal. I'm like, well, the heck with him. I'll just try him again. But, the good word for Chowder is he's in South Central somewhere, Philly, loading honey. It could turn into a sticky situation, but if I can find a Pooh Bear running around, we'll be fine.
Oh man, you've been sitting on that for a while. Now I know why you've been calling and trying to get in here, man. You've been sitting on that little puntastic.
No,
yeah.
Actually, the real reason I'm calling is because I found a nice little mom and pa diner up there in, I think it's called Cootstown, up off the 78. This little place called the New Smithville Truck Stop Diner. Man, Jimmy Mac, there's nothing better than a diner that has that greasy, smoky, not like cigarette smoke, but old-time, we need Al and Fonz to walk in type diner with that god-awful mismatched purple-greenish colored fabric on the bench seats and the wobbly chairs at the bar. Man, there was some good grease-dripping omelets, and I had the best lasagna that I've had other than the one that I make that's 9 pounds uncooked, 4 layers, 6 cheeses with pepperoni slices mixed in amongst the layers of, pork and hot Italian sausage. It was pretty good there.
Holy moly.
It's good stuff. If it wasn't so expensive to ship it to you, I'd make you guys one.
You're killing me, Chowder.
Huh?
You're killing me, dude. You're killing me. I'm getting hungrier by the minute, by the way. Don't forget, just a reminder to you, we're going to be talking to Rick Mihalik in a moment here, right after we do the break with Pastor John and all that kind of stuff. We'll get him on the phone in a second. But Chowder, where at the end of the day are you going to kind of settle on what are you going to eat, though? You talked about this, you talked about that. Where are we going with this food thing? Because you're killing me. I want to make an order now.
Oh, I don't know where I'm going to. I know I'm going to head towards Minnesota, like Coon Rapids or Canyon Falls, something like that with my honey. But I also want to let you know, if it's National Dog Day, my canine that I had in the military, and I did the same for when I got out of this military in the civilian world, I named both my shepherds the same thing, JD. And it wasn't anything for drinking it. Just called him Just Dog. So I have a special fondness for dogs, and I always name them JD, Just Dog, because that way you feel like you're cool calling them a 2-letter name, but really it tries to keep the attachment level to a minimum, so when they pass, which they will, you're not quite so sad.
Well, I got to tell you, Chowder, you see, Odie has done his job. He absolutely stole the day because it's International Cat Day, and Odie Day has stolen the day. I got to go. I got to take the break. I got to get Rick Mihalik on the phone now from our friends at NACFI.
Later.
Bye. Madison, we got to take this break really quickly. We got to get Rick Mihalik on the phone, get a chance to dive in and talk to him. Our friends from NACFI are continuing the conversation. Madison, break us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocket the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner
Wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Guess what? Today is Friday. I want to share something with you before you get out and about today. I want you to enjoy your weekend, and I want you to think about the Lord a lot and think about how God has blessed you, especially in this trucking business. God has blessed all of us to be in a business that we can see results because we can see people eating at restaurants. We can see cars riding up and down the road because we delivered to fuel. We can see people wearing clothing because we've delivered to clothing stores. We can see all of the results about what we've done in this business called trucking. But I want to share something with you that oftentimes we get caught up in. It's found in John chapter 14, verse 1. It says, "Let not your hearts be troubled. Believe in God. Believe also in me." Our biggest struggle, I believe, in this industry that we in is we let our hearts get caught up into what we're doing, and we forget about the fact that God has the final say so. We forget about the fact that God loves us so much and he has a desire for us to do great things. But we get caught up in what we're doing that we forget about the fact that he still has the final say so. So as you're preparing to get out there this Friday evening and relax and enjoy your time, or if you're still out on the road driving, I want you to think about this. What is troubling your heart? Is it the freight that you're carrying, or is it something back home? But whatever it is, you give it to God. And the scripture says, and believe in God, believe also in me. That Jesus is telling us, if whatever is troubling you, give it to God. And God also, watch it, says, give it to my son, Jesus, so that we can deal with it, so that you can continue to enjoy this great thing called life. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Enjoy your Friday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Jimmy, are you enjoying your
Friday. Take a note for me, by the way. We've talked about this in the past, but we got to get and Dre's got a couple of them. We got to get all those Pastor John Fridays and drop the mic. We got to get those all back set up in here so we can drop them in here. He is I have to tell you really quickly before we talk to Rick Mihalik, and I want you guys to go to NACFE.org, NACFE.org, to find out what we're going to be talking about today. But I want to tell you that the reason that Pastor John, when the Bennett people came to us, having a morning affirmation can be a sticky thicket. I'll tell you this right now. You listen to what that man has to say, and any concerns you might have about that is that he is tough, but he is tough on you and himself. He is not tough on the world around him. He says, look inward, fix what ails you, and then you can go about the business of telling everybody else their business, if you do that at all. Speaking of telling people their business, I got to tell you, Rick Mihalik and the guys over at NACFE, what they really do is they look at other people's business. They look at the alternatives and the approaches that people take, and then they collate the data and then kind of express the results out there so that people can make informed choices about the approaches they'll be making over the next couple of years, the next couple of decades, and into the future and beyond. Rick is here this morning. He has returned. It is good to have him. We're talking about 4Gen this morning. Rick, how you doing, man? Happy Friday.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
It's good to have you. So let's just kind of dive in here because we're talking with Rick, who, of course, is the Director of Emerging Technologies and the lead on BEV fleets for ROL, as you know, Dave and I live in alphabet soup land. So kind of unpack what your experience over at 4Gen was and some of the things you saw and some of the things you're expecting as we move towards the big drive next month.
Yeah, so Ronald Les gives me a chance to go out in the field and actually meet fleets. And I met 4Gen Logistics out of Rialto, California. The facility I was at, they were operating 40 Volvo VNR electric trucks. They've had them for a couple years now. They've put in 13 hyper-fast charging stations that are capable of 350 kilowatt charging. And it was just exciting to be with this group. from the drivers all the way up to the owner, they are just fully committed to being a sustainable drayage fleet. They have this goal of being 100% battery electric by the end of this year. They're operating between Rialto in the Inland Empire in California and the ports of Long Beach and LA. It just was thrilling to be with this group. They're just so committed to the goal that they have.
How do you create that kind of culture? Because you got a chance to get up close and personal with 4Gen in regards to being able to see not just the people behind the desk, but the people behind the wheel, the people at all the stations, everywhere they're kind of making this a reality. How do you get this to be a shared culture experience? Because part of what you guys are going to be looking at ultimately is that none of this works. The human factor is everything in regards to onboarding new technologies or taking a different path. So how did you, in regards to what you saw, see them kind of make the decision across the board, and how did they implement it even at the smallest level?
Yeah, that corporate culture is huge. It starts with somebody having a vision, and the people in charge had this vision that they were going to improve the environment, that they were going to help California meet their goals for emissions reductions, and then they brought in equipment. They got people comfortable that it could do the job that they were going to do, and they were just really excited about the technology. And getting the vehicles in the hands of the drivers really helps. Letting them actually experiment, getting over their range anxiety issues and whatever questions they have about battery electric vehicles, they got through all of that very quickly by actually putting the vehicles on the road.
Yeah, and that's a big thing too, is that sometimes, we actually had a guy on the show yesterday talking about the idea of take action, both George Patton and Teddy Roosevelt sort of attitude to take action. And you can have the committee about having a committee to make the committee. This in many ways is kind of the exact opposite approach. It goes back to the kind of Teddy Roosevelt approach of let's just get this done and let's deal with the mistakes as they come. But we need to get this stuff out there and we need to start making it work now. That really was kind of and I did a little bit of reading on them as well too. That really was the experience. They were willing to deal with the process, warts and all. It wasn't a tentative embrace of what they're trying to do, correct?
Yeah, the video that we released on runonless.com today, one of the great quotes is they saw, the industry tends to see battery electric vehicles as an obstacle, and this company saw it as an opportunity. And that's the different perspective that successful companies bring to the table, is they're looking to make the technology work. They're not trying to find reasons why it won't work. And that's what was thrilling about talking to these people. It was really, really exciting for me to be with them.
It's interesting, too, because runonless.com/participants is where you can find out about all the companies that got, and I'm calling it the embedding, the great embedding, because we're talking about not just one or two folks here. We're talking about looking at a whole bunch of different alternatives here, looking at different companies with different approaches, different push-ins, different decisions in regards to their business model. And so it kind of brings me to my final question. You can take some time unpacking this. So you've seen a lot of this going on over there on the West Coast. When we finally get to the actual run, to the September deadline, what are your expectations of what you're going to see?
Yeah, so in September we're running all these different powertrains, the hydrogen fuel cell and natural gas and renewable diesel and battery electric, and we're going to be able to compare how they operate in their specific duty cycles. And it's real world trucks and real world operations. And so, you take all the hype out, all the advertising out, and see what's really going on with these vehicles in September when we operate them for 3 weeks.
I had a process question about the videos you guys create, about the content you create. So you want to make sure that the stuff doesn't go on in perpetuity, that it isn't lengthy. But you guys don't have a sort of, you're not PR folks. That's not what you do. You're telling the truth, and you're trying to give an overview of what happened and what went down. How do you manage to make stuff consumable while at the same time telling the viewer and the listener the truth, like we do here? I mean, that's one of the great charges that Dave and I talked about. How do we get enough of a sense that you guys went into the weeds with the information that you need, while at the same time not overwhelming people with so much information they can't process it? Are you following me, Rick?
Yeah, we've got some excellent people. We're not a huge group, but we've got some quality people who know how to do this stuff, and we've been doing it since 2017 when Run on Left started. We just focus on providing unbiased information. That's our whole purpose in life, is to filter the noise and get people the information they need to make decisions properly.
By the way, they get right to the signal, by the way, which is, of course, that's a pretty good reference to get through that noise and actually get to the signal. We are talking, by the way, about with Rick Mihalik this morning about 4Gen logistics. I just want to get a couple of final thoughts from you before we actually run out of time here. What were the problems they dealt with in doing this? Because one of the things about jumping in like this, about going full throttle and making a push, is that you're going to hit some speed bumps. What were the problems that they actually encountered, and how did they actually manage to maneuver their way around those obstacles?
Yeah, one of the biggest ones they had, they had the charging capability put in, but they were working with a manufacturer, and they were having some trouble getting trucks. And so they talked to another manufacturer, just took advantage of an opportunity, and the other manufacturer gave them a truck, and they got sold on it very quickly, and they were able to actually build up a supply of vehicles. Now they're operating more than 75 of them in Southern California and 40 at this facility. So that's just finding the solution rather than getting stuck at the roadblock, right?
Yeah, I mean that to me is kind of the big thing, is the fact of tracking where the issues are, and it goes back to the idea of what you talked about at the beginning of the conversation. How do we in fact get it out there as quickly as possible? Because the other thing is, when you get it out there as quickly as possible, you still got to make sure that it works to some degree before you do it. The ramp up must have been highly accelerated. So I can imagine there must have been, at least when it first started, a sense of, we're going to have to really keep a hawkeye out for what could possibly go wrong here, because they got there in an awful hurry, did they not?
Yeah, they committed to being 100% zero emission vehicles and jumped right in with both feet. So, I think that's part of the success that they've had, is that they showed everybody that they were committed to go do this, and then they moved on and put the vehicles in place and just started making them work.
By the way, ROL means run on less, but it also means you got to make an investment in the people that are driving it. Of course, I saved my last question for our listeners. What did you see in regards to the driver buy-in? What did you see in regards to the folks who actually had to at the end of the day, be behind the wheel?
Yeah, a lot of these drivers come in with a diesel background and a lot of questions and concerns. And once they've been driving for a week or 2 weeks, what we found is these drivers just absolutely love the trucks, and they figure out how to make them work, so how to get the distance that they need out of them. They're not getting stranded at the side of the road. They get confidence in it. They just absolutely love the vehicles. They're quiet, and they just really appreciate the torque that they have.
I'll tell you this too, Rick. When you tell people that they get to have a good time and get to explore some new technology, and not the fact that they have to eat their broccoli, it's amazing how people can kind of come along for the ride. Rick, we're out of time here. I can't wait to talk to you again. I can't wait for the big drive, the Run on Less in September. I'm really excited about that. Guys, go to NACFE, and of course that is NACFE.org/team to find out about them. The teams, by the way, but you can also go to runonless.com/participants and find out who actually is in the action. Rick, it's always good to talk to you. Go have a great weekend, man.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We're going to be back on the other side. We got a great guest coming up. I'll introduce him on the other side. Is Showtime still on the phone? Yeah, we're going to take Showtime's call. We come out of the break. We'll talk to him for a moment. Then we'll talk about this wonderful book. It's by Tony Stewart, by the way, and it is deeply moving, called Carrying the Tiger. It's also a great value lesson for all you guys out there who have a hard time expressing your feelings.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org. Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Hey, thanks for cruising with us. Now let's get back to Road Gang Radio. Here's Jimmy Mack, live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans.
Hey, in just a few moments here, after we talk with our good friend Showtime for a moment, we're going to be talking with Tony Stewart. His wife, Lynn, received a sudden and devastating diagnosis, and then the scramble began to find effective treatment, navigate life-threatening setbacks, and learn to live fully in the shadow of death. That book, which, by the way, comes with my highest recommendation, Carrying the Tiger, is not just a book of a memoir of a life lived and a life loved. It's also the memoir and a self-help book to some degree about how one deals with grief. They make a crucial decision early on that, despite all the other setbacks, actually keeps them in good stead, is that they don't hide the truth. They go straight to their friends immediately, and it makes all the difference. I have a friend like that, in fact, on the phone right now. My good friend Showtime has given us a call. He's one of the first people I called when we began our platform change. Many of you other guys out there know you got the call as well. Thank you so much for being there. Hey, Showtime, what's the good word? How we doing?
Hey, good this morning. In Michigan, about 3 hours from dropping these prototypes off.
Oh, nice. What's on your mind? What's going on, my friend, as I sit here in the shadow of the sign you sent?
You know, when you're talking about that truck driver missing,
Yeah.
there's a bunch of people that keep sending out this stuff that these people are missing, and then you find out later it was all fake. And a lot of it, if you start to look at them, they won't say when they were last seen. They won't say where they're missing from or anything like that. I mean, one of them was a female police officer. She went to work and didn't come home. Well, in what city is she a police officer? You know, they would never put anything up. So you got to watch these scams that they're putting up and sending out.
Here's a couple of telltale signs. And by the way, there are people who are really clever about this too. Paige Orson Welles. But there are people who are really clever about this. Here's things to look for that kind of give it the patina or the ring of truth. Is their family present on social media making requests for their whereabouts? Is the sheriff's department where they went missing putting out any sort of stuff on their social media? Just as much as social media lies, there are places on social media where you can get the truth. If, in fact, you see anything like that, I always tell people the first place you go to is ask yourself, what jurisdiction is this, in fact, happening in? And go to that jurisdiction social media pages. They will post missing. They will post search. They will post information like that, and they will often direct you to the family members as well, who will give you information to help spot them. Where's the dispatcher? Where's the trucking company? All of that stuff. I think it's people having fun doing urban legending and telling tales, and sometimes deliberately seeing if they get any traction out of that. But you bring up a really good point too. Do you think that cry wolf might actually end up jeopardizing somebody's life down the line?
Yeah. And it just, I think some of these people just do it to get the clicks.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're doing. They're trying to drive their page, so they make this stuff up just to try and get clicks to build a following.
I think it is a well said point, and there are ways of doing that playfully and fun. I don't think that's one of them. I don't think that's one of them, because that also is a big black eye to the industry too, because it creates an atmosphere of you get out there on the road and you might go missing. That's a really terrible thing, and that often haunts you. The idea that somebody is going to go missing at some point, and there's going to be a delay on the search for them because people are going to be trying to verify. I
was just going to say that.
Yeah, I figured you were. My friend, I got to talk to Tony coming in here, but I wanted to make sure we got you on. What's the weekend? What's the weekend look like for you?
Get to Baltimore tomorrow, load, try and get back to Gary, Indiana, hopefully on Sunday if I have the hours. If so, that'll be 4,000 miles this week.
Thank you, my friend. Best of weekends. And as always, your sign rides with us from now until the wheels fall off of this thing. Okay?
All right. Everybody be careful out there.
Thank you, sir. Tony Stewart, by the way, has made award-winning films for colleges and universities, written computer software that's received rave reviews, designed a grants management application that was used by 3 of the 5 largest charities in the world, and led the development of an international standard for the messages involved in buying and selling advertisements. Tony and his late wife, Lynn Catula, a painter, traveled extensively in India and Southeast Asia. That's part of my favorite parts of this book, by the way. It's some really lovely stories. At one point, Madison, they end up sitting down with with somebody's parents. This guy leaves them with his Indian parents, and they all kind of sit around in a 4-circle just smiling and nodding. This is a wonderful book, guys, by the way. Many of you, I know you through the St. Christopher funds. I know you through some of the, we just had a loss in our own community, by the way. Our good friend Skater is no longer with us, of Astro Boy and Skater. We've talked about Al and what he's going through right now. And I can't recommend this book enough for many of you guys who have problems processing grief or talking about grief. I'd like to welcome Tony Stewart. He is the author of Carrying the Tiger, and it's a pleasure to have you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Jimmy. Am I on? Can you hear me?
I can hear you just grand. Can you hear me?
I certainly can, and I've really enjoyed, because I've been on the line listening to your show for the last few minutes. I couldn't be more different from your audience. I'm sitting in New York City. I've never driven a truck in my life, but it's been really cool to get this sense of what all you guys are doing, and a little taste of all those hours and miles out on the road that this show supports. And that's been fascinating to me.
Let me ask you a question, too. I usually save this for the end, but since we're talking, we have one of our listeners who actually has downloaded 600 audiobooks. And we go through about 2 or 3 books a week here, sometimes 4 or 5. We read them all because we curate them all. We try to figure out what speaks to our friends out there that are listening. Is the book available in audio yet?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It came out in all the versions, ebook, print, and audio, and I narrated it myself, which was a hugely emotional experience for me because it meant I had to relive everything. I don't want to say had to. I enjoyed it, but I cried a lot in between the takes.
I did, too, in terms of reading this book. I was deeply moved. I'm one of 32 grandchildren. I have a lot of aunts and uncles, a lot of older relatives, many of whom have gone through what you've gone through. My mom's best friend, her best, her maid of honor at her wedding. We lost her, and so much of this is so universal in its specificity. And I wanted to begin with a really kind of simple question. I wanted you to tell people about Lynn, tell them who she was, because I have one quote, and there's so much more than this. Early in the book, you say she doesn't smoke, she walks everywhere. She easily climbs 5 flights of stairs in her studio and swims 60 lengths in the Columbia University pool 5 times a week. And the line that broke my heart was, just 6 months ago, she quit her part-time job so she could devote herself to painting full-time. And that alone is moving. Tell us about Lynn.
Well, Lynn was the love of my life. We were together 30 years. She was an artist, a painter, as you just realized. She did sell paintings. She had a gallery here in New York, but not at all the kind of famous, successful person you that you hear about in the news. More like your working painter if you can imagine such a thing, where she lived to make her paintings, but they certainly didn't pay the bills. So she had a part-time job as a proofreader at a law firm, which is the one she quit. She was in her 60s at the time she quit. I mean, we had lived, pretty full lives together. The other sentence that comes up just a little earlier on that page, I think, she moved through the world with a smile on her face.
Yeah.
And that's part of what I just loved about her. She saw light everywhere, light, the good side in everything. Very, very smart woman with a wicked sense of humor. And from the minute I met her about 30 years earlier, she just made me feel whole and happy and safe and comfortable and relaxed. And yeah.
I'm going to say really quickly, and I want you to keep on going, is that, my own story, the ages are reversed with my wife and I, but the whole thing in the beginning, when you guys talk about the idea that love often comes when we least expect it. And I didn't get married till I was 47. And the idea that you capture in this book, but the idea that, just buy somebody in a pool lane and then your whole life in the blink of an eye, without even realizing that gradually, and then all of a sudden you're with the love of your life. And that journey frames what it is that happens later on. And so in continuing to talk about Lynn, I also want you to talk to our friends out there about how do we maintain care and concern while carrying our own burden of grief. So if you want to finish up on Lynn here for a second, if you could pivot to that, I think it would be really helpful for a lot of our friends out there.
Well, sure. I mean, I don't actually have, I could either talk for an hour about Lynn and we'd be 3 segments into your show, or kind of pause. I think I've said most, talking about her starts to make me sad. And I like being sad and I like remembering Lynn, but I do want to move on.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure. Frame your question again. I want to be sure I answer what you're heading towards.
Well, the idea that one of the things you have to do is you're carrying your own emotional burden during this, but you've got to be supportive for Lynn and for many other people in her life. So you've got to, right down to the point of having to read aloud the comments and to be able to also write the comments, because it's a burden that your wife doesn't want to carry, that Lynn doesn't want to have to write into the website. And it goes back to the idea that you guys make a really faithful decision that you're going to tell the truth to everybody, that you're going to lay out what's going on. So talk about that in regards to, does that help you carry the burden of grief and growing sense of grief that goes along this journey with mixed in hope as you go from place to place looking for it?
Well, yes, absolutely. And we wouldn't have the book Carrying the Tiger if I hadn't done that. But that's like a spill off at the end. Lynn, just to explain to the listeners, we got this diagnosis, we were scared to death, and it never occurred to us to keep it a secret. So it's not like we consciously said, oh, let's tell our friends. It's more like that's just who we were. But the payoff from that over the next, the book covers almost 10 years, was fantastic. And it started with, we set up this website on a thing called caringbridge.org, which is a terrific resource. If anyone out there is dealing with a horrible illness, you can set up a little private website to communicate with your friends through this, and it's free. And it's what we did. And Lynn said, I just want to live my life. I'm happy for everyone to know, but would you please write the posts? And so starting in those early months, but going on for years, whenever there was anything to say, which in the beginning was like every day with one doctor or another and twists and turns, I would write a post that night, and our friends would read it, and they'd write comments back. And that opened the world to us. It gave us this huge amount of support. Some of the comments were actually like suggestions that I wouldn't have thought of from people who'd walked this road before or taken that drug before or whatever, which was just phenomenal. We ended up with several hundred people. It grew and grew over a couple of years to like friends of friends. Oh, I want in on that, who helped us. And then it also meant that during her normal course of her day, and Lynn was not bedridden all that time. We had a lot of twists and turns, but she was out and about large parts of those years. She could have normal conversations with her friends because her friends knew what was going on from reading Caring Bridge. And it meant she could have a simulation of as much of her normal life as possible. You can't get all of it when your body's being attacked by cancer and treatment for cancer. We couldn't do all the things we used to do. We couldn't do those wonderful travels anymore, but we had a lot. And communicating with our friends, I mean, we'll go on, I'm sure, was the start, was the linchpin for all that came after.
I wanted to ask a couple of, and by the way, if you guys are just joining us, Tony Stewart joins us this morning. Carrying the Tiger is the name of the book. It details not just the journey of he and his wife Lynn, but a journey through grief. And I wanted to kind of bring this up as well too. The idea that battling grief can often lead to depression. Battling sadness can often lead to depression. I've often heard it said that if you are sad or in grief, you sink. If you are depressed, you fight the sinking and you end up drowning. Can you kind of talk about the idea of how, while Lynn was with us, you managed to maintain your own spirits while maintaining self-care for yourself to be there for her? I think a lot of the friends out there that drive on the road who often deal with this kind of stuff, we just lost a member of the trucking community a couple of months ago in not the same, but similar situation. How do you deal with that? How do you be there for somebody while making sure you take care of yourself?
Oh, there's 2 or 3 levels to that. And of course, you've read the book, so you saw that the first year that this was all going on, I didn't take good enough care of myself, and I had a kind of a breakdown. I had some physical accidents that were clearly the result of my fatigue and distraction, and I had an emotional breakdown. And the lessons that I learned from that were several. First of all, I had not been open with my friends about what I was feeling in that first year. I was sharing what it was like for us as a couple and what it was like for Lynn. And meanwhile, I was having all of these horrible thoughts, like maybe it would be better if she died sooner rather than later. Mm-hmm. Or like, oh, I really wish I miss being able to have sex the way we used to, because the cancer had made whatever we used to do impossible. Doesn't mean we weren't intimate. It just means that I missed stuff. But of course I couldn't tell Lynn. And I didn't tell anyone else. And I was living with the sense that if I ever said these words out loud, I would betray her, because I loved her. I didn't want her to die. But it was a very difficult year, and that's what you feel. And I felt alone. And after that breakdown, with Lynn's encouragement, I started being more open about those feelings. First with her, and that was a terrible risk. I thought, oh my God, if I tell her these things, she's going to think I betrayed her. She's going to get angry. She's going to push me away. Didn't work like that at all. In our case, it bonded us, that she discovered what I was going through. And then she encouraged me in my case, I went and got a therapist. My insurance plan covered it. Not everyone has that luxury. But I found someone that I could talk to and I could say these things to. And he told me, it's okay. This is normal. This is what happens when you're under that kind of stress supporting someone. It doesn't mean you don't love her. It just means you're human. And then the other side of it was paying attention to how much sleep I was getting, paying attention to sometimes saying no to her requests. That's not in the book. Saying no when she asked for things that were just going to push me over the edge, and saying, no, I can't. I'm stretched to the limit here. If I do any more, I'll break. Getting more real about what it was like to live with this and to be supporting her all the time, drawing some limits, being more open about it, and trying to get more sleep, which wasn't always possible. I don't know if that answered your question, but that's what came to my mind.
No, it did answer my question. And you can see, by the way, and thank you for your kind words about the trucking community, who are a deeply caring community. But as I read this paragraph, I was scrambling through the book this morning, trying to find the things that actually made a real big impact on me. As months pass, I become physically and mentally drained and increasingly distracted. In July, I take our car for its annual inspection. After I bring it back, I notice steam rising from under the hood. Without thinking, I open the hood and remove the plastic cap from the water reservoir to check the level. The water pump is broken, and the reservoir is full of steam, which erupts like a geyser, seriously scalding my hand. And you can see why, when I got to that part of the book, I went, oh, my God, my friends out there who are on the road in their trucks will understand, because distracted driving for so many people out there is a genuine growing problem on the road. And I bring this up not as a safety issue, but as a reminder that if you don't take care of yourself in moments like this, you will not be there to take care of anybody else. And I was kind of curious if Lynn, as you mentioned, it happens in the book too, Lynn encouraging you to be honest, if in fact that we need to commit to taking care of ourselves as a way of committing to being there for the people we love.
It's huge. That is such a deep truth of being human and being alive. If you don't take care of yourself, you can't be there for the people you love. Obviously, it's very hard when you're under that kind of stress to find the balance where what does it mean to take care of yourself? But you've got to work on that. You let yourself get pulled in like I did in that first year, and soon I actually, after that, I had a bike. I ride bicycle for exercise, and I had a terrible crash because I just kept going in a thunderstorm, and my brakes got wet, and I lost control. And what the hell was I doing riding my bike in the thunderstorm? I was saying to myself, you can do this. You can do this, which is what I've been saying to myself the whole year when I was pushing that hard and almost broke. And then after that, no more bike accidents, no more scalded hand. Doesn't mean it got a whole lot easier, but it meant I was more grounded, and I was able to be there for Lynn.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. That's what I really kind of picked up there as well, too. It doesn't become easy sailing, but you actually know how to navigate the ship all of a sudden. Am I making sense with that? The idea that it's like the road, the route, the seas, they're all still difficult as you kind of go through this, Tony. But what's happened is that, the old great joke of the guy falls into the hole and people pass by and no one will help him. And then finally somebody comes by and jumps in the hole and he says, now we're both in the hole. And the other guy says, yeah, but now I know the way out. And the truth of the matter is that you actually by that point suddenly realize this isn't going to get easy, but now I've kind of learned what is going to make it harder. And in many ways, it feels like dealing with grief, dealing with this process is figuring out ways to not let it be harder than it actually has to be. Correct?
I think so very much. And I also think that everything we just said about going through supporting a partner who's going through this horrible experience and medical problems and all as the first half of the book, you get to the last part of the book, it's how I dealt with my grief, and the lessons are almost the same. It's allowing yourself to feel it, to understand it, to let it come through you, to not try and push it away, and also to talk to someone, to talk to people, to not hold it in. It completely screws you up, completely, when you're in deep grief. And it's just very, very hard to get your work done, to get through your day. And we have a society that tries to tell you should man up and get on, 2 weeks have passed, get back out there, and you can't do it. This is all such normal stuff, but we try and suppress it. Instead, we should be letting ourselves acknowledge, shit, this is horrible. I'm feeling terrible. And then find someone to talk to. Don't hold it in, because it'll turn out that everyone else who's been through deep grief has felt the same stuff and can help you.
The other thing about finding people that can help you, and by the way, one of the great things about Caring Bridge is that, and there are kind of drawbacks to listening to people online, talking with people online, but one of the great advantages is when people write stuff thoughtfully, when you write stuff thoughtfully, it forces people to actually go through what you're actually writing down, as opposed to, look, the people who want to help, but what they're really doing is waiting to interrupt, as opposed to giving you the platform to speak. And I'm kind of curious, is in your process of going through this, you had the benefit of actually having professional help, but to remind people that listening and letting people kind of unpack what they're going through is such a crucial element. And simply people being able to write out their feelings really kind of gave them full voice and gave them the time to be able to articulate what they're going to say. Can you talk a little bit about that, about how it is we need to support people who were going through what you and Lynn were going through?
You actually just said the two most important things. The single most important thing is not to try and give suggestions, etc., not to try and say what you should do, but to start out by saying what's going on and give the person a space to talk. Just let the person talk. I'm especially thinking on the grief side. Of course, I got some practical advice when we were, dealing with her cancer. As I said, people saying, "Oh, I took that drug. Watch out for this side effect," or whatever. Practical advice. Of course, if you have advice, give advice, but not like you should feel better, or at least it's not this bad or anything. Just give the person space to talk and to let their feelings out. And then as the person who is grieving or living with this, if you are able to do some kind of journaling, oh my God, it is so great. I never kept a journal in my life before Caring Bridge and Lynn, before this situation. But the fact that I was kind of being required to do this journaling, which I didn't think of that way, I thought of it as telling our friends what was going on. meant that I got these huge benefits of processing my feelings as I wrote them down and thinking about them and realizing, oh my God, this is what's going on. We don't always know what's going on in our day, in our thoughts, until we do something like try and write them down. And that doesn't mean you have to publish what you wrote down. But there have been studies that have shown again and again the process of simply writing a few paragraphs at the end of the day, early morning, whatever, about what it felt like, what you feel like, what just happened, is hugely beneficial to going through something really hard. And I was doing it without even knowing any of that. I didn't find out how good it was till after the fact.
Tony, my producer just shot me a look, and I had the same thought that occurred to her as well. This show, by the way, the first 2 hours, except on Fridays when we do stuff like talk to people like you, the first 2 hours are spent, we say, making a living. The second 2 hours are spent making a life. I get a co-host in those last 2 hours named Lindsay Lawler, and she just launched a new podcast. Most of it is with singer-songwriters, although she is interested in talking to authors. Her whole podcast is called We Should Write, and it's about the healing, therapeutic power of writing, where she says, forget about the idea of publishing a song or publishing a book, but just sit down and write yourself to a place where you have a better sense of self, a better sense of who you are, and a better sense of where you want to go. And I'm going to actually put you on the spot in the midst of the promotion of this wonderful book, by the way, which is called Carrying the Tiger. Comes with my highest recommendation. If you, in fact, if you guys can work it out, you should probably drop in on her show at some point and talk with her about that as well.
I would absolutely love to. I have all I have is the phone number that we're talking on in terms of contact information, but you can shoot me a text, tell me who to talk to, or after we hang up, I'll stay on the line if your producer can tell me what to do.
Yeah,
we
will keep you completely in the loop on that. We've only got a few minutes left here, and by the way, it's interesting because a war veteran is going to be joining me next on the air, and also a good friend of ours, Jeff Pierce, who is with Reeves Across America, where they lay all those Reeves, all of the tombstones in Arlington and all over the country, is going to be joining us as well during that. And these are men, in many ways, who kind of do the same thing you do. They encourage people to find the space to talk, to work through grief, and to remember that if you talk about it, you're relieving the burden and allowing yourself to regain your strength. Where is the book tour taking you? Where are the conversations taking you? How have people been responding? It's just come out. I mean, I got an early edition of it. Talk to us a little bit about that.
No, the book is now out. It's been out just a couple of months, and you can get it everywhere. Carrying the Tiger. Search for it anywhere, all over Amazon, but everywhere else. I've been now on 35 podcasts, something like that, because there's a whole community out there of people who want to talk about either grief or caregiving, living with cancer kinds of things, and they've really invited me on one after another, and I've been having the most amazing conversations. It's changing me to have these longer conversations. They ask me deep questions, and we just kind of go with it. Some of them are an hour long. So that's the tour. I'm not like showing up in person in bookstores. I'm doing it all right here, mostly on Zoom. But it's been absolutely fascinating and rewarding.
By the way, you can find Tony Stewart NY on the gram of Insta. And of course, you can find Carrying the Tiger everywhere the books are sold. And yes, for odd, it is on audio. You can actually listen to it in your cab. I would advise you guys to remember that it is a serious subject told with love, and there's a sense of redemption that rolls through it in a very minor way, in the sense that it's like this grief is unbearable, and then suddenly we learn to navigate it. Tony, you're welcome back anytime, my friend. We're thrilled to have you. Madison's going to pick up the phone, and you're just going to give her your email, and somebody will be in touch from our folks, okay?
That would be great. Thank you so much, Jim.
Oh, you got it, my friend. Carrying the Tiger is the name of the book. We're going to take a quick break here. Come back on the other side. We're going to talk to Chris Gonzalez and also our friend Jeff Pierce from Reach Across America. We'll be talking to him in just a little bit. It's great to see you, by the way, my friend. We'll get his microphone hot and going. Madison, if you would just put us into the break, pick up the phone, talk to our friend Tony, and let him know, get his email from him. We'll be back on the other side of this with Chris Gonzalez. Gonzo! Who we've talked to before, who's actually been in studio, same place Jeff is sitting right now. We'll be right back after these messages. It's Road Gang Radio. Go to ShadyRays.com. They've got your back.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Travel centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit pittsburghpower.com to order yours today.
Back to the talk that keeps America moving. This is Road Gang Radio. Let's rejoin your host, Jimmy Mack, live from the Big Easy.
I am going to make Jeff Pierce, who's sitting across from me, feel a little bit better. In the master headset, our listeners actually were able to hear our good friend Madison out there. Madison, do we have Jeff's microphone on yet? We weren't expecting someone until a couple of days ago, and Madison, by the way, is sitting in for Phone Master Dre, who is taking care of a personal matter. He's fine, by the way. He's doing just Dan and Grandy. We're going to do a quick mic check here. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Not bad. Not bad at all. You can actually lift it up a little bit if you want to. Get it.
Speak directly into this.
Yeah,
I'm new.
It's okay. You've done it once or twice. One of my favorite people in the world, Jeff Pierce, actually joins us this morning. We're also going to be having a great conversation. By the way, we got Chris Gonzalez, and make sure I get this right. Lemuel Israel? Is it Lem? What do we go by?
Do
we have him on?
Yes.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
1 second.
Gonzo, you there?
There we go.
Hey, Lem, you there?
He does go by, this is Chris, he goes by Lemuel.
Okay, Lemuel. Okay, fantastic. And of course, Chris Gonzalez, who is actually sat in the same seat that Jeff is sitting in right now, both join us this morning. Guys, give me a second. Let me kind of catch up with Jeff, and then we'll slide you into the conversation. This is a great conversation, by the way, Jeff. We're going to be talking about, if you teach a man to fish, I mean, if you catch a man a fish, you can feed him. If you teach a man to fish, you can feed him for the rest of his life. When did you get here, by the way, Jeff?
I've been here since Tuesday for the Vietnam Veterans of America National Convention.
That's kind of fantastic. How is that going?
It is great. So the convention, annual convention. So this is their big meeting where they vote on all the things. And we're in the Veterans Mall with a lot of our partners and just sharing the stories of our Vietnam veterans. And,
That's fantastic. Hold on one second. Maddie, would you be so kind as to mute our friends on the other side? Thank you. Deal with 1,000 things. By the way, Jeff understands this. By the way, Madison, this is really great. You'll appreciate this. So Madison just joined us about a month and a half ago when we first started. And her first time producing the show by herself was also our first remote broadcast.
Oh, wow.
So Dre got his first vacation after 2 years of only getting Christmas off when I went up to Ocean Springs to produce the show for him. Because he called me on Christmas and he said, right before Christmas, he said, "Man, can I have Christmas morning off?" And I'm like, "Yeah, since you haven't had one in forever." And I drove up to Ocean Springs and produced the show for him. The first time Dre got more than 2 days off in a row was last week. He had,
wow.
In 2.5 years.
2.5 years.
In 2.5 years, he had not had a day off. The only days off he'd ever gotten were the times that I was able to go up to Ocean Springs and sit there on the board and produce my show or Dave's show simultaneously while doing the show. And Madison gets trained up really quickly, and then Dre finally gets his vacation. And then we realized in doing that vacation, and he had to take it, it was been planned by his girlfriend and the people in his life who loved him. He was then told, we were then told, "Oh yeah, we're going to TXTA that weekend too." So Madison, you're learning how to produce. Oh, and by the way, you're now responsible for our remote broadcast. And she did it. We got through it in one piece, completely intact and all that kind of stuff. So you've been here for the week. I know Brad Bentley has talked about it. Has it been a good experience? And by the way, it's been mercifully, I know you're going to be stunned by this, mercifully cool in New Orleans compared to what it normally feels like, which, by the way, for anybody else's standards, isn't mercifully cool. How's the week in New Orleans been?
It's been fantastic, an opportunity to talk to these veterans and their partners. I mean, it's such a healing. You've been with me on these things, right?
Yeah.
And it's such a healing for these folks to share their stories of service because there's so many years nobody cared about our Vietnam veterans. So giving them the welcome home that they deserve and letting them share, it's been heavy. There's been some heavy stories this week about their service. Yesterday, I was blessed to talk to a nurse who served in Vietnam, first female veteran that we talked to all week that served in Vietnam, and her story of, service and learning so much in Vietnam and her family's service and what happened to her when she got home.
Wow.
And she shared all that, and Janelle, who's working with me, she's one of our regional liaisons, was like, you could see her remembering everything as she was telling her story through the interview, and it was one of those she just laid it all out there from start to finish, from becoming a nurse and then deciding that she was going to go into the United States Army, and then her all expense paid trip to Vietnam and working in an OR in Da Nang in the late 60s. It was incredible, and that's what we're doing, right? We're sharing these stories of service. We're remembering these veterans. We're honoring them. And we just created an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with the Vietnam Veterans of America, a long time coming, so we can continue the legacy of welcoming them home, because there's an expiration date on the Vietnam Veterans of America.
I'm living with one right now. He's 82. He has lost 60 pounds. His hair is still brown. He's in better shape than he's been in 3 years, but he's still 82.
Right.
And one sits across from me every Monday, and he is still sharp as a tack, still goes to the gym, but he is 76 years old.
Our youngest Vietnam, I'm sorry to interrupt, your youngest Vietnam veteran is 68 years old. So then you've got the Vietnam veterans in their 90s, right? So there's a whole broad spectrum of Vietnam veterans. And so, they're working on ascension planning for the Vietnam Veterans of America to continue their legacy. Reads Across America, of course, is going to be part of that. And we're also going to make sure that the 50th Vietnam commemoration mission of welcoming home Vietnam veterans continues as they sunset later this year in November.
Yeah, and it's such an important thing too, because there are many people who for a long time carried that grief with them. Didn't think that anybody cared because they had been enculturated when they returned home in the first place. As Dave Nemo says, how many truck drivers, in fact, were people who simply wanted to be left alone, get in that cab and drive away from what they had experienced because they thought nobody wanted to listen? And now it turns out that a lot of people are out there, in fact, listening and creating space. You came in right after this, but the gentleman I just talked to, Tony Stewart, he had a marvelous moment. I said, let's just start with his wife, Lynn Catula. Let's talk about her for a little bit. And as he began to do it, he said, I'll tell you, he said, can we pivot to talk about, the grief inside the book? He said, because while I have learned to kind of accept being sad and enjoy being sad, he said, talking about Lynn makes me really, really sad. And a lot of people don't understand when you begin to articulate that, it brings it all back up again. But we need to kind of continue to create space for people to talk. It's what you guys do over there. You have amazing programming. You are constantly finding ways to give veterans voice, especially when they're the ones taking the initiative. It's not just a matter of like, well, come on our show and we'll let you talk a little bit, then get out of here. You're constantly in your programming going, do you have a show? We can make room for it. Let's get some stuff going on here. Let's give you the space to kind of feature your show and let people hear what it is you have to say. That's, as I sit here and bloviate, that is one of the real keys to making all of this work, is to encourage people that there is a space to talk. Because Chris Gonzalez, who we've got on the phone here, he actually reached out to me and said, I got another story for you. And it really is what you guys do over there with your radio program, Jeff Pierce's. What you guys do is you create a space to allow people to unburden themselves, to articulate themselves, or to maybe feel better about what they think they've been sitting on for a while, right?
Absolutely, and also making sure those stories are shared. I'm gonna share this with you because I'm just super excited about this. So, you're familiar with the history of the USS Missouri, right? The
Yes.
Japanese surrender. So we just did a partnership with the USS Missouri Foundation, and originally I was angling to get a free trip to Hawaii for their
right there with
ceremony.
you.
But through the course of conversation with their foundation, I found out on the shelf they had these firsthand accounts from sailors who served on the USS Missouri, and they were just sitting on the shelf. And I said, let us produce a podcast for you. So we just launched The Last Battleship last Monday, and it is firsthand accounts from sailors who served on the USS Missouri. And this is cool, and it may sound a little weird to say that this is cool, but when you Google these sailors' names, you're getting their obituary. Okay?
Yeah,
because
that
they're
is cool.
not with us, right?
That is cool. I mean, there's nothing uncool about that. The fact is, and it continues the mission. Nobody's saying anybody's name for the last time. That's one of the great things about this modern technology that often infuriates us. There is an opportunity to hear people's names said over and over and over again. No one slips into the ether and is gone if we choose to love them, right?
And their voices live on, right? And you and I have talked enough for a living to know that somewhere there's a soundbite, right?
Right.
But these are just regular people who enlisted in the United States Navy or Marine Corps, and now their voice is going to be heard again, which is just phenomenal.
By the way, you know Gonzo, don't you? You know Chris Gonzalez, don't
No, I
you?
don't. So I'm excited to meet him.
Oh, my God. Chris Gonzalez, by the way. I want everybody to head on over, and we'll bring them on now. I want everybody to head over to NXT Step Vets, nextstepvets.org. I want people to head over to VFW5354.org. I want people to find him at Chris-Gonzalez-Gonzo on the LinkedIn, by the way. There is so much to talk about here this morning. Chris Gonzalez has brought a friend. I'm going to let him do the actual introductions, but first I want to tell you about Finding Purpose to Thrive. Next Step Vets is a 501c3. It is dedicated to assisting unemployed veterans find their purpose to thrive. Next Step Vets has a focus on four main pillars: mental, spiritual, mentorship, career path. Notice there's a trajectory there, guys. Often Chris starts at the most basic needs. Do you have a place to put your head down at the end of the night? By helping veterans translate their passion and purpose into financial freedom, we help veterans thrive. Basically, at the end of the day is, let's figure out a way to get you a bed that you can make and a checkbook that you can balance. We'll figure out the rest from there. Chris Gonzalez, Gonzo, how did I do in describing your organization?
Wonderful, wonderful, man. Good morning. How y'all doing?
Doing great. Say hi to Jeff Pierce.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, there's one thing, Jimmy, that you did not add into what they do with the Vietnam Veterans of America and everything else is it's because of our Vietnam veterans that our current veterans are in the place they are, right? We know that through struggle comes resilience, and the Vietnam veterans, I mean, they joining, with American Legion, with the VFW, DAV, they really did create a much better lifestyle for the current veterans today. So for that, I will forever be grateful.
Amen to that, brother.
Yeah, my dad, who's the closest experience I have, his dedication, because of his brother Michael at Way City, his dedication to make sure that anybody else who served after him never got treated the way other people got treated, never found themselves alone. Those Vietnam vets, John Fry comes to mind, a lot of folks come to mind, who came back and said, look, this might have happened to me. This ain't going to happen to anybody who's come after me that I love. It is well said. Okay, Chris, I want you to introduce your friend. I want you to both kind of unpack this story. I think Jeff's going to get a big kick out of this, and our listeners will be really supercharged by it. When you reached out and wrote me the message, I want you to kind of tell folks who you've got and what he's up to, because it's so cool, and then we'll introduce him.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. So obviously, one of the things that I've done trying to help others is make connections with community services in the counties and the cities, with the VA veteran services in the area. And then essentially they help point folks that are in need, right? So I received a phone call from our Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati Community Services, and let me know about a veteran that their house had just burnt down. Now, this veteran has 2 children living at home with them. Plus, I mean, it's just, I was like, well, no, doesn't matter. Veterans Commission was going to take about 3 weeks before they could pay for his hotel. And I said, I'll step in, take care of the hotels right away. Now, through our conversations, obviously, everything I always try to do is figure out where does that person stand, where are they at mentally, and what really drives them. One of the interesting about conversation with Lemuel was I quickly picked up on his passion for growing. That's one of the things that he used when his house burnt down, was to be able to use gardening as his way to be able to, this was his therapy, right? It was his mental therapy to be able to build it up. And I saw the passion, I saw the light within him, and I'm like, there is no way we can't take advantage of this, right? So we've been working on essentially starting his own nonprofit. 3 Thumbs Up. It's a community garden that's going to basically feed the food pantries in the area, the veteran families in the area. Plus, he'll be providing knowledge to people that want to do their own gardens and even volunteer within the area, right? So the motto for 3 Thumbs Up is growing with nature. So you're not just growing the vegetables, you're growing your mind as well, right? Lemuel's a great guy, great personality, and I'll just kind of really turn it over to him and let him tell himself a little bit of that experience he's had with the next step.
Lemuel, good morning, by the way. And this is one of those moments I actually wish my wife was here on the air with us because, and along with the Nemos, I don't know if you know this, Jeff, Lemuel, the man who this show actually kind of all springs from, Dave Nemo, he, his daughter, his wife, my wife, are all avid gardeners. And I mean gardeners. I don't just mean like, I got a little flower plant in the window. I mean, their backyards are showcases where that's how they stay in shape. They just do this work. And I kind of want to begin there. In regards to gardening, and good morning to you, do you find that it not only takes care of your mind, but it actually allows you to stay fit and active? And good morning.
Good morning. Yes, I'll answer that with avid yes, a vivid yes, because not only does it help your mental, but it definitely helps your physical. I mean, you have to bend and dig, and there's so many things you have to do, and it helps you physically, and the mental reward is just, I mean, when you see your product, when you see your plants growing, that's your reward. I mean, that is nothing like it.
When did you find out you had this passion? What was the moment? Because we always kind of play with this and play with that, and at some point we're doing something and we realize, oh my God, I have a green thumb. Oh my God, I can grow stuff. When was the moment when you realized, I really want to do this, I really enjoy this? Was this something from your family, or did you come to this late?
It's funny. I always say, because people have most of my life, people have said, you have a green thumb. And I don't look at it like that because it's just sun and water. You put it in the sun and water, and it's gonna grow. Although there are things that you have to do. There are commitments you have to make to the plant. But to answer your question, my grandfather was a gardener, a farmer. His cousins were farmers, so we grew up, going to the garden with my grandfather. He had every fruit tree I can imagine in his yard, so I grew up with that. It wasn't until I got out the service that I decided to buy my first plant. I was living in Dallas, Texas. I went out, bought me a yucca plant, a few other plants, and started growing them. I had a lot of satisfaction. I went on vacation and I left everything, closed the curtains and left. I think I was gone for 2 weeks. I got back, everything was dead. So it just, that just gave me a whole different perspective of growing. Like, oh, you got to actually take care of this stuff. So, and from there, I'd say in probably 87 is when I first started my first garden, my personal garden. So I've been doing it since then, and I've been learning since then. So.
By the way, I will tell you this too, Lemuel. That is one of the best ways to find out if you're good at something, by screwing it up royally. And then,
right.
But I'm not kidding. You screw things up royally. I mean, you make a complete bollocks, as the British would call it, of the whole situation. And then you kind of go, okay, what did I do wrong? If the next time you do it, you fix it, you might be good at it. That's one of the best kind of confirmations. And sometimes walking away for 2 weeks and coming back and finding a lot of little shriveled souls begging for water is a way to remind yourself, you know what? If I'm going to do this and I go away, I might want to have to find somebody to water my plants. It makes a difference.
Exactly.
It makes a difference.
Yeah.
It's about a relationship. Do you talk to your plants? Do you talk to your produce when you're growing it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They're my babies. Yeah. And I want to take back, Trish said I had 2 kids at home. I actually have 5. I have 5 kids at home. So the age from 14 down to 6.
And by the way, don't you have more than that? Do you have 9? Do I understand 5 kids at home and 9 in the whole game?
Yes, I do. I have 4 daughters, and then kind of started my life all over again. All my daughters are grown, and I have grandkids with them. I have 6 grandkids. And I kind of started all over. I was just minding my life, gardening. I was actually putting a garden in. These people saw my passion for gardening, just like Gonzo did, and they started making flyers for me. Because I put their garden in. I actually had some great ideas that I wanted to do for their garden. I wanted to do this deck garden that I had seen that was coming out of California, and they didn't want to spend the money to do that, so they just got basically a raised bed with landscape timber. And then once I built it, then they said, well, that's a little too low. Can we bring it up this high? So we wound up building it up high enough so the lady didn't have to bend over. And after they bought all the landscape timber, all the dirt, I said, well, we could have built the deck that I was trying to build for you guys. But anyway, I just wanted to showcase my work because I'm also a carpenter. So I wanted to showcase my work to, get business from their neighbors. And it did, I started getting a lot of business from their neighborhood and stuff like that. And I got lost. I'm sorry.
No, you didn't get lost at all. As a matter of fact, going into the weeds is exactly what you want to do in a conversation about gardening. What is really fun about this is my wife, as I told you, is an avid gardener. We have a garden back at home that she is now agonizing about because we're renting that property because we live in California. The moment we got to California, she turned. I'm talking with Jeff Pierce here as well, and Chris Gonzalez, Gonzo, along with Lemuel. The moment we got there, Jeff, my wife transformed our balcony. She actually looked up what she could grow in California, didn't have any preconceived ideas, and did all succulents, and created an entire balcony where she could sit and have her breakfast, and transformed our balcony into a succulent garden. The number of people who walk by our apartment, we're on the second floor, who walk by with their dogs every morning and stop and just look up. And finally, one lady said, I'm in the building next door. If I paid you, would you come over and show me how to actually get my garden going? And Lem, you actually made a really good point that if, in fact, you transform one person's life with a garden, with that kind of work, that kind of landscaping, it does lead people to look at it and go, I would like that too. That's one of the time-honored ways of building a business, is it not? Have you found that you've gotten people to gravitate towards you since you've been able to show your work to other people?
Yeah. Yes, it actually, another story. Before I met these people, the reason I was out doing their garden, I just do my garden at home. Everybody walk by, like you say, walk by and say, oh, that's such a nice garden. Would you help me do one? Oh, yes, let's go. What you got? What do you want? You know? And this girl who, I guess she was liking me at the time. I wasn't taking it like that. Someone else brought it to my attention. But anyway, she would always come by. And one day she said, you know what? You can make some money doing this. And since you're going around helping everybody, you can make money doing it, helping people or putting in gardens. So me and her and another friend of mine and his wife, we got together and kind of brainstormed. And we came up with this idea. It was going to be called no-touch gardening. And the theory was, okay, we'll put your garden in, you don't have to touch it. And our slogan was, you reap what we sow. So we'll come out, we'll put your garden in, we'll come by, we'll water it, we'll harvest it, we'll put it on your porch. And we were trying to find a way, a fee to charge for that wouldn't be, crazy. But, but we never did. I actually pitched it to this thing here called Brick and Mortar. And they heard my pitch and it didn't go anywhere. And then I say about maybe 4 months later, now I have a job. And then they called me like, oh, we liked your idea. You want to get started on it? And at that time I was working, had a family, couldn't stop working. So it had slipped through my hands. And then, as I said, then it happened where these people, I was putting in a garden for them and they made flyers for me. I said, the day I went to put the flyers out, this guy made me a bunch of flyers. I went out, he told me, he said, put these everywhere. Don't discriminate with anybody. Don't think nobody wants a garden. So me and my friend, we went out with these flyers, stopped in front of my mother's house. I get out the truck and go up to the neighbor. She said, well, take one and put it over there. I was like, nah, that's Gail. I know her. She's there with her daughter. He said put one in every yard. Okay. I put a flyer in their mailbox, and I'm talking about as soon as I closed the mailbox, the rain fell so hard that by the time I got back to my truck, I was drenched. I could not put out another flyer. That was the first and only flyer I put out that day. The next day, I'm over at my mom's house, and the neighbor comes out. She said, Lynn, is this your flyer? She said, my daughter been talking about getting in the garden for years since she got school. Come back and my first flyer. I got my first job.
Lem, I'm going to put the brakes on you for a second. This was supposed to only go to the bottom of this half hour. I've got Jeff in studio.
Sorry.
No. If you apologize, I won't forgive you if you apologize. No, hold on tight. We're going to take a quick break. Let the people who take care of us take care of themselves. Chris Gonzalez is here. Lemuel, we're talking about his gardening passion, his gardening project, and the big plans that Next Step Vets have. Jeff Pierce is in studio. We'll be back on the other side of these messages. Of course, it's Road Gang Radio. Guys, head over to truckdown.com. Download the app. They serve 50 states, 8 provinces. They'll get you out of the ditch, back on the road. They've been doing that gig since 1997. You got to get up and truck down. Truckdown.com. We'll be right back. And a big hello to all of our friends over on the Book of Face and the two of you who are jumping in the chat. You can actually give us a call. Let's see how good of a traffic cop I can be. 615-292-6366. We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Back to the talk that keeps America moving. This is Road Gang Radio. Let's rejoin your host, Jimmy Mack, live from the Big Easy.
Hey, we are at the Big Easy at the Fastport Studios, by the way. Fastport's all about partnership. It's all about onboarding the next generation into the workforce. Head over to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org and find out about the folks who actually focus on people and get you to the ports you need to get to faster. I apologize for nothing on that. I'm making this up as I go along. Jeff Pierce is joining me this morning in studio. He is here. He's been here since Tuesday, celebrating Vietnam veterans, giving them a chance to tell their stories as well. Chris Gonzalez, who is becoming kind of a regular feature here, and thrilled to have him. He's out there doing some programming for us. He's actually found Lemuel, who we are thrilled to have this morning. Great to have him aboard. I want everybody to go to nextstepvets.org. That is nextstepvets.org or the VFW5354.org over there. Chris, by the way, is actually dropping in an entire acre of land to make sure this happens. The VFW is donating an acre of land to establish a garden on the property, and that's going to a local food pantry and allow veterans' families to come and get the blessings from the garden. Chris, I also, every time we talk, I always keep forgetting to talk about your golf tournaments and all the other stuff you got going on over there at the VFW Hall. And by the way, it's a VFW Hall, as you know, on a personal level, that means a lot to me. So can you kind of tell us what you guys are up to over there? Did you bring Chris? There he is. There he is. Hey, Chris.
Yeah, the Vet Golf Classic. You can register for it at VFW5354.org. It'll be on September 19th at Hickory Woods. We have a total of 26 teams. There's still about 6 more team space before we sell out. So if you haven't registered, go ahead and do so. The funding that's raised obviously from the golf tournament is split between Next Step Vets and Waypoint Vets. For those of you on Road Gang Radio that have talked to Sarah Lee in the past, you know how special she is. So great opportunity. We're calling it Golf, Guns, and Good Times. So if you've never done golfing and a shooting range at the same time, this is definitely going to be the golf tournament you need to be at.
Let me make this really clear. We got a lot of friends out there listening. Paranormal Pie Man says their stories are finally getting told. Big hello to Marshall Platter, who's out there listening. Paranormal Pie Man is listening from Niles, Illinois. Our good friend Chef Marty, naval veteran himself, is actually saying good morning and hello to everybody out there. Good to have you on, Chef Marty, as well. If you've missed any of this because of where you've been listening on, guys, don't worry. All of it will be available on the Tube of You and the Spotify and all other places in between. The other thing is, Chris, I tell you what, I'm still trying to work it out. I'm not a golf guy, but if you can get a gun in my hand, I'm more than happy to shoot some clay. So we'll figure out how to make this work eventually. I wanted to give you guys a little more time because, as you know, I'm in charge of the show, so I get to do what I want to do when I want to do it. So I kept you on a little bit longer. Lemuel, I wanted you to kind of, in these last few moments we have together today, I wanted you to kind of unpack for our listeners what the overall plan is to help vets in both a stuff to eat, but also learning how to grow. Have you found that you've become a good teacher of how to kind of take care of people and showing them how to actually plant and fertilize and get stuff from, as I would call, putting it in the earth to having it come out of the earth and then harvesting it?
Oh yeah, I was just in school for the sustainable horticulture program because of my passion for this. And yes, not only am I, well, of course, you know, it takes a good follower to become a good leader. So I've been following for years, and now I am ready to lead and teach and show people what it takes. There's so many people right now that are interested in not only just growing their own food, but just gardening itself, farming. You know, I mean, it is the next phase in life, I believe, because we all need to know how to actually bring forth true nutrients and stuff like that to our not only to the food but to our bodies. And I think this is therapeutic. One of the main things is it just what it does for the mind, how it eases the mind. As Chris told you, my house just burnt down back in March. We're actually still living in a hotel. Chris is actually taking care of so much of that for us that we just can't. I just don't even know how to express my gratitude for that. But yes, the plan is to start the garden, get some vets interested in gardening, showing them how to nurture the earth. That one thing, a lot of people don't realize that you have to nurture the earth as well, because that's what nurtures the plant. So get into, teach people how to nurture the earth and then respect the bat, nourish the plants. And it's very therapeutic. There were so many veterans that could ease their minds. I tell you what it did for me. Chris had to meet me out at where my garden was one day to fill out some papers, and he was really impressed with what we were doing. And he came up with this idea, and we'd already been talking about this, me and my partners. This is what we were talking about, what we've been talking about. And it's like, here comes Chris, I'm saying, like an angel, saying, okay, well, we could do this. And yeah, I think it'll be very therapeutic, and also give people knowledge. Excuse me, I'm walking.
That's okay. Be an active life and an active mind is a good thing. Really quickly, by the way, and now we're getting a little air in the background, by the way, as you continue your walk. I was curious, my friend. I wanted you, before we actually let you shuffle off this radio coil, to talk about your own service. We haven't really got a chance to dig into that. So tell us about you and what it meant to serve.
Oh man, so I went in at 17. Quit school, went into service, did basic at Fort Gordon, Georgia. My AIT was there as well. I was in communications. Went to Germany. I stayed my whole tour in Germany. Going best time at headquarters battery, 3rd Battalion, 71st Air Defense Artillery. And I grew up there. That's where I grew up in the service. So at 17, I was still really a kid. And there was no one my age. Everyone was in, 25 and up. So, I was kind of like the little brother. And it was really great for me because I was headed down the wrong road in life. My mom and dad split up. I started skipping school and things. But it was at 15 that I decided I was going to go in the Army. And that's what I did. When I turned 17, went straight to the recruiter, and I went in.
Let me ask you something else too before we got to wrap this up. You have a degree. Am I right? You have a degree in herbology. Do you actually have a certificate or a degree or some kind of certification in herbology?
No, I didn't actually get my degree. As I was in school, my sister's husband died, and I had to step aside and help her with that. But I have I have a degree, but it's not through school. I've been doing it so long, especially the herbs. That's what I do. I'm in the woods now walking and identifying like different things out here. Wild ginger.
Oh, wow. I tell you
all
what.
All kind of things just grow in the wild.
We're going to get up there and meet you. I'm going to bring Claire, my spouse, up with me, who has a green thumb, who has 3 green thumbs, by the way. We're going to get her up there, and we're all going to go on one of those walks and identify some stuff. I can't thank you enough, my friend, for making the time for us today. If we went a little bit long, it's because I wanted people to know Lemuel Israel has joined us. He is the guest of Chris Gonzo Gonzalez, friend of this show, friend of Road Dog, not Road Dog, Road Gang Radio. It's good to have you, my friend. It's good to have you both. Chris, one more time, tell people where they can go to find out about the amazing work you guys are doing.
Oh, yeah, it's Next Step Vets, NXT, Step, STEP, vets.org. And once again, if you want to sign up for the golf tournament, it's DFW5354.org.
Thank you both. Thank you, Lemuel. Thank you, Gonzo. I know you'll be sending more people our way. I know you'll be telling more great stories. I'm just thrilled at the fact that you understand, like many people do, that Jeff does as well here, that it's not just a matter of doing stuff, but making sure the people who are doing the doing get their stories told. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Lemuel.
Thank you.
See you, Jimmy.
All right, my brother. Good to talk to him. He actually rode his motorcycle down. Our good friend Chris Gonzalez a couple of weeks ago rode his motorcycle down and joined us in studio. Thought he was only going to be here just for a moment. Ended up actually taking the ride for like a good 2 hours on the show, and then ended up hanging out afterwards. And after that, we all went over to a really good place called Toast to go eat some breakfast. He had a big old slice of avocado toast over there. It's called Toast, so the bread better be good at that place. I just tell people all the time. When do you actually head on out of here, Jeff?
I need to leave in a few minutes to get over to the convention and start doing some more interviews with our Vietnam veterans.
I'm really excited about that. And, one of the things that's really fun is that, when you do what Jeff and I do, there are people, and I've never understood this, Jeff, because I know you listen. I listen to y'all guys' stuff as well. I've always been kind of horrified by the number of people who don't listen to anything else. I'm talking. I mean, it's not an attack on them. I understand some of the mentality behind it. Some people are incredibly busy; they just want to get to the rest of their lives. But there is something about hearing what's out there and listening to what is going on. And I, it's not so much. It's weird because we've entered into a really weird place in regards to what you and I do. Dave, of course, knew about this. That people were always competing for space. I got this rival and that rival and this voice against me in the darkness, and it isn't like that anymore. And I mean, you're programming in some ways. And guys, please give them the information about where they can find Reeds, by the way.
So
Reeds Radio.
Reeds Across America Radio is available on the iHeart, TuneIn, and Odyssey apps. Just search the word Wreath. We are #1 in Wreath-related content, by the way.
Nice.
So we have over 100 unique programs on our channel now, and we aggregate veteran-centric content and trucking. Now, normally I lead with the veteran-centric content, but where this is, traditionally a trucking show, so every Tuesday is Truckin' Tuesday on our station. We carry the new Dave Nemo, Nemo Nights.
And now that he's recovered, he cut one yesterday.
That's awesome.
Apologies to you guys. He got himself a little bit of the COVID. And one of the things about that kind of programming, really quickly, Jeff, is that kind of program really is personality-driven. I could do his content and play his songs, but it's about experiencing that old road gang feel. And that's what I think he's captured, and I'm so thrilled. I hope you guys have liked the first 2 episodes they were able to do. They will continue Fast and Furious. Pretty good stuff, huh?
Absolutely. He's doing a great job. And, I knew that when we initially talked to it, normally we ask, when we aggregate a podcast, we ask that they have at least 5 episodes before we do this. We, of course, took the leap of faith because we have faith in your product and started right at the beginning with you. But we aggregate veteran-centric content. We have shows from mental health to construction. We have a Marine Corps veteran who does a construction show and all day long. And we're producing our own content, like I was talking about earlier, with creating podcasts for the USS Missouri Foundation. We have a host, which it was a morning show. It's going to move to the midday on September 8th. So Michael W. Hale will be interviewing our volunteers and veterans, etc. It's interesting. A minute ago, you said something, that I listen. And I was talking to one of the Vietnam veterans at the convention yesterday, and I'd never met him before. And he talked about how when he went in the United States Army, he was never going to get to college. Working class family, never going to make it to college, and didn't necessarily have the grades. Got back from Vietnam, went to law school, and became a judge, and now works in the veterans courts system to help veterans make that connection between their PTSD and whatever issue.
Exactly. Whatever issues are, with their PTSD is creating a disassociation that is putting them in front of the judge in the first place. They're there because of not dealing with their PTSD.
And he looked me in the eye and he said, after the interview, and said, and this is a judge, so he's looking people in the eye all the time. And he said, this was just such a compliment. He said, you actually listen and care about what I'm saying. And I, of course, do, right? But I never had been called out by someone of that stature for it. You know what I mean? And it was just, those experiences and those wins. I talked to a guy yesterday that worked for Colin Powell, right? But that was not the headline. Okay. He didn't, way to bury the lead, man. He talked about his service in Vietnam, which was horrific, and I won't get into it here. But then he talked about how he stayed in through the first Gulf War, and he was the sergeant major for food services for Colin Powell. I mean, you work for Colin Powell, man. We should have led with that, but no, it was about the story of service, right? And all the things that led to that culmination, because that was in his final years of service.
And the idea too is that we often forget, and you don't. Well, you what is it? You practice this and then forget what a valuable asset it is that so much of what we do is listening. And then when it becomes I always make a joke, you can always tell a bad interview by a person. Dave, by the way, if you ever get a chance, ask Dave about the Komodo dragon. He's got a great routine about a Komodo dragon, about a guy who actually isn't listening to the person he's interviewing and ends up asking the question that's already been answered, which, of course, we all know that. We've all heard that interview before. But it goes back to what you're saying. We have these moments where, why are you thanking me? I'm simply just looking across the table from you while you tell your story. And then it hits you. How many people don't do that? Waiting to interrupt as opposed to having a conversation, as opposed to giving people the space to kind of talk. And you'll notice that in a lot of interviews as well, too. I know you do. I'll be honest. Lemuel started off listening to himself on the air. He started off, a little bit shaky, but you just don't go, oh, this guy's not going to cut it. Let's rush him along. No. There's a story and a voice there. And once he got going and once he kind of understood, okay, I'm going to be given the chance to breathe and talk here, that you and I and Chris, all three of us offered him, he's able then to tell his story. And that this format allows for patience and allows for us to kind of be like, no, take a breath, keep going. It's your story that's important, not just filling up space with words, right?
Right. Never ask anybody a question they don't know the answer to, right? And keep them comfortable through the process so they can unfold especially I never thought, I was a disc jockey most of my career, man. Right. I was ramping records, or whatever, not doing this, and it was only the last, and I got hashtag I'm old, last 20 years where I started getting into the news talk thing and doing interviews. And I did that exact thing, right? You're talking and I'm thinking about what my next question is, not about what you're saying. And that's not what anybody should be doing regardless of what it is, right?
And that by the way, I let that land, guys, for a second, because one of the problems that often happens is you start scrambling, looking around for stuff, and then somebody says something gorgeous, and you missed it. And then you can't unravel that thread. You can't, as a certain podcaster who I admire says, pull on the thread and then let it see where it actually takes you to. That you end up being like missing a story about a mom, a story about. Yesterday was National Purple Heart Day. If I got my facts right,
you are correct, sir.
My late uncle has one of those, and I've talked to you about this in passing. And my father every year reads 2 letters right around Christmas. The letter that his brother wrote to him back at the Pentagon, and the letter that he wrote to his mom. And the letter to his mom is, "Things are fine. It's kind of boring over here." Absolutely. And then there's the other letter that he writes. And it's one of those things where if we don't take the time to read the letter, to really read between the lines, even with his mom, if you read it, I mean, it reads almost like the literary equivalent of Galveston. I just want to be home. I mean, I don't want to be here. And as he talks to his own brother in the letter, it is the most moving thing. He said and at the end he says, the next letter you write, he said, just tell me about going to the grocery store. He's like, just tell me those little things. And it's only from really listening and reading between the lines and listening between the lines that we actually get any stuff here. Jeff, if you have to take off, do so. If not, we can keep around, sit here and talking. But at any time, as you look at that clock, you gotta take a walk. Take the walk, and we can kind of take care of that. Just to let people know, people are still out there talking on the tube of you. Our good friend Trucker Boson said his grandfather was a WT2 on the Missouri. So he actually gave a shout out there. There's a picture of him standing in the front row next to the table where Japan was signing up the surrender papers. I do like this new format for a whole bunch of reasons, as you can see.
So I'm going to interrupt for just a second.
Please.
So he can listen and anyone can listen. We're going to stream on Reads Across America Radio the September 2nd ceremony, which of course is Hawaiian time. So depending on your time zone, it's going to be probably mid-afternoon-ish over here in the continental United States, but I think it's like 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon Hawaii time will be the actual ceremony that they'll have on September 2nd, marking the Japanese surrender on the deck of the USS Missouri. So he'll definitely want to tune in to the many platforms or go to Reads Across America Radio on Facebook for more details.
By the way, I've been kind of holding on to this for a while too, and I now have a little bit of space and time to kind of tell you this. If you get a chance, he's not listening, so I'm not kind of worried about this yet, although he may listen in a little bit. There's an author out there we had on yesterday, Lee Pepper, and he is a veteran, and he wrote a terrific new book. It's about marketing, but it's called Never Outmatched, where he uses military lessons through history as a device for how it is you can actually right the ship as a CEO, start your own business. He kind of goes through military examples, Patton's taking over the Army after the Kasserine Pass disaster, but he goes through military history and kind of does this. And one of the reasons why I think it's so important to hear the stories about the Missouri is the fact that they are often guides to living. They're not just a guides to a life that was, they're a guide to a life that you can have right now. A lot of these men and a lot of the women that you get a chance to talk to, I tell people that you remember them not just for their sake, you remember them for your sake, because often their mistakes and their successes can point the way to a better life. I can't tell you the lessons I've learned from the veterans that we have talked to. Over the course of my life, by the way, in just listening to people, letting them tell their stories, sitting there, scribbling stuff down, writing stuff down, paying attention, we learn how to live our lives from a lot of these men and women. And if we let that receptacle disappear, somebody once told me that the things that people love in life are the things that last because the people that love them make sure they do. And if we let those stories slip away, we're not just losing them. That's tragic. We're losing a chance for a better future. In some ways.
Well, you say that, Jimmy, and for me, the Reads Across America experience, from laying wreaths this year on December 13th to Reads Across America Radio allows me to right a personal wrong. So we let our World War II veteran stories, for the most part, slip away, right? And for me, I never got my grandfather's full story of service, right? And they had that fire in St. Louis in the 70s where the records are gone,
Oh, and heartbreaking.
And so therefore, either you're getting a secondhand account or you're piecing things together online and getting those stories. And that's why, for me, being here in New Orleans for the Vietnam Veterans of America and making sure that those Vietnam veterans stories get captured in some way. I can't tell you how many times I hear, I never knew my dad's story until you interviewed him. And for me, that's why I get up in the morning.
And I have to tell you something. One of the great things about your job is the fact, Chris Gonzo talks about it all the time, about the purpose-driven life. Man, I'll tell you one of the things about doing my job, I know from Dave and everybody I work with, at some point you're like, oh my God, this is actually kind of important. There's a nice feeling, by the way. I mean, it's a feeling that a lot of our listeners have. I mean, Showtime, who's a regular caller, he drives cars all over across the United States. He drops off cars. And a lot of people, our good friend Junker, another Army veteran. This is funny, really quickly. So Junker, who literally texts me every morning to tell me where he is and where he's going and how many miles he has, we figured out that at some point there's a Venn diagram where my dad was leaving Fort Polk as Dave was arriving at Fort Polk and Junker was at Fort Polk. There's a crossover place where the three of them, I don't think that Dave and my dad were there, but I think that Junker is the transitional period that he was there when both of them were there at one point or another. And you don't realize this kind of stuff until you start talking to people. And then when you start talking to them, you realize, oh my God, this is a job that is worthwhile. Beyond just fun. Look, I mean, the thing is, because there are those of us who get involved in stuff because we like the action. Being a DJ is great. Let's be honest. I mean, spinning tunes is great. Yucking things up, keeping people entertained, that's really important. But when you realize that what is it, accounting for people who had purpose-driven lives, in fact, gives you a purpose, it frees you, because then you haven't got to worry about, does my life have meaning? Their meaning gives our life meaning.
Right, and there's some servant leadership in that, right? You're serving these folks, and you're leading the way for them to share their story or whatever it is that you're doing that gives you purpose. For me, I managed radio stations for 30 years, you know what I mean? And whatever, and that was great, and my purpose was mentoring youth, and now I get to do that. And I get to share these stories of these veterans, and I get to do some pretty cool stuff that I would never dream of. I would have never thought in my lifetime I would be sitting down helping a general write her remarks to talk to the U.S. Army Women's Foundation. And she was like, again, I was in the National Guard for 10 minutes. I'm like,
Miss Phyllis?
No, this was General Ann McDonald. She was one
Very
of the
cool. Congratulations on that, by the
first
way.
women to graduate from West Point. And we're sitting there having breakfast, and she was like, I need to do my remarks. Can you help me edit this? And I was like, yes, ma'am. But, I would never have thought that I'd be sitting there with the general, but impacting her life, because I'm, in my mind, I'm that 20-something-year-old kid that, she's a general. I'd never be talking to the general.
It's funny because, we just had you'll love this fits in right there. We just had this party over here. Courtney got a chance to be here to kind of christen this new studio. The day before, our good friend Manuel Howe came in here and co-hosted the show with us. He used to work with the Bush Library and Museum. Meg O'Grady, who used to work in the White House, and I was having dinner with them, and Lindsay and Brad, and I realized maybe I see these people in a different life, but it's much more adversarial. With me being like, really, as opposed to sitting down and breaking bread with them. And I thought about the journey that I've taken too, and you suddenly realize that when you meet a veteran, when you make friends with a veteran, when you get involved in veterans' lives, whether you're a veteran or not, you end up opening up a whole new adventure for yourself too. And I feel like in many ways that is one of the common causes that you and I share together. Jeff Pierce, of course, I'm going to call you the head honcho and the grand poobah at Reads Across America Radio. Absolute truth. And what he's doing with the programming over there, guys, is kind of remarkable. I encourage you guys to go over there and listen. Please download their content. Get a chance to listen to what's happening over there. Stick with them on the ride. We are here. We got great content too, but I feel like that a lot of people don't understand that game is over, and the idea of, taking shots at people or doing stuff like that doesn't make any sense. It's really great. We've walked into a world, Jeff, where all we have to worry about is the content we create. If it's good enough, people are going to come back, right?
Well, in December, I mean, the fact that we sat down for 2 hours at the Military Women's Memorial and talked about this, and it is about collaboration, from the veteran space, and you guys are passionate about veterans. If we help one veteran today with something, we've had a great day.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I kind of think about my father sitting there waking up every morning and listening to this. He watches. By the way, I've told people my dad is a veteran. My dad is a former oil and gas attorney. He's also a screaming pinko liberal. And so I think about him watching his Morning Joe. That's why I qualify. I say Morning Joe, which, by the way, Lindsay's dad is on the opposite side of that spectrum. And yet they're good friends. And yet, it's a great reminder on this particular issue. Everybody, as Karen Wester likes to say, we're all Americans here.
That's right.
And that's one of the great things. Jeff Pierce has joined us this morning. I know you got to shuffle off this radio coil. Anything else you want to add before I get to the second half of the show where we go about making a life?
No, I appreciate you having us on. Thank you for the plug for Reads Across America Radio. And obviously, we partner with nonprofits. And so connecting with them and helping them with their fundraising with our $5 back group program. They can find out more at readsacrossamerica.org. That program gave back $4.1 million to other nonprofits last year. So it's a thing. And the more the nonprofits grow, the more we grow and the more veterans we honor. And that's what we're here for.
Jeff Pierce, by the way, taking the ride. Big thanks to Gonzo and Lemuel as well. Big thanks to Tony Stewart this morning. Big thanks to our friends at NACFE for joining us as well. This concludes the first half. We're going to change that picture over. And on the tube of you and the book of face, make the miracle happen and bring in LaRue. Lindsay Lawler, the luscious lyrical lady of Tennessee, will be joining us in the second part of the show as she always does. And don't forget, Trucking with Oida will conclude the show at 11 on the dot with Trucking with Oida. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
The mission of Reads Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
From the Big Easy to Music City and out to the open road, welcome to Road Gang Radio, broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans with Jimmy Mack and the one, the only, Lindsay Lawler.
I wouldn't mind you saying from the Big Easy to the Music Sleazy.
Okay.
You know, we were talking about sleazy the other day, and I'm like, I don't want it to be referenced to me, but good morning.
Good morning, by the way. Good to see you.
Hi, guys. Good to see you guys. So, okay, I wasn't going to talk about this on air, but now I am because I said music sleazy.
How many times have you said that, by the way?
Every day of my life.
Okay.
Every day of my life. I'm just waiting for it to come back to haunt me.
Lindsay's qualifier of the day, number one, a recurring theme.
We really need to I need some Claire doing those so we can pop them in. So I was standing down at the bus stop today with getting my daughter Freya on the bus, and there's a guy that lives in our neighborhood who's a songwriter, a very well-known songwriter, and we were talking, and he goes, "You guys," and I'm like, I need to get back up to get on there. He's like, "I know, but you gotta listen to this first." So he puts on a song for me, and we're about to talk about AI here, guys. He goes. He plays a song and he's like, "Here's the demo I submitted." And I'm like, "Dude, that sounds like a record. That sounds like a Jason Aldean cut right now." And he goes, "It is AI." He goes, "Now here's the difference." He said, "It was me." He put him playing guitar. It's his lyrics, his melody, but he just put a guitar vocal into this AI program and it dumped him back in 30 seconds, a full-on produced, sounds like it could be a cut. And he's like, "You know what I realized? This is like my Adam and Eve moment. I could grab the apple right now and make the rest of my life and job real easy. However, it takes his authenticity out. Not if it's, and then we went down the rabbit hole of what can you do? Because he said the label was like, "Listen, here's the problem here. He's like, we can use it for demos, but this couldn't go on a record." He said, "I know that." And he said, "The problem is if I do it this way, I'm going to lose my chops when I get it actually in the studio to go make a record." It comes down to what you've talked about, Jim. Sorry, I just dove right in here without saying hi. And I know we have a guest, but we can come back to this later because it goes to what you've talking about, which what we do here is live. You can't fake live. Once you get on the stage, once you actually get in the studio to sing, once you get on a radio show, you can't fake live. And I think that was finally my buddy in the neighborhood, his point. He's like, what I've realized, there's a lot of people. I actually had a truck driver send me an AI song yesterday. He said, "I wrote the lyric, but AI did the song for me." Now that guy isn't pursuing it as a living. So I just wanted, this is going to be an ongoing conversation, but the slippery slope of how much do we use it for? I'm okay using it if it enhances your own or does the things for you can't do or that aren't your strengths. But when you start using it to do the thing that you are actually genuinely talented at, that's, I think, when the problem occurs.
Well, and by the
One
way,
of the problems.
Good morning, by the way, and good to see you. And by the way, thank you for throwing us in, as the military would say, mass tack.
That's what I do.
In media res, as is often said in artistic forms. The other problem ultimately is the fact that at some point are AI listening to AI, enjoy AI with human beings not even around to actually know what's actually going on. It's always kind of one of my biggest fears about it. But the other thing is, I think you hit the nail on the head, is that one of the things that we've kind of unintentionally kind of stumbled upon on the first 2 hours of the show is the purpose-driven life. And if in fact you're simply just, recycling bits and pieces that you've fed into a machine and then checking it for quality control, at some point I would suspect you begin to feel hollow. There was a while when I just kind of sat there when these things first came out of generating image upon image. I wasn't releasing them. I just was typing in words to see what I would get. And there was after a while, Lindsay, when I work on something, when I write something, when I'm crafting something, when I'm playing, drawing, doing anything like that, I might feel tired. I might feel ready to stop, but I never feel gross, if that makes any sense. I've never
That
felt,
makes sense. Yeah.
But I got to tell you, generating image upon image upon image upon image, at some point, I started to say, man, I feel like I've eaten too much candy. I feel like I've eaten too much candy. I feel a little gross here. And that's the truth of the matter. There's no way escaping it, that at some point it begins to feel like you're hollowing yourself out, putting your words into something else and having them spit back at you, if that makes any sense.
It makes sense. And I think that's the listen, it's such a slippery slope, because AI is here. It's not going away. It's been here for a long time. Hey, Google, it's here. It's not going away. It's only going to increase. So we have to embrace it. But the conversation has to be, because he also was telling us at the bus stop this morning that his kid used one app to write his paper for school and then used another AI app to come back and have it make human mistakes in it. And then used another app to go back and make it sound like his voice. He's got 3. It's like, this guy knows my voice. This guy knows how to edit it to look like human. This guy knows how to write it in the first place. And we're like, that maybe took more time than just writing it yourself. Also, by the way, but it's the lazy factor that it gets in our head, and it's a vicious cycle. This is a much bigger conversation. Sorry, I dipped in. I literally ran back from the bus stop. So this is what was top of my mind. It's not where I thought I was going to go, especially as it comes to songwriting. But I'm going to send it. I'm going to send Jeremy out. I will report back to you, Jim, later today and on the air next week. But I'm going to send the guy and my from the bus stop a guitar vocal, one of my own demos, just a guitar and vocal, and see what he can come up with and see how close he can make it sound to my voice. We'll see. Yes, Madison.
Go on.
Go on. There was a study actually recently done that I read about that exact thing. They did a group study on some students in school where they had them write, I think it was 2 or 3 separate essays, one using AI and then one just using their brain. And it showed that their brain activity compared to a normal child brain their age had significantly decreased because of the use of AI. Now that's scary. When people stop thinking for themselves because a machine can do it for them.
Wait, did you say when people stop thinking for themselves?
Yeah.
I would actually have a term for that definition. It's called the United States of America. Oh, sorry. Did I let that get out there?
But I do agree it can be an amazing tool. Like, for example, when I'm writing, I like to write period pieces. And so it saves me a lot of time instead of having to, like, go down a research rabbit hole of, like, how did the school system operate in 1927 and, like, having to read articles. I can just type it into ChatGPT and it'll give me a pretty good idea of, like, how things were run because it was different back then. But
and for research,
what do you think?
I have to tell you, as somebody who actually researches for a living, I will tell you the best thing it is for us to give you a quick overview before you actually click on the actual links of people doing research. And I'll tell you why. I have actually looked up things just for sport and just for fun and been like, the stuff that I know. And I'm like, oh, well, you actually took 2 different sources and collapsed them into each other and actually didn't get your facts right on point 3 because what you're doing is merging 2 different things together. That is absolutely not correct. And then going back and checking the source and realizing, oh, you used source number 1 and source number 2 and tried to create some magnificent middle. And in the process, broke both examples and turn them into one example. I've always said the science fiction movie that's going to come out, and I can't wait to talk to David Avalone about this kind of stuff. By the way, he will have a conniption fit if we even suggest that AI should do anything creative. In the same way that Julian Simpson was like, I don't care about AI. I just don't want the people who are interested in AI listening to my stuff. I am convinced that it won't be the Terminator, Lindsay. I'm convinced that it'll be a hallucinating monster.
Literally, yeah.
That's what I think it'll be.
AI psychosis, and it's gotten to a point where people are even starting to use AI as their therapist. I see it online. I saw it firsthand. I was doing somebody's tattoo the other day, and she was talking about how ChatGPT is her therapist, and I was like, ooh, that's not a real person. That's not.
Well, by the way, right on cue, Lindsay, did you see what the governor of Illinois did this week?
No, what?
He outlawed it. He outlawed
what?
AI therapist. Can't do it in the state of they.
Well, yeah, but you can't outlaw me going and talking to my ChatGPT, having him give me therapy.
I have to look up exactly what he's written, but what the law actually states. But
Yeah, how are you going to regulate what I talk to my own ChatGPT about, though?
Like I said, yeah, I'll look up the more.
We've got to
detail.
guess, so this is so much more. But
yeah,
it's
I mean,
I'm sure people will have comments about it.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. Would you care to do the intro? Would you like me to do the intro? Because this is a terrific book too. Boy, talk about everybody being a bunch of sons of beeswaxes in a book. This book, I mean, everybody's a double deal and dirty, you know what? And I'm not giving anything away, right down to the main character. I mean, this is like a really good time, and also, it's got some important stuff rankling through it. Lindsay, would you care to do the intro?
Sure, I would love to. I love they say it's a really good time. These are always tricky too, because I know you as well had such a fun time reading it, and it's tricky because we want to talk all about it, but we also want everyone to go read it. So our job is to make sure that you love the next guest that we're talking to, which we already do. Next on the show, Jeremy D. Baker. He's lived, actually, Jim, a life that it sounds like it reads like its own little thriller. Grew up between Italy, Florida, and Maryland. He dropped out of college at 19 to join the U.S. Army as a counterintelligence agent. Do I say humint? Or do I spell Humint? How do I say that?
Humint.
I said it right. Okay.
You got it right.
Thank you. We'll talk more. And Humint Collector, he served alongside special forces in Afghanistan, surviving the long shadows of PTSD. And for the last 2 decades, he's worked in national security with a focus on intelligence, counterterrorism, organized crime, human trafficking, climate risk, cybersecurity. I'm sure the list goes on. So I'm sure he was listening to our conversation like, please stop. The kind of resume that makes you wonder how he ever finds time to get on our little show here or do his gardening up in Maryland with his family. His debut novel, The Guilty Sleep. Gives me anxiety to even say that. It drops readers into the life of Afghanistan vet Dexter Grant. He's broke. He's battling PTSD. He's on the edge of losing his marriage. And he gets pulled into a dangerous plan to save his former interpreter. This starts as a simple heist, quickly unravels into a fight for his family's survival, guys. Jeremy's writing's been compared to C.J. Box's Unlikely Heroes and the lived-in noir of S.A. Cosby. And today he's here to talk to us about the new book and a life well led. Good morning, Jeremy. So glad to have you.
Hey, good morning. Thanks so much for having me on.
Let's just kind of jump in at the into the book without actually. Here's the difficult thing: is Lindsay so well alluded to. Love this book. This is a great summer read. This is a great read for guys who like books about guys in Guy Town. It's a great book for anybody who likes a really good time while they're reading the book.
Having a good time.
But the issue here is there's a lot of twists and turns, a lot of double crosses, triple crosses, and even towards the end, crosses you never saw coming. So we have to talk about the book in a way that doesn't give away the whole enchilada. But I want you to talk briefly about the idea of how you kind of balance talking about a lot of the darkness that is at the heart of this book, while at the same time giving the readers an absolutely rip-roaring good time. I feel like it's a good place to start. Take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. And first, I'll give a disclaimer. Absolutely no AI was used at any point in any of the creation of this book, whether the writing, the cover design, anything else. Completely AI-free. And that was a fascinating conversation to hear you all have. So the genesis for this book came about basically at the end of the Afghan war in August of 2021, as the U.S. was pulling out of Afghanistan. I, as someone who served in Afghanistan in the early days of the war, saw us pulling out, saw the country immediately, sort of falling into the hands of the Taliban. And as you can imagine, I had a lot of feelings about that. And a number of veterans that I know and I'm friends with or associate with had a lot of feelings. And we had a lot of sort of heartfelt conversations about the war. And as you've read the book, you've seen that there's kind of a scene in the book where a bunch of veterans are together talking about the war and kind of what was it all for. everything that was said in the chapter of that book, for example, were taken from conversations that I had. So I'm having these thoughts and feelings in the August of 2021 time frame, and I'm someone who had been writing essentially ever since I got back from Afghanistan in late 2002, struggling with PTSD, trying to find anything that could work to kind of snap me out or claw me out of where I was. And what was helping after, yet another sleepless night, up reading, thinking, oh, maybe I'll try to write something. And I found that I could take the things that I was thinking and feeling about and give them to another character and kind of step back and look at them from sort of a safe distance. And the more I did that, the more I found it helped my PTSD. So I've been writing ever since. So that takes us to August of 2021. And I had been working on the idea for a crime novel. And I thought, you know what? I want to tell a story of an Afghanistan vet. And I want to tell a story that's about camaraderie and about the cost of fighting wars on those who fight them. For me, that was, PTSD. For our character, it's PTSD. And I also really want to make an entertaining read that people will come back to and that will be surprised by, and put as much of my own experience into the story as I can so it will feel real and lived in. And that's how the book came about.
Really quickly, Lindsay, just really quickly, for those of you who are just joining us, Jeremy Baker's book is called The Guilty Sleep. It is a terrific read. It's a great read for just a good old-fashioned rip-roaring good time. It is a great examination of the pressure that many veterans are under in the aftermath of their service. So worth your time. I just wanted to make sure I got that in there. Lindsay, go ahead. You had a question.
Yeah, well, I just, Jeremy, this is so so important what you just said leading up to how the book even came to be. And so I just launched a show here on our platform a couple weeks ago called We Should Write, about the healing power of writing. You'd be a great guest to come back and talk about that, actually. But I find it so interesting what you said about being able, in ways you're not only just by writing yourself to healing, it sounds like, right when you came out of service and perhaps even when you were in, but then in addition, being able to work some stuff out through your characters here. And, I say all the time, I had my co-writer, I'm a songwriter, Jeremy, and my co-writer said to me, I said, do you not go to therapy? He said, no, I write songs. And I realized in that moment, kind of that same thing. He works his stuff up. If my character did it, then I don't have to admit I did it, but I get to kind of play it out. So anyway, I'm curious to you, before we dive into more in the book here, something maybe, because we have a lot of veterans that listen, obviously a lot of truck drivers as well, but how you could encourage people perhaps that writing is a really good place to work our stuff out. And maybe what is one thing you found out about yourself, Jeremy, through just writing and getting it out from our core and onto the page?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely great. I mean, there's, kind of an old writer's joke that goes like, I don't go to therapy. I write characters who then also refuse to go to therapy. Right.
And Dex is, by the way, candidate number one, but go ahead, keep on going.
Yeah, no. So for me, I found writing stories extremely therapeutic. And like I said, mostly because I was able to write about traumatic things happening to other people and kind of see how they would react, or in some cases, choose how they would react to that trauma, and then kind of go, okay, yeah, that's a thing that can work for that person. They're practicing mindful breathing, or they're going for a long run or something. Maybe I'll try that. There's some of that sort of very practical sort of work that goes into the writing for me, but really more deeply for me, what helped was just getting the thoughts and feelings and emotion out on the page. It was like wringing out a wet washcloth. And the more I did it, the more it honestly felt like I was taking the things that were in me or that I was dealing with and actually pushing them out of me by writing about them.
Wow.
And from talking with other veterans who write, or other people who've been through trauma who write about it, obviously I'm not a psychotherapist or a psychologist. I'm not a professional in that way. But anecdotally, I've heard over and over again how valuable that can be. Even just the act of writing about how you're feeling, right? It doesn't have to be fiction. It doesn't have to be a novel or a short story, but a number of vets I know journal and write about their memories and their thoughts and their feelings. And sometimes that can be painful, right? It's like addressing a wound, a physical wound, but the act of writing it, for me, it definitely was something that felt like therapy.
One of the reasons, Lindsay, that sometimes people don't get wounds treated is that it hurts to treat them, and that there's an intense pain that comes with the treatment of a wound, and that people will often be more willing to live with low-grade pain than actually engaging with high-grade pain to then move to a place of healing. And in some ways, it sounds like that's what you're kind of cooking up here. I did want to share from the book to give people a sense of what a good time it is as well, too. This is a terrific description. Happens somewhere in the middle. Don't worry, guys. I'm not giving away anything. The port.
Spoiler alert,
Yeah.
everybody dies. No,
That's absolutely not true.
That's not true.
The port director had a Hollywood name, Jim Phoenix. He had a Hollywood look, sleek and deeply tanned with a full head of thick hair swept back from a high, skinny forehead, a classic cop mustache, bespoke frameless glasses, and an Omega Seammaster bullhead on his wrist. His navy blue uniform fit him like a tailored suit, and his black leather gun belt was polished to a reflective sheen. His look was like his name. If you were casting a corrupt Fed, you'd laugh the guy out of the audition for being too on the nose. And what you've done here, to kind of let our listeners know, is you've played with the tropes here of troubled veteran does bad thing for good reason, and then managed to turn it all upside down on its head. And the question I've been dying to get to here is, did you know what the destination of this book was, or did you discover it in the writing?
It's a great question, right? There's, a couple different schools of thought about how you go about writing a novel, and usually people do what works best for them. There's the school of thought that you can be a plotter, right? So you've got your plot all worked out. You might have a detailed outline, major story beats, and you just write to those. And then there are people who are called pantsers, right? Because they write by the seat of their pants. And they maybe have an idea in their head of where the story is going. And then along the way, they just write until they get there. Like Dean Koontz is a famous he knows where he's going, and he just writes a page at a time until he's done telling the story. I'm somewhere in between. I start and I have an idea for a character or maybe a scene that is central to the story I want to tell, and I know where I want it to go. And then I'll start outlining, and then I'll write what I've outlined, and then I'll outline a little bit more and write more of that. And then somewhere along the way, sometimes the characters start taking over their own story. There's a character in this book, with no spoilers here, named Melchizedek Turner, who was originally going to be just sort of a fourth level character, and he kind of jumped out of the page and said, no, I'm actually more integral to the story than you might think, and in fact, I deserve my own point of view in the book. And so things like that will happen, and certain plot beats will happen where I think I'm going to do one thing, and I go, actually, the story is demanding I go this way, which then sometimes that requires going back and changing other stuff and re-outlining. And so I call myself a plantser. I'm halfway between a plotter and a pantser. And frankly, it's no way to work. 0 out of 10, would not recommend it. I make things way too hard on myself. But for me, it's somewhere in the middle, right? A lot of times it's certain characters or certain beats kind of take over the story and take it in a slightly different direction than I intended. For this book, I knew kind of where I wanted to end up. I knew a lot of the major beats that I wanted to get through, and I knew a lot of the major characters, but there was still some wandering in the middle there.
By the way, I just want to add before Lindsay gets to her question, I got some, great news for you. Turner's my favorite character in the entire book. My favorite
fantastic.
character. My favorite character, by the way. And like I said, one of the great things about this is that it starts off as kind of a traditional heist, Lindsay, and then it spirals into a John Huston movie, which, by the way, it's people doing things you completely don't expect and unexpected notes of grace all over the place. It really is a lot of fun. Go ahead, Lou.
Yeah, well, no, I just listening to, it's such of course, I'm already thinking about what does the movie look like, but, it's so interesting how you pull back the curtain just enough for fiction without giving too much away, but really figuring out that balance of how do I make this informative. And like you said, I want to get the facts right. I did not use AI, like all those things, but still make it fictional. And my husband works in TV and film, and he has people always be like, I'd be a great reality show. Just follow me around. It's like, no, to actually end up on TV, there's got to be a formula. It's got, all these different things. So I'm curious to you, as your 20 plus years of national security plus your experience prior, what is the thing I'm going to say, what's one of the major things that the movies never get right about that world, but also I'm going to couple that with, since we were talking about AI, AI has not gone to war the way it has not seen the things you've seen. It can be told about it, but it's never seen that. So what is the thing that you think with both movies and AI that they will never get right from your lived experience?
Yeah, so I'll tackle the AI thing first. I'm kind of passionate about it. I think AI has some uses in practical society, and including in things like national security work. We have massive amounts of data and intelligence coming in, and having a really, really smart AI that can help parse that data and make sense of it for human review, right, is really valuable, I think, in my line of work. In the creative arts, I don't personally feel there's a space for it. I think the great thing you were saying at the beginning of the conversation was, if you're using it for something that you're naturally talented at, it's going to lead to atrophy of that talent. And from what I've seen of AI writing and AI art, a lot of it just feels soulless. That's really hard to quantify because it's a feeling that you have when you see it or read it. But I think that's why art made by humans, I think, will always, if you pay attention, feel and resonate more than art made by an algorithm or a machine, because humans' lived experience comes through and shines through in the word choices you use, and even the unconscious sentence structure you might follow. Like, everyone who writes has their own writing style, even if it's a pastiche or a tribute of other writing styles. There's your own voice that's in it. So for me, a lot of this book actually, as I said, came from my own lived experience, from things like, everyone's flavor of PTSD, if they suffer from PTSD, is different. It manifests differently. Dex's flavor of PTSD in the book is what I experienced. The way it manifests for him with sleepless nights and bad dreams and unexplainable rage that comes and goes really quickly. Like, that was my experience. Other things like there's a series of flashbacks in the book that tell sort of an overarching story of something really bad that happened to Dex when he was in Afghanistan. Something very similar happened to me. Those flashbacks are based on some of my own experiences there of a similar type of incident that wasn't as bad, but could have gone that bad. And so there's Dex's family dynamic, his wife and his daughter, very much my wife and daughter in those characters. So yeah, there's a ton of me in this. In terms of what movies and TV shows get wrong that probably drive veterans crazy a little bit, or national security folks or law enforcement folks crazy a little bit, things like uniform and rank. A lot of times you'll watch somebody in uniform in a movie or a TV, and you're like, that guy's haircut is way out of regs, right? Like little stuff like that, or his army ribbons, the ribbons that tell the story of his accomplishments, they're all on upside down.
And that's big stuff. You say little, but that's big stuff.
The length of a tie.
Yeah, the length of a tie, right? Like, for the love of God, if you're making a movie about military people, like, hire a good consultant and listen to them, and hire someone who's been in the service more recently than I have, right? Who will tell you about the current standards. Other things, I think about TV shows where they're going after the bad guy, and there's always like one sort of nerdy intel analyst who's at the computer in real time going, okay, our target is, Jack Smith, and he lives at this residence, and 20 years ago he went to this university, and they do that to sort of consolidate what the intelligence process looks like. But in reality, there's not one nerdy guy reading off in real time, chapter and verse on your target. There's a team of 25 people who've been working for 6 months or more to try to put a pattern of life together on an organized crime boss. And there's, PowerPoint presentations with janky formats. It's not all fancy on the screen. So I always kind of laugh when they do it on purpose because they don't have, 6 months of TV to tell that story, and it would be really boring otherwise. But that's a little thing I always look for.
By the way, I always say the unattractive, nerdy person sitting at the center of it all is only unattractive and nerdy compared to the people who are standing around them, because it's Hollywood. In any other setting, they'd be the most handsome person in the room. Jeremy D. Baker has joined us this morning. Go to jeremydbaker.com. You can find him on the Sky of Blue. By the way, Snake Pontchartrain, who's actually going to make a friend request for you, that's me. So take care of that. And you can find him on JD Baker 11058 on the X that used to be Twitter. It's great having you on. Best of luck with your book. And, maybe, I'm sure Lindsay will be reaching out to you to have a more in-depth conversation about the therapeutic powers of writing.
I would love that if you will do that, Jeremy. That'd be great.
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure. Thanks so much for having me on.
You got it, man.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Good
dude. Buy this book. Read this book. He's put his heart and soul into it.
It's
literally,
fun.
Actually. And it's fun.
And it's a blast and a half. I got to tell you, it's got a couple of John Huston moments in it of like people like doing completely unexpected stuff where I was like, literally, there was one point in the book where I started pumping my fist. I was so delighted at a choice that he makes.
I forgot to ask him who would play Dex. Crap.
I have some thoughts. We'll talk about it on the other side of this break, by the way.
Sounds good.
Little breaker talkbacks coming our way. I am going to mix and mingle some thoughts I've had about the rest of the show this morning in there, Lindsay, as they pertain to you. I thought Tony Stewart's interview was spectacular. You got to talk to that dude as well. We'll be right back. Go to truckdown.com. Do it.
Gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truck down.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today. Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in one. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available travel centers.
We are back with more Road Gang Radio, live on iHeart, YouTube, Facebook, and beyond. Jimmy and Lindsay, let's keep it rolling.
We're so back, baby. We're so back.
We are back, larger than life, and I'm twice as ugly. Lindsay is twice as beautiful. Notice I made sure that there were no like circumference references in there, no sort of size references in there. The only looks I talked about were my own. Just making sure I'm taking care of business over here in the city of New Orleans at the Fastport Studios. Good morning to you,
Taking care
LaRue.
of business. That sounds like a fat joke. What am I, the big fat business?
I'm going to give you the business if you don't watch yourself. Just going to open.
It's Friday. TGIF. Does anyone say that anymore? Like, what is Friday? Do people still say TGIF? And by the way, if you do, stop it. Stop it.
Yeah, if you say TGIF, you probably still go to TGIF, which means you're sitting in an abandoned building, which makes you really creepy.
I mean, you probably sit on the same side of the booth as the person you went with. Listen, if you do that, that is one of my biggest pet peeves in the world. I'm sorry, maybe you love your spouse more than me, and that's what you think. But I hate when people do that. Oh, it drives me up the wall.
I have an exception that proves a rule I agree with.
Because you can't hear on one side.
No.
Is that what you're going to say?
No, ma'am.
Because that one I would let slide.
I have an exception that proves the rule. No, I can hear people from the other side of the table. There's ways of managing that nonsense. I'm with you. I'm totally with you. I have the exception that proves the rule, which is Red Robin, where the booths are so big, so massively big, that I could see a couple of real our kind of people, Lindsay, sitting on the same side of the booth. Although I just want to point out in the picture of you and me on YouTube and on the Book of Face, we're sitting on the same side of the booth.
Well, that was for photo's sake. Tara would not been able to get a good photo if we were across looking at each other. It just wouldn't have worked. And speaking of Tara, It's time for the latest edition of Back Talk with Tara Garris the Turtle. Tara the Turtle, if you can check out her reel. I love that she just calls herself now Turtle on her reels. That's great. Peace out. I'm Turtle. Hey, girl. Hey, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning.
Do you guys know that they changed the meaning of TGIF?
No, what is it now?
It's Tara Garris is fabulous.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Well done. Okay, well, I will bring it back. I agree with that sentiment. So bring it, TGIF, guys. TGIF. That is now what this segment is called. Breaker Back Talk, TGIF. And go on.
Guys, you've had a packed week of guests, like conversations that covered all across the board, making a living, parking, freight rates, powertrain solutions, then making a life. Of course, you guys interviewed comedians and music artists and even actors. And usually I try to tie the comments together in a nice, neat bow, but this week it's been kind of everywhere. The comment section is all across the board, all over the map. And so, Jimmy, as you would say, we're going to be definitely rumbling, bumbling, and most definitely stumbling through all of them. So are you ready to get into the comments?
Go
TGIF.
on.
Go on, TGIF.
Thank you. So let's start with our YouTube channel, I guess. Each comment is from somewhere totally different. So we're going to be just crazy across the board. But this first comment is from the conversation that you guys had with the gaming expert and Windows Central Executive Editor, Jez Corden, titled, "Where is Gaming Headed Next?" And one listener said, "It is trying to crawl away from 2024 election politics." I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure what they meant by that. But Jimmy, do you have any thoughts on what they meant by that?
Don't go there, Turtle.
I actually
Don't go there, Turtle.
I can actually go there and not make anybody angry. There has been on both sides and all kinds. There has been an attempt to, if you're not with me, you're against me. And by the way, guys, if you say no, it's only the other side, you're actually proving my point. A lot of industries, a lot of entertainment, a lot of folks have found themselves literally getting pulled one way or the other, that your silence confirms your consent to the other. I think to some degree what that's referring to is that a lot of platforms, gaming platforms, streaming platforms, shows in general are trying to avoid, or many people who actually run those companies as opposed to those who create content are trying to say, hey, can you just not be on any side? Which, by the way, is insane, because the moment you present history, if you take a point of view on history, you're going to look like you're presenting somebody's side. I mean, there's works of art that have nothing to do with the now, or games that have nothing to do with what's going on, or anybody. That's the thing, Lindsay. Anybody can find anything in anything they want. It's like the Bible is the great example of that. Is I'm justifying my actions by this quote in the Bible. Yeah, but the quote in the later book says, never mind, I'm justifying my actions by this quote in the Bible. So I think the comment really resounds as the idea that it's like, hey, man, you'll hear people say this, hey, man, just get back to entertaining. Hey, man, just get back to having a good time at the movies. Hey, man, just get back to playing a really fun game. And I think that's part of what that's about. That's all I will say on that, because it means I've taken no side. I'm simply interpreting.
I knew you would take that take on that, and that's why I brought it up. I knew there was going to be some neutral thing that you would bring to the table, so thank you for that.
Yes. Reminding all of our friends that we love them, and we are here for the truckers and all of our listeners. Go on.
Go on.
So, Middleman Official. I love, sometimes I say the names of people because it comes from Facebook, and then on YouTube it's more like usernames, so just bear with me here. But Middleman Official left a comment on your segment with Mark Schroyer and said, "Congratulations, Mark, on winning National Tank Trucker Driver of the Year, and thank you for everything that you do for our great industry." I thought that was such a sweet and well-deserved shout-out, and that was such a short interview, but it was such a good one.
Congratulations to Mark, by the way, Lindsay. It really is a big, big honor. People need to remember that a lot of folks over at the ATHS, a lot of those men and a lot of those women who support and do the history work and the promotion of that particular platform and that particular world, actually many of them have a great deal of experience, not only in the supply chain, but behind the wheel of a truck. It really is cool stuff. It really is groovy.
Agreed.
Lindsay, at some point you got to come with me over to Grain Valley to go see the boys from OIDA and spend some time at the American Truck Historical Society. Let's find some time, shall we?
Sure. Tell me when. I love the boys from OIDA and the girls.
Yeah.
And the girls.
Thank you.
One.
Speaking
two,
of that, they well, before we 1, 2, 3, speaking of Wida and the girls, and the good Jamie Jones and all those people over there, Landline Media posted they picked
Nice.
up our press release on We Should Write
Yes.
and added a really great article that I posted the other day. So thank you to them so much for covering that, because you know what? I think they really, Owida, so they stay trucking centric, of course. So they didn't have to pick up my We Should Write show, but I think they understand the through line of how we're speaking to, and also, I mean, I'm speaking to truckers primarily in this, just being like, you spend a lot of time alone. You need to get your stuff out. So thank you, Landline, for supporting that. Thank you. Tara, go on.
Thank you. Dale C. commented on your lineup reel this week, Lindsay, and said, Pooh Bear wants to meet you and Pearl Jam. I'm a fan of you. Pooh Bear is a fan of Pearl Jam. Y'all are rocking the vibes. Peace. And
Peace out.
Make of that what you will. Is there multiple personalities here, or am I not understanding the vibe?
Yeah, well, I had a Pearl Jam hat on, so he's not my alter ego, but Pooh Bear is maybe... I don't know what Pooh Bear is there. Maybe he has I don't know. Jim, do you know who Pooh Bear is?
I know who Pooh Bear is, and by the way, I think you should have Eddie Vedder on your show.
Well, duh.
I mean, I'm just, I just thought I listen to all of your shows and will continue to do so. If you have Eddie Vedder on your show,
you'll like really, really listen?
No, I'll headlock him and bring him down to your studio. Oh, no. I won't. I really, really listen to all your shows anyway. I really, really listen. I would actually put Eddie Vedder in a headlock and be like, sit right here and talk to this lady. I want to hear what you both have to say now.
I'd like to see you put Eddie Vedder in a headlock.
He's a tiny guy.
Now I've got new goals and visions for life. But that being said,
for sure.
Tara, that being said, I'd love for people to start. Actually, Brad Klepper with Driver's Legal Plan last night just texted me some more music. He's always sending me great music and people he'd like to hear on We Should Write. I would love our listeners to do that as well. If there is a writer, a creative, an artist, a musician, songwriter, anyone you would like to hear on We Should Write, I would love those suggestions, because I'm now committed that I need a new person every single week. So send them on over in the comments, email them weekends at radionemo.com, put it on the Facebook, wherever you want to. Let me know who you want to hear, Tara, right?
Yes, of course, because I know you guys have music taste that's probably, in the more niche categories, people that we may not have heard of, or that we have, or mainstream, who knows? And we would love to hear all of those and see what we can do about that.
Totes.
Well, one more thing too is that some of you guys actually, and it's the truth, have contacts because of the work that you've done on the highway, who would be able, like our friend Dean Mansfield did many years ago. He actually reached out to Ken Burns' people and got Ken Burns on our show. If there's somebody that you would like to hear us talk to, Lindsay talk to, that you actually know and have an in, don't be afraid to use that connection to get them on the show. We would love to give you credit for that as well. Lindsay, you ready? 1, 2, 3. Go on.
Next up, username Dave Nemo 8015. Do you guys know what that is?
Oh, that's just Dave on Fridays.
Right, that's his alter ego on YouTube.
That's his alter ego on Fridays, yeah.
Dave's always in the comment section, but it's always kind of in a weird context, I'll be honest. And I find them sometimes, I'm like, Dave, what are you doing? Post a status. Why are you commenting back to yourself? I love it. But he said, wow, this past Wednesday, Robert joined us for the 1000th Tech Talk with TMC. An incredible cadre of top tech folks in the industry have shared an incredible amount of knowledge through the decades, along with Robert Braswell on Tech Talk. Thanks so much for supporting the vitally important program with TMC and RadioNemo. And that is a crazy achievement. I mean, 20th anniversary, 1,000 episodes. And Robert, if you're listening, you have 14,000 more to catch up with Days of Our Lives. So you're on your way there. You'll get there.
Nice. Well done.
I promise. It's light work.
Days of Our Lives, nice reference, girl.
Oh my!
Did you? I just like Tara referencing Days of Our Lives. I guess it's still on. I don't know. That's been on since what, the 70s?
I've So yes, because my grandmother, she may be listening. She's watched it like my entire life, and if she's not watching it live, she's like recording it on a VHS tape or something. And so I know it's probably still on. It's probably streaming at this point instead of just on regular TV. I don't know.
Probably.
Do you know what? Do you guys know which one I watched? I'm sorry. Have I ever told you which one? Because I'm going to guess something. Have I ever told you guys what I watched for the better part of 3.5 years at the University of Georgia? Ever told
I
you?
hope it's the same as mine.
Well,
Does it by chance start with a Y and end with an R?
No.
Oh, shoot. That was mine.
Guiding Light. I used to watch Guiding Light, although I always remember Days of Our Lives because it always came after The Price is Right. So you'd always get like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives. God,
that is such like an iconic thing. Like you've talked about like voices of our childhoods. Like I didn't watch that, but it was always on in the background or hearing it growing up at my grandparents' house. That little hourglass coming on the screen is just, it's iconic. I can't lie.
Do you remember the music?
Mine was Young and the Restless because my grandmother and great aunt, who are identical twins, watched it, followed by Bold and the Beautiful. So I was young. My parents probably didn't know that I was 7 years old watching soap operas with my grandmother and great aunt while they were having their vodkas. And I was like, oh, I could go wrong here. This is pretty steamy. And then, I carried through. I watched it through college. I watched it honestly until the pandemic. I was still watching it. Same. If I wasn't watching it live, I was taping it. Especially got back into it when I had an infant. When Freya was little, I was watching it. And a lot of the for whatever reason, a lot of the Young and the Restless, specifically soap stars, are moving to Franklin, Tennessee, or have moved. So I keep seeing it, and like I could see some huge. I could see, I don't know, fill in the blank who, some huge Tom Cruise, and probably wouldn't be affected. But when I see Victor Newman walk past, I would lose my ever-loving mind.
Swoon.
Oh, my God. I would lose it.
Like Sam,
go on.
Lindsay's now swooning over the Days of Our Lives.
I am, man.
It's great.
Seriously.
Love it. Well, once again, another username. This one comes in from CCD, which is spelled CEECEEDEE. Comment on your conversation with Cliff Abbott on freight rates from, I think, Monday's show, and said too many trucks on the road means truck prices are supposed to crash and truck manufacturers are going to start laying off soon. Jimmy, do you have any insights on this comment?
Yeah, we're reaching a tipping point. As Dean Croak talked about when he was on for his, basically we've gotten to the point now where Dean, I don't even know how to describe his contribution to the show other than immense. The amount of content I get from him on a regular basis, Lindsay, that he sends me by email in regards to conversations and discussions. Where I think we're headed is that at some point. And we'll have some more clarity, by the way, Lindsay. People aren't aware of this. We talked to the Canadians yesterday as well, too. A lot of stuff that people are worried about in regards to tariffs really kind of kicks in over the next couple of weeks. It isn't going to be as bad for Mexico and Canada as sometimes you've been led to believe because so much of that is already locked in previous agreements. But a lot of people – this is one of the things, Lindsay, that's such an interesting kind of dilemma. This is where executive dysfunction – and I don't mean that in regards to the White House or the executive branch, but the whole idea of we just got finished talking to the wonderful guest about his book about what PTSD is. Sometimes when you can't do anything, you begin to atrophy. You were talking about it too, Lindsay, that if you don't use the smartest thing about you, if you don't take action at some point, when you eventually do, it's atrophied. It's kind of worn down. And so you have a lot of companies who haven't laid people off because they're waiting to figure out what's going to happen next, haven't bought new equipment because they haven't to figure out what happens next. And regardless of what happens next, they've overextended their budgets. They don't have equipment that's caught up to speed yet, so they're not going to be able to react to what happens next, which means we may see some real disruption in the trucking market. And we may begin to see what that comment says. We may begin to see the bottoming out of a lot of that stuff happening sooner rather than – actually, as Dean said, I hope it happens quickly, and I hope it happens with minimal pain so we can get back to getting our jobs done. That's the best I can do. That's it. But it applies not just to trucking, but everything. Hopefully. Keep your fingers crossed. Lindsay, when you're ready, 1, 2, 3.
Go on.
So we also heard from Joe J in the comment section of your reel from the lineup, Lindsay, and said, can't wait for the Aussie segment and We Should Write. And we were very excited. We are still excited. And we're also happy to report that both of them are live now on their respective platforms. The Aussie at 75 author interview is now up on our YouTube channel for your enjoyment. Go check it out, of course, after this. And all 3 episodes of We Should Write are on the iHeartRadio app and anywhere else you get your podcast. Just type in We Should Write, hit the follow button, and enjoy. And speaking of podcasts, Nemo Nation, Road Gang Radio, We Should Write, and Trek with Oida all are streaming on every major platform: Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music. You can do it on your Alexa. Just go check it out. We're so excited to be everywhere and really be able to announce that we are everywhere.
We're everywhere.
I thought Daniel Buckspan was terrific. I thought
amazing.
A lot of your insights, Lindsay, as well during that segment are really worth kind of going back and revisiting. If you have heard it, if you haven't heard it, it's really worth checking out. And by the way, it brought back a lot of, speaking of chat and comments, man, the comment section lit up on YouTube. I know that for a fact during that interview that we did with Daniel about people's memories of Ozzy and his importance and all that kind of stuff. And go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, it's funny because my girlfriend had sent me right after Ozzy passed. My girlfriend had sent me, she was like, you know what, this would be a great topic for you, talking about We Should Write. Like, and she sent me an article showing like the extent of how he was bullied and how he was assaulted by these kids, sexually abused, and like all the things he went through. And man, I just reading about it, I knew a little bit, but then reading about it more from those articles and then reading Daniel's book, my chest even gets heavy thinking about it. Like, you know, like thank God Ozzy did something wonderful with his life, but especially having, I hate to get dark or deep here for a minute, but I'm going to, especially having a 6-year-old, I think about every day. I thought about when I put her on the bus this morning, I made sure we yelled at her this morning because she was being difficult. And then the minute we put her on the bus, I said, I love you like 3 more times before she got on, because like, we don't know what happens to those kids when they leave for the day. Yeah. And what's going to be said to them. And I think about Ozzy walking home from school every day getting bullied and sexually abused by these kids. And it just makes me feel so heavy. And that comes down to parenting. So if you are a parent out there, check in on your kids, like know what they're looking on their phones at, know what they're doing after school. Please, please, please stay present enough to know what's going on with your kids, so that maybe they can still be superstars, but maybe they can avoid eating, heads off bats. I don't know. But anyway,
maybe.
It's a great book. Sorry to go dark, but it is a wonderful book, and it's just a lesson, and we've got to, we're constantly evolving and getting better. So we have to learn from, I guess we have to learn from not only our own mistakes, but other people's mistakes. I'm done. I'm done.
And by the way,
Don't be done.
It wasn't dark, Lindsay. That's not dark. That is a reminder to make sure that the people you love, you tell them you love them on a regular basis, and if they get sick of it, tell them some more.
That's right.
Because we don't know when our last moment is going to come, but we know who we're leaving, and sometimes if in fact they gave us a shot. It's important to me, I got to tell you all the time now, just simply saying I love you to my parents before I kind of bounce on over here is so important to me. And saying it to my nephews and saying it to everybody that I care about and love. Jeff Pierce, by the way, when he walked out of here, he said, give me a hug. It was great to see you. And that's a great reminder that we have to do that.
Get over here, you.
Yeah,
Get over here,
he kind of did that.
you.
He kind of gave me one of those get over here, you. And people kind of forget to do that. And it's a great reminder. So thank you very much. You're the nicest thing that anyone has ever done for me. Appreciate you. 1, 2,
well, thank
3.
you.
Go on.
Okay, huge shout out to the Children's Foundation for sharing out the YouTube interview that was part of last week's Highway to Health conversation. And a video's kind of blown up on our channel, and it's been shared so many times on their Facebook page and on ours that I can't count. And we really appreciate that. But we also got a heartfelt message from Jennifer T that said, thank you so much for having a session on Sjogren's disease. I am DX, and so is my daughter, who's in her 20s. It was so informative. I am living proof that Sjogren's may go further than dry eyes and dry mouth. There needs to be more awareness about the systematic disease. As you guys covered, many can't see what we're going through daily and may be harsh about it, and it can be a full-time job handling it. having multiple providers can become a full-time job as well, and it can really impact a person's physical, emotional, and financial well-being. We're so grateful for the support, and some of us don't find people who truly understand what we're going through. Thank you for covering that topic. And that just goes to show, like, you guys are on here having fun and also being informative. People are here to get awareness from health professionals and also being entertained while on the road. You guys are doing it all, really, and people are appreciating that, and we appreciate that. And I just wanted to bring that to the table today as well, because it really showed through with all the shares and all the comments that they had, the foundation sharing it, and then also having a real life story come through in the messages.
I want to make another comment to our friends out there who are listening, who have been so supportive. We got some great friends. By the way, Marshall Platter and Trucker Bosun are big fans of Dark Shadows. I wanted to slip that in over the fence as we kind of talk about this. We'll talk about that at a later date, dig into that particular thing. But guys, when you share our posts, when you share our content, and people on LinkedIn are doing this, but if you like something, you hear it, write your own thoughts about it as well at the top. The more personal a touch you put on it is what actually helps us engage people to click on that listen and to actually listen to the article you posted, as opposed to just them hitting like because they're, think it's groovy that you posted something cool that you listen to online. But if you take the time to really write, this is good because of this, listen to this, it makes a big difference. And what happened with the Sjogren's Institute, those people over there, is that they really kind of acknowledge to their listeners and their supporters, listen, they're talking our language. They're speaking in a way that doesn't talk down to us or pretend that it's something made up or something that people just need to kind of, man up and focus on getting right. It's an important conversation, not from anything I said, Lindsay, but from what they were able to kind of very calmly and decently explain of what these men and women suffer from on a regular basis, particularly women. So it is really well worth listening to. And thank you to that listener for sharing that wonderful story by email.
It's strange to me. Can I say the dumb, unserious thing here?
Lindsay's dumb statement of the day, number one.
It's got to be more than number one. The word Sjogren, show your grin. It's so nice. Are they, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. It's such a nice name for such a bummer disease, a bummer thing to have to deal with. But maybe that was the balance of it. I know they didn't just like pick a word. I know there's a meaning behind it.
You know exactly what it is.
There's got to be
of
roots
course I
there.
do.
It's guys, it's Lindsay knows it, and we all know it's the guy that discovered it. But come on, show that.
I know,
grin,
of course
Lindsay.
it is. Well, yeah, no, it's the same thing. They're like Lou Gehrig got Lou Gehrig's disease. Wow, that was who saw that
crazy.
coming?
What a coincidence.
Yeah, and then I understand it, but I feel like it's anyway. You know what? Go on.
I have one more funny comment. I saw a great cartoon once. It's a guy talking to a doctor, and he says, "Doctor, how rare is the disease?" He goes, "We're going to name it after you." That's the moment. Go. I'm sorry. Go.
You never want. Listen, there's a lot of things I want named after me. A disease is not one of them.
Oh my God.
Not a disease.
I know. Lawler's condition.
Oh God, I have it, and let me tell you, it's not good, guys. So you don't want it. Trust me, it keeps you up at night.
Gosh.
1, 2,
TGIF.
3. Go on.
Taking it back to last week, we posted a reel, and I just have to give the backstory. It was a reel of you and Jimmy rocking side by side in rocking chairs and acting ridiculously old.
So dumb.
And it was so dumb. But guys, this was full improv. Like, they were sitting in the rocking chairs. We were waiting on our Uber to go to the airport. And Lindsay's like, "Hey, Tara, film this." And she just looks at Jimmy and she just goes, "Jimmy, just act old." That's it. There was no script. There was no planning, nothing. And that's what came out. And, like, it's not surprising with Jimmy's theater background, but Lindsay, I got to say, you were shockingly good at your little old woman. Like, I loved it so much. And
Dude, it's easy to naturally yell at Jimmy. It's so easy to naturally yell at Jimmy off cup. And Jim, your old man of hand movements, where even what you're doing, everyone go over there and watch it. What you're doing with your hand was very, very on point of an old man.
Thank
and just
you.
how you lean and how you're slumped in your chair. All I had to do was yell at you, which I do anyway. So I wasn't really doing anything.
Yeah, but actually though, you did have that wild head movement of like I call it the simultaneous eye roll. The only problem you had is the fact that I think you were so surprised by what I was doing, you lost it.
I know, and I messed up my.
Made it better.
Yeah, I messed up my C and P. I was like, no one wants to see what you say. See, who needs to pee? I messed that one up. But other than that,
was
I
great.
kind of sounded like the old chain smoker granny for some reason. I'm not
Actually,
sure.
the best.
It reminded me of like a Halloween animatronic that you see at like, you know, at the Halloween stores, how they like really move kind of funky.
At Chuck E. Cheese or Showbiz Pizza.
I'm actually going to brag on us for a second, Tara. And Tara will back me up here. If you ever want to get a real laugh, ask Lindsay and I to play flummoxed parents. Not old people, but like
oh my God,
parents
I love
who
when
are
you guys are my parents.
guys who play flummoxed parents. It's like, look, I've been talking to your mom about this, and there's just you need to be more respectful to her. I know she's had a couple of cocktails, but you've just
That was an ongoing bit at math this past math. And it was so funny the whole time.
And Lindsay doing the sideways thing with her hand in the air, being like, I've told those kids. I mean, it's just the best thing ever. Sorry.
Just
in the weeds.
Listen, anytime I can play a woman who's had a couple of cocktails, I'm good to
Love
go. Hey, Tara.
Hey.
Go
on.
Well, Chowda says, careful you two. You're closer than that to that reality than you think. And watch out. Karma, but funny all the same. And the rest of you, hit like and get your friends signed up to RGR. And big shout out. Thanks for always being such a soldier in the Nemo Nation. Like, we love you so much and appreciate getting the word out and encouraging people to be active on the socials. But he's warning you.
I'm going to respond to that right now, Lindsay. If my future means sitting in front of a really nice hotel in a rocking chair with Lindsay Lawler while you film us being stupid, I actually am
Love
incredibly hopeful for the future. Thank you very much.
Love you, TGIF. Tara Garris is fabulous, and I think we've proven that today. That's Breaker Back Talk. It's always fun to talk to you, my dear.
Thank you. We have someone in the DMs that are wanting us to be their sugar baby as well. So if you guys want that, I'm not sure if he's paying for all of us or just Jimmy, but we'll get to that next week.
Yeah, please circle back to that. We need some sugar babies around here.
Back in my day, we didn't have no TGIFs, and we didn't have no Tara Garrises or Turtles. All we had was we had to make up stuff on our own and pretend people said things about us. Now we got the real deal. Get out of here, T.
Out.
By the way, this is Road Gang Radio here on NP and keep on peeing. Our good friend Lindsay Lawler, our good friend Jimmy
I'm a
Mack.
peeing, you're a peeing.
Good guy coming up here next, by the way. Guys, I want you to head on over to shadyrays.com. They got your back, and Lindsay looks cool in them.
That's true.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Live and rolling once again. This is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting from NOLA to Nash. Jimmy, Lindsay, where were we? Where are we? Who are you?
No idea.
Same as it ever was.
No idea.
Same as it ever was. Lindsay, I have to tell you, man, the content is actually stacking up pretty quickly over the course of this week and over the course of the limited amount of time we have been on these new platforms. Very excited, by the way, about the Spotify, Apple, and all the other podcasting news. So many of our
Pandora
episodes,
too.
I know.
We're over there. You can find us everywhere.
We're on apps as well. By the way, if you've opened up that Pandora's box, you will actually find us. We are omnipresent. Like Van Morrison said, ever present everywhere, and we're all right. By the way, I struck up I guess you do this on the gram of Insta. I do this on the sky of blue. David Avalone is a writer, filmmaker, and
So
show
fun
business.
to say.
It really
Avalone.
is. And by the way,
Changing my name.
What's really cool about it is being from New Orleans as an Irishman. I have to tell you that half my friends in Catholic school had names like this. And it just makes me really happy. It makes me feel like I'm back in the 70s again. He's a writer, filmmaker, and showbiz veteran. At one time or another, he's had most jobs listed in the credits of the movie. Absolutely true. And speaks about many of them with a great deal of insight, experience, and often quite a few laughs. But these days, he's mostly a writer, and a good one, and mostly writes comic books with a little TV on the side. One of my favorite things he does is often on his Patreon page, he will look at classic books and classic fiction and kind of talk about that at length. He hosts a couple of podcasts, as I've mentioned, but it's just great to have him here. And David, welcome. I'm so glad you could make the time in your busy schedule. Good morning and welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Well, thank you very much. I will say I'm not usually that busy at this time of the morning for me.
Well, good. So it's nice to hear you rest.
It's a pretty quiet time for me. So, but I'm happy to be up and talking to you guys.
I want to start here. So I didn't, David. I had the idea of comic book land is something I knew nothing about. I didn't really read them or collect them as a kid. But then when I got older and got married, my brother-in-law, who has since passed, he had, David, a massive collection of comics and pristine. He'd been collecting since he was a child. He got them every week when they came out. They were, tens of thousands that he left to my husband that were in mint condition in their. I wish I would have met you before we ended up prior to have this. But I started to understand it watching him when he was sick and passing. He had a record collection, a comic collection, and I started to understand it watching him pass, like the love of comics and his stories, as we called them, and what I guess it did from escapism, but in the positive form. And now, like, I'm really interested. I'm fascinated when I walk by a comic store. It got me way more into DC and Marvel, and certainly your show as well, Batwheel. So I'm curious. I say all that to say, like, what does the comic world mean to you? Where did you get started from? Where did your love of it begin, and how does it translate as an adult?
Well, as a kid, I read a lot of comics, but the funny thing was I was never a superhero guy. It was actually the movies. It was the Superman movie in '78 that really made me a Superman fan and made me interested in reading those kind of comics. But when I was a kid, I read, this is something very few people remember now, but there were a lot of World War II comics when I was a kid. And my dad was a World War II veteran. So the first comic I ever read was Sergeant Fury and His Howling Commandos.
Fantastic.
Back in the '70s when Nick Fury was a white guy. They changed that in the '90s, and I have no objection to that. but the Nick Fury I grew up with was kind of seemed like a little Italian guy, actually, which is, I think, something I liked about him. And DC Comics published, like, this is impossible to imagine now. They had like 5 monthly titles that were World War II books. No superheroes, just, stories about World War II. Sergeant Rock, GI Combat, The Unknown Soldier, The Haunted Tank, believe it or not, real thing. And I read those. I read Swamp Thing, which was kind of a horror book, though every once in a while a DC superhero would show up in it when they wanted to sell some issues. But the truth of the matter is I was just a reader off and on for years and years and years and years and years, but it wasn't ever anything I considered as a career for me or something I would do. And when I got out of college, I spent, no kidding, about 30 years making independent films and trying to break into the studio system and having a lot of frustration with that. And you'll find my name in a lot of movies over the years. But in 2014, I was just about burnt to a crisp by the whole process of raising money and putting together crews and making a movie. And a lot of what I was doing was other people's dreams, and I was helping other people get their movies made. I can never manage to get something made of mine. And in 2014, a colleague introduced me to a single editor at a single comic book company called Dynamite, named Joe Ryban at San Diego Comic-Con, and we had drinks for a couple of hours, had a great time. And at the end of the meeting, he said, let me go back to New York and see if I can find something you can work on for us. And what he came up with was a comic called Legendary Vampirella, which was a steampunk Vampirella thing. I'd never had the ambition of writing comic books, so I grew up watching movies and understanding them, trying to figure out how they were made. Where's the camera? What's the actor doing? What's the music doing? What's the editing doing? I read comic books in a completely uncritical way. So when I got my first job, I took my favorite comics down off the shelf, and I went, oh, New Frontier is 3 big CinemaScope panels every page. Watchmen is a 9-panel grid every. Fascinating. It's a different language. It's a different way of making stories. And I took it seriously, and I learned everything I could about it. And 11 years later, Dynamite's still publishing me, and I got a whole bunch of comics out there. And the longest possible way to answer your question, what are comics to me now? The degree of freedom I have in a comic book to tell stories the way I want to tell them, to tell stories I want to tell, is remarkable. Because the lowest budget movie you can make is still pretty expensive. A comic book company is maybe only spending, depending on the company, depending on the rates, between $9,000 and $15,000 on your comic book. So they can afford to let you be nutty. They can afford to let you write. I did an issue of Betty Page once that turned into Tinkerbell versus Cthulhu. I don't know that I would get that movie greenlit. I don't know that anyone would go for Elvira, Mistress of the Dark meets H.P. Lovecraft for a $200 million blockbuster. But for 5 issues of a comic book series, I can be incredibly self-indulgent and do the stuff I want to do. And that's gold to any creative person, to be able to have control over your own work and tell the stories you want to tell.
But David, real quick, Jim, before you hop in here, does that, as you were talking, you mentioned the haunted tank and, World War II comics. It makes you realize literally anything could be a comic. So, I'm sitting here looking at the ottoman that my feet are on, thinking this ottoman could be a comic, and he will put his feet on me.
The angry ottoman.
The angry ottoman. Do you get overwhelmed with everything you look around at? You see a comic in it?
No, that's just being a storyteller. That's, everything is potentially a story. And I think the big, not to get into the whole long, sad history of it, but in the 1950s, a guy named Frederick Wortham went before Congress, wrote a book, and essentially destroyed the American comic book industry, which used to be robust and have any kind of story in it. And the government got involved. The comics code was created, where it was basically like the Hays Code for movies in the 30s. And basically, to retreat from all that, most comic book companies stopped making horror comics, stopped making violent war comics, stopped making mystery comics, stopped making romance comics. And they just made superhero comics because that was easy and nobody got mad at you for it. And that's why most people think comic books equal superheroes. But outside of the United States of America, just go to Japan, go to Italy, go to France, and you will see grown-ass adults reading comic books everywhere you go. And they take them seriously, and it's an art form just like a novel or a movie or a play or a poem or a song. It's just one more medium for storytelling. So that's basically where I come from, is, any story that you can tell, you can probably tell in a comic book. Now, some stories, comic books are visual. They lend themselves to colorful things, and because of that, they lend themselves to flying men in tights punching each other. Is a popular genre. But anything that you can tell in a comic book. You can find a way to do in a comic book. And I've been writing comics for 11 years. I've written very little superhero stuff. I've written superheroes on television, but I've written horror comedy, and my Betty Page story was a science fiction spy adventure, and that's the Vampirella stuff. I'm writing Red Sonja now, Red Sonja Noir, which is a sword and sorcery / detective story, which is, I think I may be one of the first to do that, invent that genre. So that's what's great about it, is it's just a medium for storytelling, and you can do anything in it as long as your publisher is okay with it, as long as they're willing to pay for it.
It's kind of cool too, and please correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of people think that Red Sonja springs out of the mind of Robert E. Howard. Red Sonja is a comic book creation, is she not? The idea that being
she's basically, what happens is Roy Thomas starts doing Savage Sword of Conan at Marvel, and I'm guessing Stan goes, "It's only one book. It's doing great. How can we have more than one book? What about Lady Conan?" And Robert E. Howard and Roy Thomas goes back to Robert E. Howard and finds this character called Red Sonja Rocketino, but she's a pirate in the 14th century. She's nothing like the comic book character. And Roy, with a lot of help from ghostwriting women, by the way, creates the Conan in a chainmail bikini version of Red Sonja. And that's really the one we have today. There's virtually no resemblance to anything in Robert E. Howard, and she's very much a creation of the comic books. And there's a movie coming out in a couple of days, actually. It's a Red Sonja movie.
Really quickly, I want to have give you something that you just gave me when you brought up Sergeant Fury. My dad used to call him, just for fun, because he played with words, Furioso. So I always thought he was an Italian, which made me laugh all the time.
I think he's at some point in the comics, it's canonical that his parents are Ellis Island immigrants, and he's an Italian kid, and all. In comic books, we're constantly retconning, retroactive continuity, where you change things. I'm sure when Stan and Jack invented Nick Fury, he was just Bob adjective. That's the. But they were New Yorkers from the neighborhoods that had a lot of Italian guys in them, and I think they were writing a little tough guy they knew who lived down the street, pretty much.
Well, and it's funny too, Lindsay, because I was a fan of those comic books. The comic books I was a fan of, David, were actually the World War II ones. I was also a big fan of Bernie Wrightson stuff. For those of you who don't know, he's a big horror writer. That's where form actually overwhelms content. His style is so distinctive; it begins to affect the way people write for him, and he just starts writing his own stories. But really quickly on the Sergeant Fury guys. Boy, talk about pointing the way for younger generations to actually believe in an integrated society. They have Dum Dum and Izzy and Dino and Rebel, Gabriel Jones, Pinky, Junior. There's actually a Japanese American named Jim Morita, if I remember correctly. Frenchie.
Jim Morita. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I can't remember. There's also a German. There's also a Nazi defector who joins him. I can't remember his name.
Yep, Eric Schmidt.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
And I'll tell you something truly weird. Played by, of all people, Patton Oswalt on the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. miniseries.
Oh, that's right.
Series.
That's right. I totally.
Not really the tall hand. No offense to my buddy Patton, but not exactly the Aryan Superman he was in the comic book.
No.
But that may have been the joke. But yeah, and that's a very World War II movie trope. One of my favorite. Since the last election, one of the things I've been doing is watching World War II movies set when the outcome of the war was in question. And Sahara is one of my favorites, and it absolutely establishes that thing. And it's a propaganda saying, but it's a beautiful propaganda saying of, we beat the bad guys when we all pull together, even though we're all very different and we want different things and we're very different people. Bogart leads a squad that includes a Nigerian soldier, an Australian, a couple of Englishmen, a Free Frenchman, and they have a German pilot they've captured and an Italian soldier they've captured who is completely disillusioned with fascism. So that's a movie that knows Italy is probably going to flip before it actually did. But yeah, that's a thing that comics have always done very well, is the vision of an integrated society, the vision of, the X-Men are, wildly different people with wildly different traits who mostly get along and, band together to fight evil.
I'm so Drawing Blood. I'm going to pivot. We're going to pivot, Jim.
Pivot.
Sure.
We're going to pivot to Drawing Blood, which you've co-created with one. Was it Kevin or Peter that you worked on this with?
It was Kevin.
Okay.
Eastman, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Kevin Eastman, who is a co-creator of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. On that piece, by the way, I've got a really cool Ninja Turtles track jacket that when I lived in LA,
Nice.
I dated a guy who was head of marketing for Hot Topic, and he gave me this green Adidas track jacket with the Ninja Turtle on it. That is like one of my most.
Out of the relationship.
Listen, he had a really, really hairy back, so I couldn't stay with him too long. But the jacket was totally
Lindsay.
worth it.
Come on, man.
I shaved it for him. I was a good girlfriend. Anyway,
You could have kept the jacket on during the sex. But yeah,
that's true. Good point. Good point.
They just
Oh
wore
my
the
God.
jacket. But yeah, no, it's the Ninja Turtle thing is so funny. Working with Kevin, I see it. You know that thing where something is everywhere, but you don't interact with it, so you don't notice it?
Yeah.
The minute I started working with Kevin, I would walk down the street and go, kid with a Ninja Turtle backpack. That guy has Ninja Turtle shorts on. That guy's wearing a baseball cap. It's everywhere, and it's very, very funny how universal it is, and how beloved it is. And Drawing Blood, for those who don't know, is this comic that we do with Image, co-created by me and Kevin. I write the scripts. He does some of the art. And it's about a guy. It's a very fictionalized version of Kevin's life and career, and particularly of the moment he found himself in the mid-'90s when he had taken the money he made from the Ninja Turtles to start a do-gooder comic book company that was going to, promote creative people and their original ideas, and it lost $9 million. Which it's nice to have $9 million to lose. I'm sure Kevin would tell you that, and have it not reduce you to homelessness. Kevin is doing fine, but it was an experiment, and the experiment did not go well, and he learned a lot from it. And the book is about the roller coaster of being an early success and then trying to turn that success into something beautiful that you believe in, and then that not working out at all. And then how do you come back? How do you get your own sense of self back? How do you, when you've been the CEO of $1 billion global franchise, essentially, what happens to the guy who liked to draw things, who didn't want to spend his day approving toy licenses, but wants to just draw comic books? How do you get back to the guy who draws comic books? So that's what it's about. And issue 8, after a pretty long delay, because we were all busy with different other things, after a pretty long delay, issue 8 comes out in the next couple of weeks, and we'll charge straight through to issue 12, and that will wrap up that series. But the first, for anyone who wants to jump on board and doesn't want to start with issue 8, there's a trade paperback in bookstores that has issues 1 through 4. And it also has what he creates instead of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in our universe is something called the radically rearranged Ronin Ragdolls, who are 3 mutant cats that fight crime.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
They're named after Japanese anime directors instead of Renaissance painters. And so the book actually includes a 32-page radically rearranged Ronin Ragdolls comic. Because in order to work on it, I said to him at a certain point, one, your fans would probably love to see the Ragdolls in an actual comic book once we've introduced them in Drawing Blood. But also to write about him and what he's done and why he's famous and all that, we kind of need to show the audience the thing that he made that made him famous. And by the way, that's a very unique form of pressure. Because, you always try your best to do your best work that you're going to present to an audience. But when you're presenting something to an audience and what you're selling them is, this swept the world, they made 20 movies, there were, breakfast cereals and pajamas, you really got to kind of bring your A game to that because, I think most writers and artists are like this. I'm not really thinking about this needs to appeal to everyone when I create something, when I write something. That was really the first time I thought, what can I do to make this the most universal thing that I possibly can that would appeal to a lot of people. I mean, people like cats. That's an easy starting place. If you're starting with cats being funny and doing martial arts is already pretty exciting. But yeah, really like when I created the characters with Kevin, like we dug into what makes these characters someone that a kid latches onto for their entire life.
Well, and I was going to ask, I think you just, sorry, I think you just answered, but tell me if you answered. I was going to ask you, when you're creating this with Kevin, something that, is $1 billion plus franchise, how do you not think about, hey, how do we make this $1 billion franchise and stay present in the moment? But I think you nailed it early when you said, what happened to the guy who just likes to write or who just likes to draw? Yeah. Is that what it comes back to?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, okay. And that's the only way in which I would say it really affected what I did is I thought about Kirk, Spock, and McCoy and why that worked and why those characters worked for 50 years and people kept coming back to them. And the reason, and this is not an original observation from me, is that it's the Freudian psyche broken into its three parts. Kirk is ego, Spock is superego, and McCoy is id. And in every situation, one of the things you love about them and one of the things that makes it easy for an audience to stay on board is you know what Spock's going to suggest and you know what McCoy is going to suggest. And the drama is what is the middle way between intellect and emotion that Kirk has to walk that will always be the right answer. And that you can apply that, and writers have applied that to any story and come up with gold. And in the case of my three cats, what I came up with was body, mind, and soul instead of ego, superego, id. There's one that's really all about her body. She's the violent one. She's the one that's the quickest to get into a fight. The leader, Tezuka, is the smart one who's always trying to find the balance. And the other cat is the poetic, gentle one whose name is Miyazaki. And she always wants to go the way of the heart. So I felt like that was enough of three archetypes that once again you could apply and a child would see themselves in Miyazaki, would see themselves in Tezuka. The violent one is named Otomo, which is the name of the director of Akira, by the way. So that's the one time I applied something that I thought was a formula that I thought would work is, how do you make the characters boil down to one essential human trait and then have them be that trait on every page and every panel, etc. Like I said, it's an interesting challenge, but the people love the ragdolls and it has taken off a little bit. And there will be more ragdolls in everyone's future.
By the way, it's so funny too, because that, and as you said, this is not a model that is, unique to you guys, but the idea that rolling around in there as well are the Three Musketeers, that division of labor that goes on emotionally through that kind of piece. There's something else too that you touched on, and we've only got a few moments left here with David Avalone. We get to the Francis Ford Coppola dilemma, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles dilemma, the Blue Man Group dilemma. What happens when the truly avant-garde, the truly weird, wondrous, rebellious spirit that actually exists on the absolute fringe of things gets yanked ferociously into the mainstream? And that seems to be what you're wrestling with, too, the idea that it's like, dude, I never had any intention of this being this. I just wanted to be somebody who made enough money to do this thing.
They kill Shredder in the first issue for the very clear reason that they thought there would never, ever, ever, ever be a second issue. There's and they were doing something that they thought was very silly. And they didn't realize that they hooked into something that everyone would love. And that's and even... there have been all sorts of versions of the Ninja Turtles over the years, some of them more corporate than others. And that's something we actually play around with in the comic book. We did a comic called Ragdoll's Animated Adventures that's very much supposed to be the comic that was released when there was a TV show on for kids. And it's very distinct. It's very distinct from, the first issue that's their indie comics issue is way more violent and adult seeming. And then there's Ragdoll's Animated Adventures, which is very much aimed at, 12-year-olds and 10-year-olds. And it's the same franchise and it's the same thing. And I think that's That's not a bad thing. I mean, there's always that the Sears of, it's the hippie seeing torn jeans in Sears and a single tear rolls down their cheek. Like, it's also not such a terrible thing when outsider ideas crawl into the mainstream, because as much as the mainstream can corrupt the avant-garde ends up corrupting the mainstream back a little bit. And you get, a world where 5 billion people know about turtles that live in the sewers. and their boss is a rat, and they fight they fight ninja from Japan. It's an extremely strange idea to catch on the way it did, and yet it did. I mean, I'll tell you, when I was doing a convention with Kevin once, and there was a huge line waiting for him, and my wife pointed out how racially diverse the line was, and I never thought about this before. She said, "Yeah, they're green. No one has to feel excluded. Anyone can identify with a Ninja Turtle. They're green."
Your wife is deep.
Yeah, she's very smart. And it's just one of those things of like, you're right. That makes it easier. And there's a great book, by the way, as an aside. If you want to understand comics, there's a book called Understanding Comics, very helpfully, that Kevin actually was the first publisher of when he had his publishing house. But it's been reprinted a million times by a guy named Scott McCloud. And it boils down why cartooning works and why the less it looks like a real person, the more anyone can project themselves onto it. No child who has ever lived looks like Charlie Brown, which makes it easier for us all to be Charlie Brown.
By the way,
wow! But it also shows you. Sorry, it just shows you how wildly creative the brain can be. That you could come up with something that you've never actually seen. Oh, I could go down the rabbit hole here.
David, we're out of time. David, we're out of time, brother.
Fascinating.
And by the way,
it was great talking to you. Feel free to have me back anytime. It was a lovely conversation.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure.
Let me kind of give people his bona fides over here. By the way, you can go to David Avallone Freelance, and that is AVALLONE freelance.com. There's a lot of great stuff over there, by the way. Please check it out. This is a highly creative man and a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much. And we will be talking to you guys on the other side of this break with country and Western music news, because we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds?
We celebrate all kinds.
All kinds, even the green kinds, especially the green kinds, actually.
Nicely done. My sister, I'll see you on the other side of this.
I'll be here.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
You heard
Excuse you?
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and Western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
That's me. Let me just put on my boots and my spurs real quick so I can saddle up for this here edition of country and Western music news, because, boys and girls, on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
Oh, all kinds.
You know, I mean that. I think that's going to become... That's become a nice theme around here. Just subtly letting you know it came out of joking gists with country and Western, but But we really do celebrate both kinds, all kinds
Both
on
kinds,
this
all
show.
kinds.
Listen, I see what we're up to here. I see
know.
what we're up to here.
It's not easy being green, but we're here for you.
And you know what? Before I start this, Jim, what's cool about this show, if we do say so ourselves, is yes, on the radio shows, I've been noticing this because I'm looking at all the other podcasts, and this is not a podcast, we live, but specifically on podcasts, what people are doing, and for the most part, Jim, people just have people on to have people on. But there's no like, what is the goal? Why did you do like a particular country, pretty big country band that I know pretty well? I saw their new podcast they've launched, and they're just talking to people, and I'm listening, and I'm not slamming them, although it sounds like I am, and I probably am. But I'm like, what are you guys doing? They're just talking. And so like here, I like obviously we have a goal. But the making a living, making a life, I like that it doesn't have to be. We had Tom Cruise on. It's like, we're talking about, there's so many interesting people out there that you don't know their name, or they're not a household name. And they're the people that make the world really work and tick. And that's why I'm just fascinated by the sky's the limit on who we could talk to. Anyway, you feel me, Jim?
Well, and I want to kind of echo that sentiment right there, because actually in some ways, I've always been kind of kernling this idea too, but you talked about the idea when we first started doing the show together of bringing on what I call the great middle class of entertainment. The people who actually make a living at this, but don't like basically live in the stratosphere of like, there's too many people that think either you're doing community theater or you're on Broadway. Oh, contraire.
Yeah.
The people who make a lifelong living in the theater who don't spend any time trotting the boards the Great White Way. And the same thing applies to popular culture. The same thing applies to video games. The same thing applies to trucking. It applies everywhere. And the idea that we want you guys to see the people that make the sausage. If you ever wonder why things are so good, it's because, I don't know if you noticed this, he wasn't name dropping. If you do your research on David, he knew Stan Lee, he knew those folks, he knew all those men.
It's not name dropping if you're just talking about your friends and the people you work with. He's legitimately, those people are, he's like, how can I tell you about me without telling you about who I'm working with?
Yeah, and let's put it this way, that a guy who was able to throw $9 million into a passion project of making sure other voices got heard, he's friends with them, and he's a collaborator with them. And just as in earlier, Mark Graney's at the top of his game. But think about the number of books we've gotten from people who are just getting started, just getting the action rolling. But the music people we talk to are people who are on the cusp, who are that one wildfire viral song from tipping the engine over, because that money,
or the people that wrote the songs behind the huge sensation as well.
All of that.
Also, they're fine, they're successful. Don't cry for them, Argentina. You just don't know their name, and they like it that way.
This show, I'm beginning to realize, both in trucking, in making a living section, and in the making a life, this show ultimately is about being seen. That's what it's about. It's about, we want to let people know we see them. And we see what they're doing, and we see what they're up to, and we want to find out what it's about. And that's why we like our comment section as well, too. That's why it's so important, because we see you. We see Marshall. We see Trucker Bosun. We see Chowder. We see the people that contribute. We see Rebecca Brewster when she jumps in. And that's an important thing to remember. I'm sorry, you just opened a can of worms, and I thought we'd go fishing a little bit with it. Go on.
Hey, listen, that's my favorite way to fish. If you actually hand me the worm, I'll throw it back at you. But the metaphorical worm I love. So let's go fishing. Let's go fishing in country and western music news. And I'm going to throw some football in here today because it's coming, Jim.
It's country and western.
Football's coming.
It's coming, man. It's coming. It's already here. It's happening.
It's here. It's not only coming, it's here. And Jelly Roll, of course, he's always in the news. He and Dolly, Jelly and Dolly are, I can't find enough stories that don't involve them. But Jelly Roll, who, by the way, fresh off his WWE WrestleMania appearance, he didn't die. He made it through. Very exciting. Jim, he visited the Tennessee Titans last week. And in the words of Hans and Franz, he was there to pump them up. And he did. He did. Jelly Roll, who is a native of Nashville, Jim, he went and he talked to the Tennessee Titans about, the brotherhood that comes from being on the road touring and how he can relate that to NFL and them out on the road playing the games. And I think this is really cool. It's what we do, relating touring and music to trucking as well. The camaraderie that comes with being on the front lines, so to speak. Jelly Roll said, I learned very early that that's where the magic was, the being on the road part. He said, what was happening for me was out on the road between me and the boys in the band, we started translating what was happening on the road, translating that to stage, Jim. So he said all that connection that we were looking for on stage, but we could never find it because we were only trying to find it in that 1 hour when we were on stage. I think this is really interesting. He said, we thought we were going to connect and, like that 60 to 90 minutes when we went on stage, but it was at a little bar or whatever, local bar. He said it was really the 23 other hours in the day that we weren't on stage that was building the connection. I talk about this a lot when I went on the road. I'm like, sometimes there's a lot of talented people, but it's about the hang. It's about how well you get along. It's about the energy vibe you give me when I'm on stage. If you make me feel stupid or like I don't belong in my own camp, that's a problem. Like it's so much more than the talent, really. And that's what he's talking to the Titans about. And he said it kept the Titans focused on their day-to-day at training camp. He said, you guys, we are creating, I love that Joe was saying we, like he's playing for the Titans. But he's like, we're creating an opportunity here, a real opportunity here. And I don't know, Jim, I just think that was a neat piece. And I'll tell you about a little more on the Titans side, but you know what I mean? Like it's so, I love what he's saying. It's the same with us. It's team building. It's all those other things that if you're not good off the field, you will never be good on the field.
A friend of mine, actually, he's had a pretty good career since. I won't use his name. It's his story to tell. But he actually had a guest episode of Cheers many years ago. And it was a big break for him. He had a couple of lines.
I won't say his name, but it sounds like Udi and ends in Errolson.
Yeah,
no,
no,
okay.
no, it wasn't Woody Harrelson, but it was only one episode, and this is a heartbreaking story that actually has a good ending to it. He had an episode of Cheers where he comes in as a delivery boy, and he had a line in the process where he gets a quarter, and Rebecca gives him a quarter as a tip, and he looks at the quarter and he goes, ooh, a nice shiny quarter. And that's supposed to get the laugh. He got the laugh, but he asked the people who created the show if he could look up and say, now my brother can have that operation. And everybody laughed, and he got the line. And then they literally had him be a recurring character on that episode of Delivery.
That's a better
Stuff.
line, too. It's a better line.
Yeah, and he had 2 or 3 lines, 2 or 3 looks at the tip, looks at the dismissal, and then delivers deadpan. He's also 6'6", tall, drink of water. I mean, and of course on television or the movies, it makes a big difference. Lindsay, at the end of it, one of the people in the show, one of the producers says, man, you're really tall. And he'd gotten that so much that he got defensive, and he said, so what? And he said, the moment I said it, I couldn't get out of it. And he said he could watch the producer's face go from warmth to being like, oh, I see, you're that kind of guy. And he never got asked back. And he knew it. He said, the moment I did it, I knew it. And he also knew that if I kept talking, I would only make it worse. He literally told them, you're not worth having in a lifeboat for 22 weeks. I kid you not.
Why? I don't understand. Because he talked back?
He got
Or because
defensive. He got defensive.
Defensive.
He got defensive. And the moment he got defensive, the moment he got defensive, he said he watched the guy's face. The guy didn't really, he said, Jim, he didn't get ugly back. He went, oh. But he could see it went from warmth about I'm trying to start a conversation here to see what you would be like if we all kind of hung out here. And he said, I blew the hang is what he did. He blew the hang.
Maybe they would have written the tall guy into his character.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, basically, I know. And I mean, he said, of all the things I could have said, I was like, yeah, so that's what he said. And he immediately told this guy, oh, wait, he's defensive about his height, which I don't see as a problem. What else is he going to be defensive about? He actually played it through in his brain for years after that until he finally got a recurring gig someplace else. He's 6'6". It's the only hint I will give you. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the story. You have got to be the kind of person that people want to be on the road with for 23 hours when they're not on stage. You've got to be the kind of person that people want to hang with. If you're difficult, if you're a person who grills people and always has a complaint and always has an issue, at some point, people are going to go, I don't want to be here with you. I don't want that. I think it's a great point. I thought about my friend because he used to be very difficult.
No, it is. I mean, I think, and that's what he was. I think that's why you bring these motivational speakers in, or like Jelly Roll to come talk to the Titans. It's like, it's just it's kind of that shaking people up enough to get out of their heads for whatever they're doing and be like, focus on this for a minute so that you can go back to doing the other part with ease. And they loved having Jelly Roll there, of course. Jelly was talking about his favorite thing, by the way, that he's excited about. J.C. Latham, a former Alabama star.
Woo!
Latham? Am I saying that?
That's
I'm saying
right.
that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. J.C. Latham, former Alabama star. Very excited about that, of course. Looking like a beast, as well as Cam Ward's Jelly said his watching Cam Ward's work ethic in person in the reels, he's like, that was on another level. You can hear about it, but when you see it happening, it's like sort of mind blowing. And I just love that Jelly kept saying, I can see that the culture being built, and dear God, Titans need to rebuild that culture. But he said, I can feel it. Double down on the culture in these next 10 days, boys, and we've got a chance. Remember, you're stuck with each other. Jelly's words, and I think, preach it, Jelly. Let's go, Titans. Let's go, Titans. Good luck. I don't know, but let's go. We're working on it, Jim. Preseason starts tonight.
That's right. Thank you, Trucker Bosun, for pointing that out. That is the
Yeah.
absolute truth. And a whole bunch of places are going to have a whole bunch of new people doing their thing, including Danny Dimes, Daniel Jones over at Indianapolis. But, Lindsay, I will do to you what we do to Tara. Go on.
Thank you. All right. Speaking of new things, I can't believe it's taken this long, Jim. But the MTV Video Music Awards are making history this year in 2025 by, how has this not happened yet, finally introducing a brand new Best Country Artist category. Country has never been in the MTV Music Video Awards. By the way, are there even music videos anymore to the same caliber? We'll talk about that in a second. But it's their first genre-specific edition in more than 40 years where they've done this. And so nominees for the inaugural award, of course, include, it's a mix of country legends and rising stars, but Chris Stapleton, Cody Johnson, Carrie Underwood, Jelly Roll, Lainey Wilson, and, of course, that guy, Morgan Wallen. Speaking of Morgan Wallen, Phone Master Dre sent me something great, Jim, just on TikTok. It's Haley Williams, who's a pop icon, I guess. I don't even know really much about her. But anyway, someone's interviewing her, and she said, who are the country people that you least hate? And Jim, you'll love it. Her response was, oh, all of them, but mainly Morgan Wallen. And she responds so quickly. She goes, oh, all of them. But yeah, mainly that Morgan Wallen. And we're like, yeah, I second that emotion. The category's debut arrives at, Jim, a pivotal moment in music. So country music has accounted for nearly 30% of the Billboard Hot 100 top 10 early in this year, which is the first time it's done that. MTV's decision mirrors the fans demanding the recognition here. And I love this take. This is where I want to talk about, Jim, just from a music video side. So there's an article I read, this guy, Michael Norman, he's over at an outlet called The Plain Dealer. And he said, it's nice that the VMAs to finally recognize one of the most popular forms of music in America, even though they're doing it 20 years after they regularly stopped playing videos of any kind. But here we still have the Video Music Awards. And he said, given that modern country music is today's pop music, yes, it's finally about time. Now, if we could just get our 24-hour channel of music videos to actually play music videos, that would be great. That's what people want, not just another award category in the sea. I would love it if we could bring music videos back. I know I don't know if this is a noise thing. They're very expensive to produce. Not anymore, though, by the way. Your take.
London, Paris, New York, Munich, everybody talk about pop music.
Talk about.
By the way, I miss that so much as the background noise to our lives, and I don't understand. I really don't understand, to be honest with you, why they don't have more videos on, because I will tell you this. Watching the way people consume stuff, and I totally get we live in a TikTok world, but, I can see people in their houses doing their thing with a big television set with music videos on it while they're going on their phones. Oh, here's a video I like, and listening to it and watching it and letting it unfold. And by the way, nothing is expensive to produce anymore unless you are precious. The only time anything is more expensive to produce now is if you're precious. Dude, I mean, Steven Soderbergh has spent an entire film career going, hey, you can make a really good movie with an iPhone. Hey, you can actually, if you have any sort of creativity and know how to actually edit, you might be able to do something truly great. Hey, if you go make some friends that you're willing to hang with for 23 hours, you might be able to make something really cool. Yeah, can I make another comment based on what you just
Yeah.
said about the MTV Awards?
Sure.
And I want to kind of there's a lot of people out there who are complaining, and it makes me uncomfortable when they complain about this, about the number of pop stars, the number of people of color, the number of outsiders who are gravitating their way into the country and music scene. Two things. First of all of country and Western music begins with outsiders, almost more so than any other form of pop outside of maybe the blues. Any form of popular contemporary music outside of maybe the blues, which it, by the way, shares the same dusty road with. I think what's happening, which is so groovy, is that the institution goes where the action is. And I think that country, Western, folk, and Americana are where the action is these days, and a lot of really great artists and a lot of really creative people are gravitating in that direction. And that's why MTV finally went, maybe we should have something for country and Western music. That might be a good idea since everybody seems to really like that.
Yeah, because country feels like, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, and you could probably say this about other things, but currently, country feels like the one genre that has a lot of things going on within it. Like, to me, right now, pop is pop is pop. Jazz, I'm not saying there isn't different kinds or levels of pop and jazz and the different things, but country you've got like hip hop vibes in country, you've got pop country, you've got a real move from old school country coming back, and the storytelling. Like, country does a lot of things. It's the only genre to me currently on the radio that does multiple things.
I think it has entrance and exit doors for the young and the old. That's what's so groovy about country music. That you literally could have like a video. You can't be a pop star, but there's a lot of people that can fake their way in front of a video, actually singing pop ballads and anthems. But I won't lie, Lindsay, and I have a pretty good ear. I don't have a good voice, but I have a good ear. I listen to stuff and I go, man, that could be anything, anywhere. With country music, Americana, folk, that whole sort of area right there, you could be 50 years old and suddenly become somebody. You could be 15 years old and become somebody. You could be a guy or a gal who missed their chance, and at 62, somebody ran a video at some, 100-seat place where you played, and you brought the house down, and suddenly the rich men from Richmond are showing up to give you a little cash. You know what I'm saying? It feels like America is what it feels like. It feels like everybody, by the time the big boys show up, some of it's already spent, but it feels like it's the place where the action is right now. I mean, good gosh almighty, Beyonce went, the heck with this pop stuff, I'm going to go hang out over here. That's it right there. That's it.
Boom.
Boom.
Boom. Well, fan voting is open right now if you want to get a part of it. It's open now through September 5th. When it airs. So September 5th at 6 p.m. Eastern, the show comes on. It will air from the UBS Arena in New York on September 7th, actually. It's simulcast on CBS and MTV.
Good place for country music, actually. Huh?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. It'll also be streaming through Paramount Plus. You can check it out. But you can go to MTV.com now, vote for your favorites. And while you're there, make a comment. Bring music videos back. Not just what I feel like I want to watch on YouTube, but the videos where I don't get to pick, where it's just I'm learning new things. It's like it was the original Pandora, basically. Bring it back. All right. Before I head on to this next story, Jim, today coming up at 11 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the center is Trucking with OOIDA, as we do every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. We love the people over at OOIDA. Trucking with OOIDA is our other flagship around here. What are they talking about today, Jim?
Ashley and Scott, as they always do, put together a really quality program. This summer, dozens of superloads are making their way across the state of Oregon, and it's up to the Omega Morgan to make sure they get there safe and sound. Up to Omega Morgan. That's right. That's their name. But that's no small feat. Project manager Doug Smith is going to be joining the show as well to talk about the planning, the process, and the challenges along the way. Plus, Linda Young might be a truck agent for OOIDA right now, but before that, Linda was an expert of a different kind. She is going to be telling Scott and Ashley about her time as a coffee sommelier in the 80s, right up Madison's alley, and she's going to be providing some great advice to all the men and women out there on the road for how one goes about the business of finding a great cup of joe. That's Trucking with OOIDA at precisely 11 o'clock in the center of the country.
Boom, coming up just in 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere. All right, Jim. Do you know anything? I couldn't tell you a song of his to save my life. Bailey Zimmerman.
No, I don't.
So here's why this is fascinating. So before, he's huge. He's one of the biggest guys in country music. I don't know a song of his at all, by the way, but he's huge. He's younger. He's 25, so he's not. I don't. That's neither here nor there. I threw that out. But he's doing huge things. Here's what's crazy. He's on huge tours, all the country nominations. So we grew up in a small town in Louisville, but Louis, and maybe it's Louisville because it's in Illinois. I'm not sure. I'm going to call it Louisville then. So, but Jim, he was working for a local meat processing plant and laying gas pipeline. And then in 2020, the pandemic, he decided to upload some videos of himself singing on social media, including Blackstone Cherry's song Stay. And later on, he put an original up. And he quickly, Jim, gained a fan base on TikTok. It was not overnight, but it was very quick. He says, I don't know what I'm doing. Again, he's 25, and he says, I don't know what I'm doing. I randomly got into music in 2020. I had never sang before. I had never written a song before, and I threw it up during the pandemic, and now he's one of the biggest stars in country music. That goes back to your point. Now, yes, he's 25, but he was not on the path to trying this or to become a country star again. He was working at a meat processing plant and laying gas pipeline. Happened to throw up. This is America. This is America. In the good way, I guess.
Yeah. That's
Right?
it. I mean, the United States, the United States of not who you know, but the United States of break on through to the other side. Absolutely. That's exactly the game here. The idea, no kings, no one person you got to go through, none of that nonsense. You just literally, if you happen to have a camera and some gumption, you go out there and you make it happen for yourself. This is the new America.
Gumption. I like the word gumption. Anyway, so after and he got a record deal because, again, if you can come to the label with millions of dollars or millions of followers, then they want to get on the action and dumb you down. But I digress. Anyway, he says, I don't know what I'm doing. After his first album did well, which he didn't see coming, he found himself, and this is why I think this is interesting, Jim. He found himself, he said, the first album did well without him trying. He didn't even know. So now comes the sophomore record. And so he said, when I'm sitting there trying to write the songs, I realized I was just trying to rewrite the songs that I wrote from album one, like write new versions of those songs. And it didn't work. So he said he had to scrap it, take a step back and say, okay, what am I trying to do with my music? What's the point here? What's the goal for this? What's the intention behind it? Which we talk about all the time. And he finally said, okay, I want to tell stories from my life. That's what I want to do, which means I'm going to have Bailey on the show. But he said, I want to tell stories from my life. So that's what he did. I just want to write songs that I love, that I think people can get to know me, hopefully relate to. And that's it. And so that's what he did. And for the second album, he also said he really wanted to collaborate people. And this is funny. Album 2, he's like, I wanted to collaborate with my friends. Just so happens that his first album did so well that his friends are people like Luke Combs and some of the other biggest stars in the world to come up quickly. So he said, he says that he deals with a whole lot of imposter syndrome trying to keep up with these people. But I don't know, Jim. I mean, I'd say, I guess it comes down to me. I struggle with, and I use the term struggle very loosely, I struggle with the idea of somebody earning their place. He's earned his place in the sense that it's working. People are resonating. They like him. At 25, and he was doing hard work. He was out doing manual labor. So he's lived some life. So, yeah, I guess Bailey we can equate to has earned his place to be here. Who am I to say? I'm not. Everybody can speak their own term. But I just find this interesting that he came up quickly, but it feels like with him, I'm going to say it feels like he's earned his place. You go.
Courage. I'm as I get older and still have time, I think I probably would probably choke this down inside of myself if I was older than I am now. But I'm really beginning to believe Terry Taylor's comment about gamble, 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 gamble. I really think it's a matter of, I've watched so many people in my life, so many talented people in my life not roll the dice or wait until everything was aligned into absolute perfection. And look, I understand wanting to get things absolutely right and not have the wheels come off in front of people. Lindsay, I don't know if anybody earns their place. I sometimes recoil at the idea of earned your place or haven't earned your place. Everything is a lottery ticket. All you can do is do what you're supposed to do and do it really well. The comment you made in there that was so kind of, I guess, liberating is the second album is actually discovering the way to make the second album work was to do what he did for the first album, not replicate it, but the initial impulse to, I'm going to do some songs the way I want to do my songs, and I'm going to get them done, and once they're done, I'm going to take my chance and see how it works out. So he gets to the second album and says, I need to do the same thing. But he thinks the same thing is making the song sound like the old songs, and then realizes, no, the same thing is doing what I want to do and rolling the damn dice. And I think that's what gets people in trouble. I don't know if he earned it, but I know that having the insight to, I'll tell you this, the earning comes at the second album, pulling it and then doing something different. That takes guts.
Takes guts, and he's somebody who he got his record deal after it was already had the notoriety and the fame, and the people knew who he was. So that I love. That it can be a big middle finger to the label and be like, cool, if you want me to stick around, this is how we're doing it. So you go, Bailey. I'm behind you. Finally, I want to wrap up with, I was going to talk about Miranda Lambert and one of her new hobbies, but I'm going to save it for next week because I like the idea of what she's doing with her husband. I think people can jump into that sounds creepy. People can jump into the conversation about ways that hobbies you can do with your spouse that you can also do till you're old in life. She's taken up golf is where I'm going with this, but I want to have a whole conversation around it because I think it pertains to our audience as far as things that you can do out on the road and that you can do for a very long time. So I'm going to circle back to that. So I will leave you with, on this day in country music history, in 2008, the movie Beer for My Horses was released. Have you seen it, Jim?
I have, actually. Fantastic.
Is it terrible?
It's terrible.
Could we do it on Country and West? I mean, on our Western of the Month or no?
I'll make a deal with you. Watch the first 20 minutes of it rather than burdening yourself. Take a walk. And if you keep on watching it and you want to talk about it, I'm more than happy to do it. Absolutely.
Fair enough. All right. So the comedy film starring and co-produced by the late, great Toby Keith. It was based on his song, And Beer for My Horses, which my mama loves. Shout out Karen Lawler. The film, it was co-written by Toby Keith and Rodney Carrington, and it also featured Willie Nelson. You be the judge. Anyway, it came out in 2008 on this day. That's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. RadioNemo coming up next, Truckin' with Oida. Listen in, tune in, don't go anywhere. Get home safe, because that's what we do around here, Jim. Jim, quickly, what are you doing this weekend where you get to enjoy your weekend?
I'm taking my mom and dad for my second viewing, their first viewing of Superman. They wanted to get out and go see a movie, so I'm going to take them to go see a movie. And my mom is most interested in seeing that. There's a lot of horror stuff out there. I went and saw a really good one last night. I saw Weapons. I can't wait to talk to you about it. I'm going to make you go see it. I hate to break the bad news to you.
Nope, can't make me. I'm too far away.
That's it,
Can't
by the way.
make me do nothing.
Omega Morgan, Doug Smith, and Linda Young are going to be joining Ashley and Scott on Trucking with Oida. That's it. Love you. Have a great weekend. And you as well, Lindsay.
Oh, thanks. Back at you.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The president's One Big Beautiful Bill is signed into law, but without one key component that leaves out truckers.
Plus, details on the devastating flood in central Texas, sobering cost of operations data, and more on this brand new installment of Trucking with OOIDA. Welcome to the show. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson. We'll be keeping you company for the next hour or so. Thank you for joining us. Here in just a moment, Ashley, we're going to get Brent Hutto of truckstop.com on the line to talk about his backstory and the market. And I actually spied some encouraging information in the latest report out of truckstop.com. So we'll talk to Brent about that and get the inside scoop. He's always a great person to talk to.
A ray of sunshine.
Great
one might
energy,
describe
great
him as.
information. We'll look forward to that. And then a little bit later on today, we're going to get into the American Transportation Research Institute's latest report on the cost of operations with Alex Leslie. Not as much encouraging information in
Not
that
a ray of
report,
sunshine.
unfortunately. No rays of sunshine. I mean, I guess you could find some rays of sunshine in anything. But again, worthwhile information nonetheless there. So we'll talk to Alex in just a little bit. Ashley, have a good weekend.
Had a great weekend.
Yeah?
Lots of loud fireworks. A couple of hot dogs.
Did you?
How many hot dogs did you have?
I'm either ashamed or proud to say I don't think I had any hot dogs over the weekend. I went to a baseball game a couple weeks ago and I had a hot dog.
Okay. All right.
Maybe that carried me
I
over.
think I only had one this weekend.
Yeah.
You
didn't have 70?
I didn't have 70 and a half.
Yeah.
Like our
70 and a half.
friend Joey Chestnut did at the
we were-
Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
We were talking about this earlier. 70.5
70.5.
hot dog. Don't short them.
In
So at any point, if there's a delay or a truck breaks down, it throws the entire schedule into chaos, and now we're redoing all of our permits and redoing all of this and all of that. And it's been extremely exhausting, but it's very rewarding once you get something on the road.
Welcome to the show. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson.
Scott, have you ever played pickleball?
I have not.
You've never played?
I've never played pickleball. I played tennis,
Yeah.
but not pickleball.
Not
I know
the
it's
same.
all. I know it's all the rage.
Not the same. It is. Actually, I talk as if I've played a lot.
You're a veteran of the
I played for
pickleball
the
scene.
first time a week ago.
Yeah?
Loved
How'd
it.
that go? Yeah?
Loved it. It was brilliant to bring together table tennis, actual tennis.
And tennis. Yeah.
It's brilliant.
Brilliant.
Loved it. I had a great time.
Pickleball's been around. I think it's been around for a pretty long time, but it just like in the past 5 years, it seems
Kinda
like
picked up speed.
everybody's doing it. It's all the
pickleball.
rage.
Yeah.
It's like
Well, you called it like lazy tennis, didn't you?
I will neither confirm nor deny calling it lazy tennis.
I mean, hey, if you're playing pickleball, you're not lazy.
But it's exercise.
It
so
is.
I cannot.
Less running, less coverage than tennis, but still.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
you're getting
fine.
up and moving. So hey, no
that's all that.
shade.
Don't listen to Scott.
No shade to the pickleballers out there. I think
Exactly.
it's great. And I would like to play, but I don't have anybody to play with. So
Okay.
actually, maybe we can
Maybe, yeah.
get the families together and
Hit up the pickleball
play
courts.
some pickleball some weekend. Yeah, for sure. Well, happy National Pickleball
Yes.
Day to a veteran of the pickleball scene, apparently, Ashley Blackford. Ashley, we've got a lot to get to today. Let's cover a little bit of news here, and I think we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the tariff situation. Obviously, a big talking point over the past several months. The news here is that deadlines are over for the most part, and they're now in effect, those tariffs, with a sweeping round of import taxes going into effect as the calendar turned over to Thursday. So we're talking a 10% rate or higher on goods coming from more than 60 countries. We've been talking, again, for months about the uncertainty with those deadlines being pushed back and back and back. Now, we're finally going to get to see what the effects are on the U.S. economy, on the markets, on the trucking and freight industry as well. President Trump, right as those tariffs went into effect, went to social media to declare that billions of dollars in tariffs are now flowing into the United States. But it is worth mentioning, of course, a lot of importers started importing more goods into the U.S. before the tariffs went into effect, anticipating that in a bid to avoid paying them. And we are, seeing indicators out there throughout the economy that are raising, I know, a bunch of concerns for people, things like increased inflationary pressure, lower than expected jobs numbers, things like that. The stock market apparently is still holding steady throughout all this. So a lot of views on this, I know. But again, the tariffs are in effect now at the highest level they've been since 1933, kind of in the middle of the Great Depression there. But the uncertainty is over. Now we wait and see kind of what happens there. But yep. now's the time to see what happens.
Yeah. And in looking at freight volume, things are looking up in the freight market. The U.S. Bank reported that in the second quarter of this year, the U.S. truck freight market showed signs of recovery. National shipment volumes rising 2.4% and spending increased 1.2%. This is the first quarter-to-quarter gain in 3 years for both shipment and spending. All 5 U.S. regions posted volume gains, with the most 6.7% in the Southwest. This, of course, a welcoming shift, according to Bobby Holland, the U.S. Bank Director of Freight Business Analytics. However, of course, with uncertainty surrounding tariffs, it's kind of too soon to say that the market has turned the corner. We'll, of course, keep an eye on that.
It's interesting. We talked to Brent Hutto of truckstop.com earlier this week, and he was kind of alluding to this, to what you were talking about there, that we are seeing some indicators that things are starting to pick up. So that is very encouraging.
It is, for sure.
Hopefully that will continue to pick up, and we'll get past this, what's the word I'm looking for? This bad time we've been in. But that was not the best choice of words, but you know what I'm saying. We've got a new bill alert in Congress, and if you haul ag products, this one's for you. The bill is H.R. 4601, introduced by Representative Tracy Mann of Kansas, and it would allow seasonal drivers to renew their CDL online while providing greater flexibility in the types of commercial vehicles they can operate. So basically, states would be allowed under this bill to develop an online registration and renewal system for farm-related service providers. Congressman Mann said the bill aims to bolster the entire agricultural supply chain by, and I'll use his words here, enacting common sense reforms that make it easier for farm service drivers to simply do their jobs and serve customers and consumers. And at last check, the bill had 20 co-sponsors. And anything, I think, that cuts red tape and brings some flexibility to folks out there, I think is probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Yep.
The first ever exemption for American-built driverless vehicles has been issued. Did you ever think, like 10 years ago, if somebody was like, you are going to be reporting on driverless vehicles every single day?
If someone talked to me, I don't think I would have said, what is pickleball 10 years ago if you brought that up? And I would have said, what are you talking about?
A driverless
vehicle?
What?
No, thank you.
Yeah.
But here we are.
Here we are.
Yeah.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration announced the exemption this week for the company ZooX.
I think it's Zooks.
Zooks? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go with that. It
Sure,
why
sounds better than
not?
ZooX, I think.
Zoox, yeah.
That's a technology company subsidiary of Amazon. So before this, only foreign autonomous vehicles were eligible. Now, U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy making changes so that American-built vehicles can be part of the Automated Vehicle Exemption Program. So this will allow Zooks.
Sounds like something Scooby-Doo might say after slipping on a banana peel or something.
Self-driving cars to operate on public roads in the U.S.
Yes, we're going to see a lot more of this, too,
Yes, I
in the
think we
coming
are.
months and years, for sure.
Buckle up.
Yeah, for sure. Let's skip to the crime beat here for a moment, which takes us to Pennsylvania, where prosecutors, this is an interesting story, prosecutors are looking at charges for a mechanic by the name of Faris Farhat. He was arrested this week on 81 felony counts.
Wow.
Authorities say this got started when they noticed that some safety inspection stickers on vehicles were missing security features, the serial numbers of authorized inspection stations, and some other weird abnormalities as well. And the vehicles they found them on had what officials said were severe mechanical deficiencies. This set off, obviously, some alarm bells for them. They started looking into it. They found that Farhat was the mechanic who signed off on those stickers. Then they found out that Farhat had been suspended as a certified state inspection mechanic, but was still going about doing his business, apparently.
Making bank, I
Making
assume.
a bunch of bank, close to $200,000. More than 150 trucking companies apparently paid for his services, kind of paying him off the books. Apparently, they were unaware that he wasn't authorized to do this. So charges are pending here, but Mr. Farhat is looking at, again, a pretty extensive legal situation there that he's going to have to talk himself out of.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
So I feel like we don't oftentimes get to talk about toll rates decreasing.
Yes.
Usually it's the other way around.
Yes.
However, Highway 288 in Texas, south of Houston, tolls are being reduced. The Texas Department of Transportation announced average daily rates on the Harris County toll road will be reduced starting September 1st. Rates for tolls, of course, based on a few different factors, including the day, time, number of axles. But yeah, we save a few bucks there.
Good news there. And
Yeah.
a quick update here, Ashley, to a story we brought to you not so long ago about truck parking in Ohio. Governor Mike DeWine on hand this week to cut the ribbon on 2 new rest areas and 1 renovated one in Washington and Belmont counties. This, of course, includes truck parking in the equation there as well. All part of this bigger plan to renovate dozens of rest areas and open a few dozen new ones throughout Ohio by the end of next year. A $150 million plan that will add 1,400 new truck parking spaces along the way. So some
That's
welcome
awesome.
news
Good to hear.
there in Ohio. Welcome news in Texas, where some tolls
Yeah.
are going down
We'll
as
take it.
well. For sure. I'll tell you what we're also going to take. We're going to take a break.
Let's take a break.
But I know we are excited to talk to our first guest today, Doug Smith. He's with Omega Morgan. They are a company out of Oregon doing some super loads throughout the state.
We love a super load.
We love a super load. We love to hear about the ins and outs of what it takes to get them from A to B, the good, the bad, the ugly.
Which
and
I'm sure there's everything in there.
Everything in between. So that's up next. Doug Smith right after this. And welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. Ashley, I'm excited to speak to our next guest. Anytime there is any mention of a superload out there,
Immediately interested.
So
many questions.
The attention it goes directly to what they're doing there. This gentleman is with a company that's been in charge of hauling, I believe, 31 superloads across Oregon this summer. Doug Smith is a project manager for Omega Morgan, and he joins us on the line now. Doug, thanks for joining us.
Hi, nice to be here. Thank you.
So let's start, and we're going to ask, Ashley and I are going to ask you a whole bunch of questions that you're probably going to be thinking like, oh, why are they asking me this? But we'll start with an easy one. Tell us a little bit about yourself and tell us about what Omega Morgan does.
Yeah, so my name's Doug Smith. I'm with Omega Morgan. We're a transportation, rigging, industrial services company. Originally kind of based here in Oregon. We've been here for, I think Omega Morgan's existed for 20-something years. I'm not 100% sure. I've been here about 10 years now. Started in dispatch and eventually opportunity opened up for project management and joined the specialized transportation division there, mainly just moving, large, oversized cargo superloads.
So this is what you do. Superloads is like your bread and butter.
That's my bread and butter, yeah.
And I'm always interested in stories like this, and I'm interested in the people that are behind the scenes like yourself or, in front of the scenes, I guess, as well, doing this as well. And you kind of talked about it there, but how did you get started in this particular, type of, hauling? Was this a specific type of thing that you were looking out to do? Or, what's your background and how did you get into it?
Kind of our bread and butter is typically transformers, just kind of all over. This project specifically, we had ran probably 3 or 4 years ago. We had ran a feasibility study for essentially this cargo. And we determined at the time, you can safely get, I think we were saying probably like 19 feet wide, 19 feet tall, as kind of the threshold to get through Oregon. And just to be clear, there were 51 loads out of Vancouver and out of Oregon. So it was split. The cargo came into 2 different ports. We had 31 loads in Oregon, and then the remaining out of Vancouver. But really, it was just like, we had quoted it several times, quote it this way, quote it that way. And then the award actually only came out in November of 2024. So we've been working on this now for only about 9 months. And we're down to our last, we are down to our last 16 loads
16.
now.
You're almost halfway through. I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
Of the 31.
And the largest
Yeah.
piece is actually on the road right now.
Tell us about that. Tell us about that largest piece. What does that look like?
Yeah.
It's
and
big.
I don't know. It is. It's so it's got one truck up front pulling the load, and it's using two 12-line K-Mag Flash Goldhofer trailers with turntables and bunks on those. And then, we basically take this KO1 piece, as it's called, and you set it up on those bunks. You secure it with clips welded down, and the piece itself kind of becomes the trailer. So we've got, a pull truck with 12 lines of trailer, and then there's a gap, and we have another 12 lines of trailer, and then an additional 3 trucks on the back pushing. So the entire combination's, over 345 feet long, going from the Port of Morrow down to the Micron facility in Boise, Idaho.
Just hearing you talk about it, it's just, I mean, it's hard to imagine, and that's why I think it's so fascinating for people like Ashley and me, because when you talk about it like that, and you talk about just the sheer size of it and the length of it and everything else that goes along with it, I immediately think about, this isn't just something that you wake up one morning and you're like, all right, let's go pick it up and take it from A to B. This takes a lot of planning, and you've had, I guess, since you said like November, right? Was the planning going on before that, or is that kind of when things started in earnest?
Not, unfortunately, not really. Most of it was all quoting. We got the project turned over to me from the sales side in November, and I actually got a jump on it then because our signed quote to actually execute the work didn't come in until December. So, and this large KO1 piece, as I mentioned, is pushing 350 plus feet long. It's also 21 feet tall and almost 21 feet wide. So this thing is massive, and really the hardest part of the entire ordeal is the utility work. We've had to reach out to 17 different utility companies, whether that's power, comm, et cetera, to make improvements along the route from the Port of Morrow out to Idaho. And that's been kind of the biggest challenge, that, and of course, customer management. Mm-hmm. And we don't have a ton of time to get this done because everything ideally is supposed to deliver before the end of September. So we unfortunately did not have a ton of time to prep.
Yeah.
And we're kind of working backwards in a lot of cases. In an ideal world, a project of this size with cargo of this size would be awarded, a year or so in advance. And that way everything can just be set up. We would have had time for these utilities to get everything out of the way, and, we can just breeze through. Well, unfortunately, that's not how this project has been turning out. So we started the project with, what can we move, right? There's a priority for the site of what should come in, but we haven't been able to make that because we're up against height constraints, right?
Yeah.
The utilities are still out today working in some parts of our route. So we have to coordinate around them, and whatever lines don't get moved, they need to be moved, as we come through. And with this many loads, it's better to get everything up and out of the way or buried under the road. It's also, ultimately cheaper as opposed to having 17 different companies come out every single night we move for these 31 loads. So
how many gray hairs have you picked up over the past 6 or 7 months? Because it sounds very stressful.
I honestly, I couldn't tell you. We have a really good team here. We've got myself, we've got somebody, Deanna Nettles. She's been great. She's been kind of dealing with the utility side. We have a pair of permitting people working on our permits to just try to keep things as smooth as possible. But it's difficult, and it's basically just hot lapping runs. So at any point, if there's a delay or a truck breaks down, it throws the entire schedule into chaos, and now we're redoing all of our permits and redoing all of this and all of that, and it's been extremely exhausting, but it's very rewarding once you get something on the road, especially this KO1. We just started transportation Monday night, and we are expecting to arrive at site on Friday the 15th. So
that's a long trip.
We're averaging, and we're these last 2 nights, we've only gotten 2 nights for this load under our belt, but we're only averaging 15 miles an hour.
Wow.
And obviously, due to the size, there's only certain parking spots we can go to. So it's very meticulous and methodical on where we can be. And then on top of that, it's like, okay, on this night, we need to have these utilities come with us and move lines that aren't out of the way or that they couldn't get moved in this, scrunched time frame. But we're very successful. I'm very happy with where we're at in the course of the project, and right now our biggest thing is trying to bring that schedule in as tight as possible and try to get all the cargo there before the end of September. It'll be tight, but it definitely looks doable. So.
And you may have mentioned this. You have some of the superloads moved. What is it that's being hauled?
So all of this stuff is for a microchip plant, and and I apologize. I didn't get into what exactly everything is because it's not super relevant for my job.
You just need to get it from A to B.
My understanding is it allows them to process their own gases there on site to make these microchips. So what they're essentially called cold boxes.
To process their own microchips on site. That's interesting.
Well, to process the gases that are needed to make the microchips. But yes.
Wow. That's interesting.
Very.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then all their associated tanks and this and that, right? There's a lot of odds and ends. And we only have the scope for the overdimensional cargo. There's hundreds of other shipments that were handled, just regular trucks as well. So it's a very large undertaking.
You mentioned 17 utility companies. I don't know if you're the one who makes that phone call to them. What's their reaction like when you're like, hey?
Honestly, the reactions have been mixed, and I don't want to throw anybody under the bus here or name anything.
Sure.
But we've had, some companies that kind of waited or maybe didn't think, all of this was serious. And then we had others that really went out and put in the work and got everything done, as fast as we could or they could, but it's kind of hard to say. And really, we're just unfortunately having to take it every day at a time and see what gets thrown at us because we're, the project started off behind schedule. And so we're still behind schedule because all these things aren't moved. So we're just trying to, it's a lot more to plan around than like a typical project would be, I feel like, of this volume.
I think that's one thing that I think I find interesting about these kinds of stories in particular, because it's kind of like a team sport in that, you're kind of the, I guess, quarterback of the team, your company is, and making sure that everything runs smoothly. But if you're,
everybody's got to do their part.
If your left tackle, in this case, one of the utility companies isn't pulling their weight, the whole play can fall apart. So I think that's kind of why I find it fascinating. And you talked about your team, and it really does take a whole bunch of people. How many people total are we talking about that are working on, getting these superloads from A to B in total?
So we've been kind of operating with about 3 crews of 3 to 4 people, not including all the pilot cars and stuff that come with it. And we also have had a team at the port to load all this cargo. There's like 4 or 5 different configurations of trailers that we're using on this project. So the load crew, can take one of the loads that isn't moving, or one of the trailers, that isn't moving, get it loaded and have it staged. That way, the next available team can come in and hop in and boogie, right? But, we have this massive project, but then we also have all of our other work. So it's been an extreme challenge on getting the trucks and the people and stuff in the right spots, not just for this project, but for all of our projects so far. And that's kind of been also another one of the hurdles, because it's like, we had it in our head we were going to move this load. Well, now we can't because we have to go over here or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's been pretty strenuous, and then I got to update our schedule every time, and so that's just changing tons of lines and trying to think about crew resets and how long the transport of all these things are going to take, and it's been very draining, but again rewarding once you see them moving on the road.
I'm curious, most of our listeners, whether they haul reefer or van, a lot of those loads would be similar. I can only assume every super load would be unique, right? I assume you probably haven't had 2 that are the same.
For the most part, they're different. There's several pieces that are like twins. They're typically tanks. So we'll get like a pair of matching tanks. And those are the same, but can, of course, only move one at each time. And then those have a different priority. It's very messy. Sometimes we don't know which load we're necessarily going to leave with, for like 2 or 3 days before it actually departs.
Wow.
Because there's so many things up in the air, and it's like which utility can still escort us while escorting this load, and it's a pretty large challenge. Having everything out of the way would have been preferred again.
Yeah.
And really, it would have made this project kind of honestly easy. The most of the headache is just coordinating and getting the utilities out there. But so far, knock on wood, everything's been perfect, no issues on our side.
Do you enjoy this aspect of the job of hauling these super loads and coordinating everything, it being different? And I mean, it's kind of seems like a juggling act and figuring everything out, but is that part of the enjoyment of it?
I think so. I like schedules. I like planning things, I like to plan the work to plan. Unfortunately, this isn't really one of those projects, so it's something I've had to learn and kind of deal with myself.
Hey, Doug, I want to stop you right there. If you wouldn't mind hanging on for just a moment, we do have to take a very quick break. But if you can hang tight, we'd like to ask you 1,000 more questions about everything that you're doing up there in Oregon. So hang tight. Trucking with OIDA continues right after this.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
And welcome back to the show. We were speaking, Ashley, with Doug Smith, or are speaking, I suppose. He's still on the line here with us, of Omega Morgan, the company that is hauling those several dozen superloads across Oregon. Doug, we still got you on the line here. Wanted to ask you, you had mentioned earlier that everything has been going perfectly smoothly, and I think I'm paraphrasing what you said there. But I'm wondering, too, anytime you have a project with so many moving parts like this one, I think it's safe to assume you're going to have some close calls out there. Have you run into any of those situations, any problems, and maybe anything that's had you thinking, we've got to kind of think outside the box here and adapt to, the situation that's unfolding? Anything like that happen?
Yeah, actually, so this KO1 piece, which is the largest, heaviest of the entire group, requires the 2 12-line trailers. Well, I had set up the start of the transportation probably about 3 weeks ago. I notified all the utility companies, like, hey, everybody, this is the schedule for this shipment. It's going to go this way. I need to get everybody on board. Here's our parking spots. Take a look at those and make sure that you're where you need to be, these utility companies. Well, the one half of this 12 line had another shipment on it that was headed to Micron, and the tractor broke down and ended up sitting on the side of the road, which then pushed us into potentially delaying this large piece. So we ended up having another 12 line come in and replace our half of the trailer with their equipment. so that way we could continue to maintain this schedule for KO1 for Monday. So I would say that's been the largest challenge, was having to pivot and then refit the bunks and the turntables to a totally different trailer, just to keep this large piece moving as it should. We did end up getting that other piece offloaded and got back, but had we not had that option, this one would have been delayed, and then it probably would have pushed out another 2 or 3 weeks, just to be able to get all the utilities to be there. Because some of them, they need to be scheduled a week in advance. So it's, kind of difficult. So any of these small issues, a day delay could be catastrophic in some scenarios.
Yeah, just kind of knowing, and it's only been about 20 minutes, but knowing what I know about you already, Doug, about the planning aspect, and that's kind of what you enjoy doing. I imagine you kind of had a plan B already in mind, and probably have plan C and plan D also in mind too, if anything goes wrong, which I think, again, speaks to the challenges of a project like this. I want to ask you too, anybody getting behind one of these super loads is probably not too happy with you and the driver and everybody else involved in it. Have you been getting reactions from the public as you've been going across the state, and what have those reactions been? Hopefully you'll tell me they're positive, but maybe they haven't been. I don't know.
So not so much anymore. A couple months ago, yes, we got a couple of calls, but so let me back up. I apologize.
No, you're
so as part of getting our Oregon permit, we had this massive checklist that involved reaching out to radio and newspaper and just kind of, the native tribes out here, and just getting buy-off from all these different people. And actually, I set up a press release that I sent out for radio and newspaper. And then in addition to that, ODOT themselves have been reaching out to me and updating that release. So when that first went out a couple months ago, people were calling and asking, questions or whatever. Hey, I need to go from here to here. Is that going to be a problem? But that's pretty much subsided. Every morning or evening, just depending on the transport. I also have an email set up with all the law enforcement in the state of Oregon in one email, and I update them, in the morning. Hey, we parked here. This is our plan for the next day. So kind of a lot of the people that need to know exactly where we're at. And on top of that too, the law enforcement, we give them GPS links to the trucks, so they can, any of these people, that have this link can pull up and see exactly where the load is at any point in time, which has been super helpful, and making sure we get our permits and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
I totally spaced on the checklist problems to get permits. That wasn't nearly as bad as the utilities, but time consuming.
Well, you got a lot on your mind, Doug. So I think we can
I
overlook that. Yeah, no, it's all good.
Scatterbrained.
Yeah.
I assume social media plays a part in this too, as far as getting the word out there, right?
So I believe so. I don't actually personally have social media, so I haven't seen anything, but I would believe that Oregon's, pages and stuff have this information. I know that the gal Vicky Moles at the state, I think she updates it, every couple of days or once a week, the press release on their website as well, just kind of notifying everybody in the state. They're slow moving loads.
Yeah. Can we give a shout out? You mentioned your team there. Can we give a shout out to your drivers who are, doing the work here? How have they been through all this? You want to talk about them a little bit?
So everybody in the office and in the field have just gone above and beyond. I'd like to give kind of special shout out to our three head superintendents, Sam Myers, Pete Euler, and Eric Benjamin, and Tyler Postman. I apologize. Tyler's been the one kind of dealing with the loading and all that stuff. Without those 4, we'd be dead in the water for sure. We've got Tyson Friesen. He's one of our main drivers as well. He's hauled the majority of the loads, as well as Brendan Patterson and Cody Herman as another team, as part of our other team, as kind of the main players in the field. I apologize for anybody I missed.
I'm sure they'll forget. Again, you got a lot on your mind, so I think they'll forgive you here. One quick question too, Doug. Obviously we're talking about this round of superloads. Have you done other ones in the past? And what did those look like? What are some maybe memorable ones that you've done?
Oh gosh, yeah, like I said earlier, most of the cargo we move is a superload in whatever state we are moving in. I would say, and I was just talking to a coworker about this project yesterday, but we had a project, and I can't remember the destination. I want to say it was BC, but it started in New York State, and it was in the middle of winter, and we got out there, and the piece was not the same size that we quoted.
Oh no!
And we had to, in the East Coast, you got to kind of stay short because all the infrastructure is a lot smaller, as opposed to out west in Texas and whatnot. And basically, I ended up having to ship all this extra gear to widen the trailer out to, I think it was 21 and a half feet wide, as opposed to, I think it was probably like 16 feet at the,
they quoted
in the
you
original
16?
bid.
Oh my gosh.
16 wide, and then we had to extend out to 21 and a half feet wide.
That's a big difference.
This is why you measure
It
twice,
is,
right?
and then we had to rerun the route the entire way, redo all the permits, and then actually during the transportation, we had 2 push trucks because they just kept dying. They kept overheating, and so we were constantly having to swap push trucks off this trailer as it's moving across the country, and it was not fun.
That sounds like a nightmare.
Definitely. Yeah, I feel like, looking back, I'm definitely having a better time on this project than I was on that one.
Oh, there'd be a strongly worded email or a couple phone calls if I were in that situation. I'm sure you had a couple of those too.
It was not pretty.
Not fun,
Fortunately enough, there was a lot of, it wasn't our fault. There were a lot of people that we could blame. So it just kind of got a little bit swept under the rug, and we made it happen, just like we're making it happen here.
Yeah.
How good is it going to feel when you get to the end of September and all of these are delivered and you're done with this project?
It's going to, I can't fathom how it'll feel. It'll definitely, I'll be able to sleep a lot easier. I just know that, after this is, several months of, billing and other things, right? These utility companies are going to take forever to bill me and then bill the customer and those sorts of complaints. But I'm just ready to get all this stuff out of Boardman.
Well, only 2 months, I guess. Or who's counting? I guess. But yeah. Hey, Doug.
Yeah.
As we said at the top, we're fascinated by superload stories. Really appreciate you talking with us through everything that you're going through out there and what it looks like. And maybe we can talk to you after September to see a more relaxed Doug Smith to see how it all went. But really do appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Would love to be back.
Yeah, that would be great.
Absolutely. All right. That was Doug Smith of Omega Morgan. Trucking with OIDA continues right after this.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit howsproducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
So we do this thing here at OOIDA, which I find interesting. I love them. Employee spotlights. And so this week's I was absolutely fascinated by. And Linda Young, we brought you in to talk about yours. I guess first off, starting off, what is it you do here at OOIDA?
I'm an insurance agent, customer service.
And you've been here a couple of years.
Yes, like 18.
Like 18. That is impressive. The particular question that stood out to me, it's the same questions they asked to every employee, and it's a good way to get to know each other, was something about yourself that people might not know. And so I want you to talk to me about what yours was.
Okay. I used to be a coffee taster for a small coffee company in Oklahoma City, Cane's Coffee Company. And they were actually a subsidiary of Nestle out of White Plains, New York. And so when I became a qualified taster, and back then, that was in the early 80s, they called them cuppers. Today, they would be called a sommelier. And so what I did was I learned from a gentleman. It's not something that you can read in a book. And so I learned from a gentleman that actually had came from Cuba. And he was in Cuba during the Fidel Castro reign. And he came over to the United States when he was 8, just him and a friend on a plane. It's like their parents put him on a plane and they came over here. And so I was his secretary. And then one day I just asked him, I said, I'd like to learn what you know about coffee tasting. And so, of course, he had to have it passed by the board of Nestle. And at that time, there was like 183 men in the profession that were qualified cuppers in the entire world. And I became one of 3 women. There was one in Canada, one in Sri Lanka, and then I became the woman in the United States that was a coffee taster.
I assume you like coffee then.
I
think
do.
that's probably a
I
safe
love
bet.
it.
What is that? I'm fascinated too, like
Yeah.
Ashley said, because you don't hear about this very often. I think nowadays, because coffee has taken on a new life, it's like almost like a personality for people in some ways. Back in the 80s, I imagine it was a little bit different, but how does one become a coffee cupper? I mean, you talked about the gentleman that kind of trained you, but I imagine you're doing a bunch of tasting, and what does that look like?
Well, okay, so our office was off of a lab, and we had 2 lab technicians. And so we purchased the coffee. It all begins with purchasing the coffee through commodity brokers on Wall Street. And then you're buying from Africa, you're buying from Colombia, you're buying from Santo Domingo. And so once the coffee is purchased and put on the steamships, then it was also my responsibility to track the steamship until it docked in port, whether it be Houston or New Orleans or Miami. And then you have brokers at those various facilities that will draw a sample for you and send that sample up to your plant. And then my lab technicians, they would roast the coffee, grind it, and then, I would let them know, but with my direction, then they would keep me informed, your tasting table is almost ready. And so you boiled the water in these giant copper pots, probably about 2 feet tall. And once they grind them, you had it set around. They would tell me about 5 minutes ahead of time, your coffee table's ready. And so me and my teacher would go in there and sit around this big stone table that rotated. And you're on a stool that has no back to it or anything, but it rolls. And then you have a spittoon that's about 2 feet
I was just going to ask that. It's like wine tasting, right?
It
don't
is.
want to, you don't want to be drinking wine all day. I mean,
don't-
maybe you do, but especially if you're drinking
Some
coffee.
people do.
Yeah, that's true. You're drinking coffee all day. That's probably,
The
the
jitters.
jitters.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
right.
never, I to this day, I still have coffee before I go to bed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You're like immune from the effects
Yeah,
of
I've been
caffeine, huh?
drinking it so,
So
long, I
long.
think.
Yeah.
Doesn't do anything.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm immune to the stimulus.
But you got the spittoons there.
Yeah,
There,
we had this at spittoons, and you use a brass spoon. And that was a big deal for me that when I became a qualified cupper, I was granted a brass spoon that had my initials in it. And you put the spoon up to your bottom teeth, and then you want to spray that coffee in your mouth. But you don't want to leave it in your mouth longer than 7 seconds because then your taste buds will change. So then you spit it in the spittoon. And then you grate it. You had grating papers to see whether it's, how aromatic it was, how robust it was, if it was flat, if it was base, if it was pungent. And so based on those grading levels, then you took your paper into the office and you made a blend. Keep in mind, these are not blends that you buy in the store, that's already different coffees that's roasted and ground together. This is a straight coffee. And
Right.
so it's based on that grading paper is how you put that coffee together. You want a certain percentage of robust, especially for a morning coffee, maybe for a dessert coffee, you want more pungent.
So you're finding new blends.
Yes, yes.
And do you get to come up with a name too, or is that something the higher ups?
That's something the higher
ups do.
did.
Yeah.
I'm curious. You mentioned the gentleman from Cuba taught you how to do this. How do you understand, like, starting out, what's flat, what's airy?
Yeah.
Like, is that all kind of a formative opinion, or is there kind of a science behind it that, explain that to me.
You learn from somebody that's been in the business a long time. Like he actually learned from someone that had been a taster for like close to 30 years.
Wow.
And so then when I asked him, then he started teaching me. So he would taste a cup and, on the spoon. And then he would ask me, what does that taste like to you? And kind of just trained my palate.
To know what is
Right.
considered
What
airy.
hints or whatever are you getting from? It's almost like, again, like wine, right?
Correct.
Like what kind of hints are you getting? Are you getting the
oaky?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That kind of
Yes.
thing.
Yeah.
And it took. I mean, I assume that took a while to kind of pick up on those things, or
Oh,
were you
ye-
pretty?
Well, I was pretty good at it.
Yeah.
Which is
That surprised you?
yeah, it kind of did.
Yeah. A pleasant surprise.
It was. It was. But yeah, I mean, I was still learning. You always learn before you leave, but I would say it was finally perfected. I finally got my spoons maybe after 3 years. So you're an apprentice really for 3 years learning how to taste coffee.
Is there a test? I mean, to get that brass spoon?
No.
No. It's
Just
kind
your teacher. It's
right.
almost like think of
like a sensei kind of
yes,
thing in martial arts. or
yes.
kung fu.
When
Yeah.
he finally says you're ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's so cool.
I'm curious, how long did you do this for?
I would say a good 7 years.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Did this ruin coffee for you? Because I was like, what does she think of the Folgers in the break room?
Yeah. I've got some right in
That
front
was
of me,
my
actually.
question.
No comment.
Yeah,
no comment.
Yeah. Has it ruined it for you though? Or I mean, not ruined it, but I think your point is
like, I mean, are you more when you go through Starbucks or
Oh yes.
you're more like
Very critical.
very critical.
Yes.
Interesting.
We don't have to name brands. Necessarily.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
But I would assume you gravitate toward.
What do you enjoy?
I guess what do you? Yeah, exactly. What do you enjoy? What do you typically drink?
I enjoy more of a mild coffee that is going to wake me up, but it's not so robust that my eyes are going to bulge out of my head. You know, I like more of the mild, soothing coffee is what I like. But then occasionally, if you're a coffee taster, you like a little cup of espresso every now and then too.
Where's the best cup of coffee you've had?
My own kitchen.
Yeah.
Do you have like a nice setup there?
I do.
Yeah, I imagine.
I do.
Right.
Yeah.
You talk about, I think this is one of these things too. It's like any kind of preference. You know, we all have our preferences. There may be some people in this building that are like, the OIDA coffee is the best coffee I've ever had. And hey, you know, that's not a wrong answer, right?
Drink
That's
it
just
every
their
morning,
preference.
so.
But if there's someone out there who's like thinking, oh, you know, I'd be curious to like find a good cup of coffee or, you know, kind of maybe develop my palate a little bit. Like, what are the ways to do that? Or I guess tips on finding good coffee. What do you look for?
I want to say that the best way to educate your palate is to try to find some place that you can purchase beans that are strictly Arabica or strictly Colombian or strictly Santo Domingo. You don't want to start out educating your palate with a blend. I know that's what we all drink, but if you're really serious about it, you really want to go with the straight beans first.
Is that because the blends are easier to manufacture, or why is that? Why are there more blends out there, I guess?
Because if you had all of let's say, a robust coffee, it would just be too strong. I think people would just generally get
probably wouldn't sell as well.
Exactly.
Maybe. Yeah, that makes sense.
I was curious, how do you take your coffee?
It's black, I bet. If I had to bet, I bet it's black.
Black, or sometimes I'll drink caramel macchiato in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
A little sweet treat.
Yeah.
Do you still have that brass spoon that you got?
I don't.
Oh, you don't?
I don't.
Did you lose it, or?
No, I had to actually leave it with the company.
Oh,
wow.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
That'd be a cool thing to have around.
It would have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I never really thought that there'd be coffee tasters, but that does, I mean, obviously it makes sense. But there's probably a lot more women in the industry now, I would assume.
Oh, I'm
I would hope.
sure. I'm sure. And since then, in 2013, Nestle actually sold the building in White Plains, New York, and moved to Arlington. And that's where they are today. Folgers, I understand, you know, they used to be here in Kansas City. They've moved down to New Orleans. They're based out of New Orleans. So, yeah, a lot of changes. I'm sure there's a lot more women now.
Well, and just the coffee culture too, like we were kind of talking about earlier, compared to the 80s, again, now it's massive. I mean, people are obsessed with coffee.
Yes.
That has to have been interesting to have seen how that's shifted over the past, 40 years or so.
Definitely.
Yeah. What do you make of it? Is it just, do you think it's
Just the
gotta
culture
be,
change, or?
yeah.
I
it's gotta
think
be
it's
pretty
the
cool.
culture
Yeah.
change. Yeah.
Maybe we're always going to, we need that, need that caffeine.
Well, and it's just like any realm of life, you know, it has become so perfected and so educated, and people are now educating themselves. What used to not be important is important to them.
Yeah.
And definitely coffee is one of them.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
sure.
Yeah, that is absolutely fascinating. Linda, thank you so much for taking the
Yes.
time to come in
You're
and
welcome.
share your story.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Our thanks to Linda Young for sharing her story. Scott, do you have anything interesting like that? Anything we
Am
may
I a
not
coffee
know?
sommelier? No. No, I am not. I enjoy coffee, but
I do
yeah,
too,
no.
but I don't think I could.
Fascinating, though. I think it's so interesting
Absolutely.
to have heard that and what it all entailed. And
Yeah,
yeah,
it was very cool.
I'll go enjoy some subpar coffee here in just a moment.
Well, although if she's drinking the office coffee.
Hey, that's
I
an
mean,
endorsement right
hey,
there.
There
Yeah.
you go. All right. That's our show for today. Thank you so much for tuning in to Trucking with OOIDA. Stay safe.
Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.